starting to be quite the difference.
I mean, I'm honestly surprised to see Leviathan sitting on this kind of lead right now, considering how it felt like the game initially was starting off. But they earned the first one of the game finally to spawn in here on the right-hand side of the map. As we transition over towards the left, and you can already see at the moment Leviathan have a majority of their players in this position. And obviously with no Guardian to defend on the right-hand side, they're going to leave Rake there to continue to farm probably Great Talon. His Owl will be up soon as well, so they can use that while he sits in that lane if they want to continue to have him farm. But this Erd, man, it is getting extremely quick across the map here. And it looks like, I'd almost say Leviathan are planning to let this one go.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case. Not really looking for a challenge here. But also not taking anything else on the map in terms of position. I mean, they're coming into this. Actually, looks like they might go for a late challenge. Someone going to be able to sweep in and get a quick melee off on this one. I mean, there's all this to protect it, and you got the parry on top of it. Abraham's ready for it. And Abraham's getting a couple kills out of this too. Sai is critically weak, able to escape the fight, I believe, on the zip. So just maybe some indecision, Jason. It seems like Leviathan got kind of caught off guard.
Which is kind of surprising, because I feel like you should know that one was coming. I think their maybe decision was to allow OCs to push down this right lane Walker by himself, but obviously with the Mirage enemy team, with Arzo, you're not realistically going to have a free opportunity to take a Walker. So if anything, Leviathan going to come out behind. They were up about 4,000 souls before the Urn. Now they're just dead even between the two. Yeah, I'd have to agree, man. Maybe a little bit of misplay here, especially losing players after the Urn was already done.
Something else, by the way, as we're on Shiv did get some changes as well. I think the only one I can remember, because there's so many, is that the slice and dice, the spirit resist that you reduce. I think it was 8%. I think it's now down to like 6 or 5 or something. There's like some small change to that, but I don't think that's going to make too much of a difference in how like powerful Shiv is, especially in these 1v1s, especially at full rage when you're slice and dicing people. Nice kill, just undeniable. The entire team is here now. No cooldowns available to really do anything else, but hey, I mean, taking down Sanya, maybe it's worth it.
I mean, he does distract for a very long time, though, and this left lane Walker is going to be pushed quite heavily here, as we already see some zoning coming on through. Together's gone down as well to Rayake, which means they're going to be down another player, and this Walker, I would say, I mean, it should be taking a hefty amount of damage, if not being finished off here. Slicing Impact being stolen away. I mean, thrown in out of Irazumi, and it connected into a retreat instead. And they do keep the Walker alive, but look who's deep, man. Sai is extremely deep, and honestly, Sai's dead.
Gets punished. And there we go. Empty Junior's able to get some recovery on the soul situation. Again, really important, I think. I've been mentioning it quite a bit because just the strength of Celeste is pretty enormous. And we've seen that in many of the matches, that you can go absolutely crazy on Celeste. I recall seeing Do having some insane performances on Celeste in the DSI tournament, for example. So always good to keep an eye out on that one. Everyone on parity, more or less, across Abraham's in terms of the souls. 6k advantage across the entire team. So really, I feel like flipping that early game advantage that Leviathan seemingly had. I think it was that Urn, Jason. I don't know if it's hesitation or what it was exactly. Maybe they felt like, oh, you know, we're not going to make it in time, and then they changed their mind, something like that. But ever since then, they've been looking at, well, just a deficit.
I mean, yeah, the Urn turn in plus the 2 deaths after is what I think really set them behind now. I mean, obviously still continue to look for this Walker down to half HP. Rake in the sky here, trying to do some good damage to the Owl coming on through. He's only at plus 10 at the moment. He's not going to connect this one either, as Taylor comes on in from the side, and that should be another kill for Together to come on through. But they will lose the Walker. Fremont does finish this one off, but it's going to cost him his life most likely.
Interesting. Okay, so there's 2 traits for the Walker at least.
Yeah,
love to see that ambush.
I got all confused. I thought I said Fremont killed the Walker, and I'm like, wait, that doesn't really make sense. But Abraham's get the Walker. Sorry. Leviathan. Oh, I'm all done, man. I am all jet lagged. It was Leviathan getting it on Shiv. I'm gonna shut up now. Dan, you take it away.
2 Walkers to 3. The blue team leads.
So good, Jason. You know, you can use a jet lag excuse. I'll give you another week on that one if you want.
Don't upload your videos to YouTube. Upload to Restream, where we will live stream it to YouTube and all your platforms at once. Get ready for 5 times more engagement and views. Oh, the algorithms love streams and engagement.
We're about to hit the second urn. So the 15-minute urn, positioning on these high ground spots, looking for the buffs first before the urn spawns in. It's looking good here for the Leviathan on that high ground. So now Abraham's kind of making their way across to that left bridge that overlooks the urn. And Victor, in these close quarters, definitely looking to do some good work. Ultimate is available, the shocking reanimation. So again, this front line from Abraham's is really challenging. You got the rabbit hex used there.
He stole the shocker animation, and that's why you see Together immediately just back away as he realizes there's no point in killing him right now. His ult's going to wear off in a few seconds. They also have control of the urn here, more importantly. And they also, at the same time, have Arza pushing the right-hand side. So they have like Lane Prayer on the right-hand side if they can get the urn here quickly. That would be getting them back-to-back dunks. I think also one thing we should talk about when we have time is the fact that you have less stam recovery now when you use the wall jump. Something we've seen quite heavily out of, like we talk about movement in general. Also, Ray goes down to the Jin's mark, man. He is able to take down the old man in the sky there, giving them the man advantage potentially for this urn turn-in. And they're defending it quite well here. You can see it's going to be dunked on in, and that's now 2 urns. And you're looking at a massive soul lead as well on top of that.
Yeah, that's really shifted. It like the last minute and a half shifted enormously. Yeah, and I think that's that sequence there where we saw the challenge from the Freemark on Shiv into Abrams. I think that's like really shows some of the issues here because there's so much front line to get through, and the front line for Leviathan is very thin in comparison. It's basically just Shiv and maybe a little bit Yamato, kind of.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you're trying to see like Leviathan wanting to play from range here with the GT and with the Wraith. I think it's like Wraith has no protection. The Owl coming on through here is going to connect onto. Still waiting. Nice. All right, it hits one. It hits Assassin. It doesn't do anything after that one. But trying to get a catch, and fortunately for Leviathan, not really going to be able to turn it into anything.
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to credit Abrahams there for just a great disengage. They picked a really good timing when Leviathan were looking to collapse, and they just got enough space between Leviathan and themselves to disengage and do so very safely. And so far, Abrahams have been really dictating the macro. With that said, you know, they are down a Walker, but we'll see if they're able to remedy that situation. Leviathan managing to recover some of this deficit, now just about 12k, so not marginal, but not game-breaking in any sense. And there's some time now between the next, now and the next urn objective. So a lot of jungle to clear up on the map and potential opportunities to go for plays, whether it be for picks or to try to prioritize, you know, the wave control, and maybe try to like focus on a Walker here, just like pressure one side of the map. That would be something I think Abrahams would love to do.
I do wonder though, Dan, is there value in Abrahams not extending their lead further right now and trying to keep it just in line? Because if you do so, the next urn won't be a comeback urn, and you can use that one to really be the spring point forward to actually take this map if they continue on this pace.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, it's like just so much control from Abrahams here in this mid position. Yeah, the death ball, kind of a death ball to be honest, with the with all this front line. Looking to drop in for the mid boss off that pick as well, especially with Irizumi very low. No ultimate there for Irizumi. No Yamato in the picture. This is a great setup for a mid boss. The Crystal now dropping from the ceiling. There's a swap that comes on through, but who's going to be able to pick this one up? The Baroness is going to be occupied for now, and it's going to be Abrahams all over this one. 2 crystals claimed against the 1 for Leviathan. Leviathan doing a good job to challenge this one.
Orsi is going to use that crystal, unfortunately, on the doorman as he does res back on up here. And Abrahams, I mean, they're not too healthy. Empty Dreams low, Saints low as well, but Arzo's here and he's looking for damage, and Freemox is going to fall again to the Jin's mark, and that pop doing some crazy amount of damage. And I think Rake's going to fall here after as well. This is going to be Abrahams picking up multiple kills, but they have to be careful to protect their 1 remaining crystal because Sonic Sniper has consumed 1 of them. I think they're going to be relatively safe here for now. Sorry, no, the task goes down as well, so no rejuice left now for Abrahams. But the thing is, with a minute left to go here, and the extra income they had from that, there is the world that they can take this turn and dunk it. And I don't think they have quite the lead right now for it to be a comeback just yet. I just think he's just trying to buy some time here, but he's still going to fall.
Yeah, this is a challenging situation right now for Leviathan. They were starting to catch up a little bit, but then, I mean, good timing on the mid-boss there from Abrahams, taking full advantage. Everyone in position on mid to just go for the drop on it. Pretty well done. Oh, look at this. Cosmetical gifting a sub. Shout out to Cosmetical. And again, I mean, at least for Leviathan, I gotta say, they have that Walker advantage. That is helpful to have.
Can I counterpoint you on that?
Counter me.
A bit. I mean, because having the Walker is great, right? Because they were able to actually push up to the base gardens. The waves they kept shoved into that lane. You see the base gardens down to almost half HP. But also, that does mean that the lead that we're currently seeing for Abrahams, or the deficit that Leviathan has, is actually going to be much bigger when we finally see Abrahams go for that first walker.
True.
And I don't think the economy's quite there yet to make use of that flex slot just yet. But it obviously is going to be very painful for Abrahams having to continue to monitor that lane, especially when you could have a Shrine being backdoored after those Guardians. But I don't think Abraham's going to give them the opportunity more, as we see them start to group on this left-hand side looking for their own walker.
Well, interestingly, we're going to get a look at least at the first comeback earn. Almost a 20k advantage now for Abrahams. It was 15k when the urn spawned. And back in the Baroness Hotel you go, Victor, but they're going to be able to convert on this one. Victor does have shocking reanimation, so... Oh, do you really want to trigger that? But actually able to... Is he actually going to survive this? Okay, there it is. Shocking reanimation. They're going to go for the finish here. Is there any assistance coming? I don't know that there is really. Victor might be in trouble if they can try to lock him down, but using the verticality of getting, scaling the rooftop really effectively to get out of this fight. And in the meantime, the urn has been collected by Leviathan. And again, this is a comeback urn for them. But here is the trade. The walker on the other side of the map will be claimed by Abrahams.
And it's such a perfect walker to go for too, Dan, because it's on the side of the urn turn-in. So a really good call being made here to shove that one on through. Means they can take the walker and back into the urn territory. But Leviathan, they have a man advantage. I think this could be a really important factor. Not to mention, Together's not even here. Neither is Arzo. I think this can be a free turn-in, but I think instead Abraham's going to turn this into a walker, take on the right-hand side and go 3 for 3 in walkers.
Yeah, this would be, I mean, again, you're giving up an urn, which is not great, but if they're able to play up against a 2v0 walker advantage, that's pretty nice in terms of map control. It gives them more options to be able to recover, but you can see the defense there is, it's enough. It would have slowed things down. OC's is 22k souls. He's looking pretty strong Wraith, so they're going to fall back out of that one, and there might be a pursuit here. Side looking for this one. There's the ambush straight onto Victor. So Together we'll get out of there. Doesn't have his ultimate up at the moment, and wanting to take full advantage of that, Side gets blocked.
I think there was a debuff remover initially out of Together to stop the gap close. But we can already see Yamato extremely low on HP. Size being chased down as well. He's going to fall. And 2 quick kills here for Abrahams, potentially into a third, as OCs has finally showed up here towards the fight at 23,000 souls, doing fairly well. And considering they took down Arzo, the biggest stacked player on the side of Abrahams at 29,000 souls. That's a big win for Leviathan, even though they lost out on 2 players. That means Arzo's down for a minute of time. It means he's not farming for a minute of time, more importantly, but you need to respect the rest of Abrahams. You cannot afford to lose players here after that advantage.
Yeah, God, it's so solid, this lineup. I mean, one of the things that makes Silva really good is that Silva has picks. With the Bola, Silva can find a lot of kills, and the burst damage is so powerful that it can set up these opening windows to get really quick kills before there's too much of a response. And we see it in action there from Sanya Sniper. And despite the slow start from Empty Dreams on Celeste, I think leading the server right now in terms of souls, or is it Arzo? Arzo actually a little bit ahead, but otherwise looking really healthy. OCs has a lot of lifting to do here.
He does, and I don't know if he's kind of at the point where he could do the lifting himself. Again, with such a squishy front line, with basically as we talked about before, with Yamato, with Shiv, it's really difficult to have protection. You have to play so careful when you have an Abrams who can run at you, a Victor who can run at you, even a Silver who can catch you off guard. And I also do wonder, is Saint even building towards a Phantom Strike here, making his job even more difficult? But Abrams have shown they can just chew through the front line of Leviathan. And unfortunately for OCs, he is quite far behind Arzo. And I think Arzo just wins these 1v1s on Mirage right now until OCs can get a couple more items built up.
Yeah, it's definitely, again, it's actually really problematic because one thing that really benefits a Mirage is having a frontline like this very, very strong, because it gives Mirage all the ability in the world to position around the fights to do maximum damage and really not be harassed. And that, I think, is a really big issue for Leviathan. It's very easy to catch Talon. It's very easy to catch Sinclair or potentially OCs or Overseas. Like, all of these guys are pretty kind of weak. There's not a lot of direct support and disruption that can help them if they get targeted or focused. So be very cautious about that.
The movement. I'll say this though, I'll give ZP credit. I don't think Freemox is the best Shiv EU. I want to lean towards Cosmetical, but Freemox movement is pretty damn good when it comes to Shiv. You've seen like all the bounce he's doing, but even when not coming to the escapes, the fact that he can move so well to really capitalize on these boxes as quickly as possible, to have as little downtime as possible is definitely brilliant. But we're getting the Urn spawning one more time here, Dan, at 25 minutes. Another comeback Urn once again here. Last one was given up and Leviathan were able to secure it, but they did lose 2 walkers for it. And Abrahams have grouped up on the right-hand side to do the exact same thing they did before, of going for that walker and then blocking the Urn if they can.
Yeah, really smart play. And the salt disparity is kind of where it was in the last turn about 5 minutes ago, so 20k difference. So that hasn't changed too much. And looking to force the mid boss here. Okay, very interesting. Do you drop the Urn? I mean, you got to do it. If you want to challenge this, you have to go in now.
They have Shroud Transformation. This is really risky of Abrahams, and if anything, they should back away. It seems like that's exactly what they're going to be doing. They know exactly where Yamato is going to be now, off to the side with the Urn in the middle of this battle. Has to be so careful, finally dropping down the Urn. The battle's continuing, and Empty Dreams has initially gone on down here, so Leviathan with a good start, they can continue this momentum. Saint's low on HP, Together's low on HP as well. The Bird hits 2, Son is down below half HP, and Tass able to at least capitalize on a kill into Freemok. It looks so good to start with for Leviathan, but now they're dropping like flies, losing Freemok and Overseas together.
Doors proving useful as ever, sometimes for both teams. Everybody very low here for Abrahams. As the fight over the mid boss continues, really good disruption from Leviathan. This is such a pivotal moment for them. Full 4 players up here still for them.
Refresher.
Leviathan really looking to try to flip this situation. OC's still quite strong as well. Don't know how he's doing on the cooldowns, but with Sign out, getting these 1v1s, that is definitely where you want a Yamato to be. And they've managed to run the disruption play, but they haven't maybe converted maybe quite as they would. If they would be able to actually force a mid-boss, get it, that would be huge here. But it just feels like there still could be too much of a threat from Abrahams for them to really go for it.
I mean, I think Leviathan honestly did a fairly good job here because they traded 3 for 3. But more importantly, they kept Abrahams from taking the mid-boss here. The thing is, they're running back for the Urn. Shroud Transformation's not up anymore, and honestly, Abrahams could use this as a time to capitalize and finish this one off, even though they're still going to be down 2 players. The Urn is continuing to move on cost, and I think Abrahams, they have to be going for mid-boss right now. This is such an easy opportunity for them, but I think they're going to respect the fact that they're not too confident, and it is the best one at the end of the day here, Dan, so you don't want to lose the game just because of going for mid-boss and having it as a throw.
I have to say, right now, Jason, Leviathan are threading the needle, because with that mid-boss engagement, like you said, it was very sketchy, but they managed to get that 3v3, just like you mentioned, and now they're getting the Urn. But that, like you said, is also a risk, because Abrahams could have jumped on top of the mid-boss if that's something that, you know, they felt like they could just chance. And if they would chance it and the variance goes their way, they're getting a mid-boss. Game's over, pretty much. Or at least very heavily in Abrahams' favor. So Leviathan cutting corners, taking risks to try to get back into this game. Right now, as Freemok is under a lot of pressure, and there is his Slice and Dice doing a lot of damage, but now the Lycan Curse comes out, and that surely should help to finish things off, even against a Shiv. Or is it enough? I don't know. Freemok is still alive.
He's done some good damage, man, with the Slice and Dice, with the counter spell as well. It's spot time for Osis to get here to get an initial kill, and Osis is on a rampage now, 31,000 souls. That's the refresher. Shocking Reanimation now down. Gav's not going to have this one up, so they can potentially kill him for good, but he's also on a kill streak. And Freemok is doing some serious work with 2 down to Leviathan, only being, what, 8K behind? This has been a massive turnaround, and Osis has closed that distance up against Arzo and started to hit some stride here with Rico and with Mercurial Magnum. He's starting to put out some really good work here and some really good damage. And are they going to do this one, Dan? They do have Irizumi with the Rabbit Hex. They don't have Sai here. They're going to looking to lock this one down, and Abrahams aren't in position to go for the contest on it.
Yeah, this is probably the best opportunity they're going to have. And Abrahams might be forced to challenge this. We are even on souls right now. Leviathan slowly but surely coming back here and now making the play for the mid-boss. And it's a full heal for OCs on that one as they capture all 3 crystals. And this is the pivot moment here for Leviathan, picking up the mid-boss after, I would say, 5 to 10 minutes of being behind. And Taz gets assassinated by Overseas, and suddenly OCs has truly come online, and we haven't really talked about him in this game, Jason. OCs, he's been a little quiet last week. You know, he didn't have the best performances, but OCs is an insanely good carry player.
He is, and we've always talked about Leviathan as being a team revolving around him, but I think we've seen in recent times, like Freemok and Rig, or Rig in particular being added to the roster, has alleviated some of that pressure that OCs has to always perform in these games. But you said something, Dan, just now about Leviathan being behind for the last 5 to 10 minutes. I want to bring up a soul differential because I'm pretty sure they've been behind, I think, for the entire game so far, and they still have yet to breach the gap. Okay, so they were ahead for a split second there early on in the game, but man, it has been pretty much all Abrahams. And for them to hold on like this and pick their moments to fight, thinking back to the last 2 urns they were able to dung, the contest on mid boss, and Freemok, I think, find a lot of freedom for his team with the damage he's been doing with his slice and dices, but also the survivability he's been able to show. Leviathan had bounced back, and that lead is just, it was almost 25,000 at one point, and it's gone.
Yeah, it's really incredible the ways that they've held on. You know, maintaining the Walker advantages all throughout, despite being down on those deficits. I think that really helped them significantly, but does get collected this time for Leviathan, and certainly with the heavy front line, we have seen some of those fights be more favorable, or at least go better for Abrahams. And this is a moment where they really need to, they would want to try to contest this, but it doesn't look like they're all that interested. I mean, obviously with the rejuves available, it would ultimately be a losing fight, so can't blame them. But I think that just goes to show the helplessness that they're currently in right now for Abrahams, and what are they going to do to like bring this game back? How do they nerf OCs?
I don't think you can anymore unless, I mean, maybe we can check in with Saint, because I haven't actually noticed if you took Phantom Strike yet. Because Phantom Strike, I think, has insane value in this game, considering there's a Grey Talon and there's a Wraith.
Feel free to give
And
up
speaking of Wraith,
anytime.
Ars goes down once again. He's able to set a trap with his team. And Arzo has been on a death streak. Yes, he doesn't have Phantom Strike, and I think Phantom Strike would be such a decent win against OCs to really shut it down. Obviously, Warpstone helps quite a bit. But Saint, I feel like he's been just shoulder charging whatever he can hit at this point, and not really too focused about the back lines. And I think that's again where I was talking about Freemok before. He's been eating a lot of these abilities. He's been doing a lot of damage, and he's been more importantly surviving, making it easier for OCs to have space and Rake to have space to do damage.
Very interesting stuff. I wonder if we could get a look at the damage at some point. Production could pull that up. We could see kind of who's doing the most output, and you can see from this that actually, you know, I guess not too surprisingly, Talon and Shiv leading the way for Leviathan, and maybe more surprisingly so for some people, Taz on Paradox actually leading the server with with his damage.
Yeah, Paradox does a lot of damage, man. I think the worrying thing is that Saint's only at 10k, and he's like way behind the Sinclair, which, to be fair, Sinclair can do a lot of damage with Vaccine bolts, and you have the safety as well, but for your Abrams to be so low is definitely painful. As now we're gonna see the Shrine starting to go down here. Finally, the Reju being used by Overseas. I think that was mostly due to the fact that, actually no, we did have a decent amount of time left on it, but they do consume the last 2 charges back to full HP. They take the base gardens, they get a Shrine as well, and Leviathan are in the driver's seat. Look at the lead they now have, about 25k here, 32 minutes in. I didn't really think Leviathan was gonna be able to bounce back with the lead Abrams had before, but my lord, they are doing so. 40k
Yeah.
Shiv. Oh my god.
Yeah, very very challenging to be up against OCs here. Using high ground really well. I feel like that's something that gets underestimated by a lot of players, is high ground usage. Maybe, you know, not the pros necessarily, but you know, your average player. All right, so the entire jungle in the bottom half of the map is completely cleaned up. Abrahams, they've got nothing else to do but to go forwards.
Maybe get a catch on Freemok, but again, it is Freemok and it is Shiv. So who's really the one being caught here? As he goes back on in. So it's nice, ready to go once again. Does get a connection onto 2, man. This escalating exposure plus Boundless and Unstoppable is even Healbane and like the Dispel Magic on top of that. He's so slippery and has so much damage. He's gonna dash on through once again. Sound is gonna be blown on up here in the mana advantage back to Leviathan. You have mid boss in just under a minute of time. You have Urn in about 1 minute and 20, and OC's just going full W onto this team, forcing Arzo right back in his own base.
Even though, you know, things will turn a bit more into the OC show into the late game, I feel like, you know, if it's a case of Leviathan win this one, and I'm voting an MVP, I probably think Freemok, based on his contributions throughout with Shiv. But we're getting back into another base assault here, looking to finish the job. Leviathan don't have any Rejuve crystals for this, but they don't feel like they need them. Okay, maybe they do. They're out. They're gone. I mean,
like
Mid-boss is spawning, so yeah, you gotta go for it.
I think it's worth going for that. Maybe even worth going for an Urn turn in too, because it's still going to fall within the time that you have the Rejuve crystals. and then go for like one last buy and then potentially the finishing move. And Abrahams are being quite strangled here in terms of farm. So you already pointed out there's nothing left to take on their side of the map in the jungle before, and the camps are slowly coming back up. But Abrahams, do you just go for the contest here? I feel like it's almost worth it, because realistically, are you gonna be able to defend being down 30, almost 40k behind Leviathan? And I would say not really. As we do see the engage coming on through, Taylor gonna be leading the charge. Remember, he does have refresher and stopping being used by Freemock as well. And the Reju Crystal's gonna be starting to go in the way of Leviathan as they get the initial 2 as Saint falls, and the 3rd as well. Abrahams, they go for the contest, but they get shut on down here. And Dan, it looks like Leviathan will be advancing through to play against a low-key W in our finals.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what a turnaround from them. You got to really respect how some of the risks that they took, the corners that they cut to be in with a chance to actually be in this position to win. And again, amazing performances from Freemock throughout. I think, again, he's kind of like the solo front line in this team. And so he had a lot of focus fire on him at all times. You know, it'd be very interesting to see actually the damage taken statistic. I don't think did we have damage taken?
I think we maybe have that. If we have time
Okay.
before the Hidden King does fall. There's a possibility that we have it.
Okay, we don't think that we have that.
I'm not giving it to you guys. You gotta wait for the end screen because this game's over.
I think what's so crazy about that match though, Dan, is that even though the game changed quite a bit when it came to urns, the quote-unquote old meta of heroes still reigns supreme, of like very high damage, high bursty, not going for that tanky front line that we saw in like a previous meta. And Leviathan, I mean, they lose the initial 2 urns. They did take a walker fairly early on, but they just held on long enough that their damage came online. And
I think it was the 20-minute mark where they were still 20k behind, and that was when they started to find the mid challenge, the mid boss challenge, which really turned things around, or began to do so. So really, really good stuff by them. I think I feel like Sai did a great job on Yamato as well. I think this early.
You were in that
harass-
first turn, right?
well, he
No,
ran
I
the
don't
first one that they
remember.
got, I believe.
Sorry, he ran the first comebacker in for Leviathan. So if you're looking at the score, we're at 10-minute mark. Leviathan is up. 12-minute mark, we're tied. 15-minute mark, Abraham start to really pull away. Where does this all flip?
I think, as Dan was saying, it was around the mid boss, like the contest against Abraham's not allowing them to really get it for free. I think it was the second mid boss, if I'm not mistaken. It pulled Abraham's back. It also forced them to give up that urn. I think it was the second urn that we saw that side turned in. They gave it up for free, and I think maybe that was like the big turning point for them. But also, not to mention, like Freemock did hit a point where he was relatively unkillable with his like innate movement of him as a player plus Shiv, plus the fact that the damage he was doing, the build he had of like escalating, he had counterspell, dispel, magic, unstoppable. He had so much sustainability and survivability, more importantly, that I think Abraham's invested a lot of resources to take him down, and they couldn't even do that.
Overseas got a lot of love for the chat for this play. That was the contest at the first mid boss, and you can see at this point it is about a 16, 17k differential. You pull it back in the next 20 minutes, and somebody said I stepped away for 5, and now it's 30k behind for the Abrahams. If you're looking, Freemock was of course getting a lot of the attention, but Overseas on the Wraith looking way better than we've seen the Wraith in the past. Is she now gonna be in our lobbies more often, DDK?
You sell on your website, Amazon, and beyond. We ship your orders, powered by Amazon's trusted logistics network. With real-time tracking, even on weekends. And that's trusted by your customers already. Ground shipping for your business by Amazon. Amazon Shipping. You sell it, we ship it.
Was off of the back line for Leviathan because he was against the Shiv against the Abrams, the Victor, and also Sanya Sniper on Silver. Sanya Sniper played really well, I thought, on Silver.
Yeah, I think in the early game for sure he had a lot of impact. You can see like 4 and 12 had was at 16 kill participation across the board, one of the highest on his team. Tied with Tass here at 16, but he was really impactful early on. But he definitely fell off as the game progressed further on. I think one thing you can't really underestimate is, I mean, we didn't really talk about Rake too much, but he put up 40,500 damage. He had the most damage on his team.
Yeah.
You look at Saint at almost 15k, Sonya at 30k, together at 24k. Arzo, I think that's the crazy one, is that Arzo, who had the most souls on his team, the entire game and had a big lead over like the likes of OCs, only had 23,000 damage done. That with Ricochet, with toxic bullets, with escalating, that should not be a thing. And whether that's due to the fact that Leviathan were able to focus him down quite quickly and easily to keep him out of his fights, or he just didn't have the safety to go for like damage, it's a big miss, I think, for him to not have more damage done.
Was he just purely going for farm the entire time? Because when we checked in, Taz is sitting at 34K and he was down at 21,000, Dan. He finishes at just 23.2. He must have been dead the entire time.
Yeah, Ozzy was in the side lanes a lot, which is what you would expect from Mirage. I think Mirage, again, you expect to come online in the later portions of the game when Mirage is farmed up, and you want to see also Mirage maybe like creating a lot of split push pressure. But something else we have to remember is that Abrahams, despite having the big lead that they did, Leviathan were actually doing a better job on the side lanes. They were up walkers the entire game, despite at some points being 30k souls down. They were still up walkers. So the macro game was better overall from Leviathan, and that was a question that I had if I went back to watch the demo. You know, where was the value that Ozzy was trying to find on those side lanes, and was that a part of the composition that was a problem for Abrahams, that they weren't able to as effectively split push?
I do want to say though, Leviathan did I think a relatively good job shutting him down. There was multiple times that he was farming one of these side lanes, and they had like a 3-man gank squad to shut him down. So like the global presence out of him was kind of non-existent, and they did take him out of. He only had 4 deaths, but it felt like he honestly had more. And I think, you know, you have to give credit to Leviathan to prevent him from really running away with the game.
Can we give a shout out to Joe Nathan 811, who points out 3 less kills and 40k up. Is that all from Earns, Dan, for those that missed game number 1?
Was it all from Earns?
I mean,
How
Earns
many
are worth
Earns?
more later in the game for sure. They got I think 2 in the end. I think it was like 2 for 2. I think a lot of it was also maybe like jungle control. I think they were taking away a lot more camps than the Abraham, especially in the later stages of the game. They were obviously like farming waves pretty well too. And I think a lot of the times we did see Abrahams grouped up like in mid lane, or grouped like having too many players together, meaning that you split the souls in that wave not as ideally. And Leviathan kept themselves spread quite more consistently, so they're able to keep up in souls and eventually pull ahead in souls towards the end.
Chat's talking about the Earn drama. It's way better than what it was when we were all fighting in the middle of the map. So let's smile as we take a look at your MVP. He goes by the name of Shiv, aka the best in EU, according to ZP. Freemock does it better than anyone else. 4 kills, 4 deaths, 7 assists, but he was fighting for nearly all 33 minutes of this game. Dan, as we take a look at his performance, what stood out while watching the Shiv player?
I think, you know, Freemock was extremely aggressive. You know, there are points where I think after this kill, he's so aggressive that, and he does get this kill, but the entire rest of the team starts to gank him. Ended up being value for the macro because, again, Freemock was so aggressive in so many of these positions and attracted so much attention. It actually gave opportunities to the rest of his team, even in spots where he died. And, you know, just making sure that as a Shiv, like he's just constantly pumping the damage. The slice and dice, you know, does enormous amounts, especially, you know, with all the spirit damage, because it makes you more spirit vulnerable. That it ended up being the case that Freemock was staying really competitive on the damage output. Like all throughout the game, he was having impact when it mattered the most.
Why are all of our highlights him just standing around a dead Victor ready to counterspell and then just farming the shit? I swear, he had better clips than this, but I'm respecting.
Lotu's like, I promise I'm not gonna miss this Victor kill. He hates Victor. Shout out to Lotu, the Victor hater. Shiv with some big plays, and we don't expect it to end right here because now, Dan, we're going to a best of 3, and I don't think you're gonna waste all of your bans on a Shiv, are you?
Probably not. No, probably not. Yeah, there's definitely stuff that's higher up on the list.
It's going to be good. Kaplan, we're going to take a look here at our bracket and update everybody with how the tournament works. If you're new here, you're going to be casting with ZP for the EU finals. Why should people stick around to watch Leviathan?
Because Cosmetical is going to pick Shiv and show ZP that he's the best Shiv in EU. And if he does so and they win, I will add the emote that he wants, the 17 emote, into chat for him. So you heard it here, Cosmetical in chat. Is he going to do it? He better. Or he's a wuss.
You're going to add an emote for Cosmetical? Something about a bottle? I don't know what it is.
No, it's more of a bug emote.
Bugamo, incredible. We've got 7,700 of you hanging out with us on twitch.tv, even more over on YouTube, and we want to celebrate that this is episode 40, and that was just the appetizer. DDK, final thoughts on our EU Challenger battle.
This was great. I actually really liked how this game played out. Much more regular deadlock. You know, that last time was a bit crazy. So I'm excited, man. I think the games are getting better and better, like week in, week out. I think the teams are feeling more and more jazzed and putting more and more time in. And they have to, because it's really hard to win right now. So super stoked to see the Shiv battle. That's for sure.
Yeah, ZP was gone for the first hour. He was sorting out the open bracket, which is going to be happening on Friday. Reminder, we have matches coming at you Friday, Saturday, and Sunday here on the night shift. Walmart and Intel combining for a $12,000 prize pool. And on top of all of that, we are entrepreneurs here at the night shift. This is a 10 to 12 person owned company, and DDK just launched a second company today after working with our friends at Shopify. He's been coding like a madman. DDK, as we go to break, what is metal?
So it's probably not relevant for the audience here, but it's I've created a tool for day
these
traders.
kids are rich.
So you can just check out my Twitter if you want to see that. But yeah, if you're into day trading, then it might be for you.
DDK Esports on Twitter. Check it out during the break. We'll be back with more Deadlock. It's episode 40. And we're back. We got an upgrade on the right side of your screen. Welcome in, ZP. Actually, we just shifted Kaplan to the middle. Jason, we just saw an exciting opening battle of Leviathan battling back.
And wow. Wait, that was an incredible amount of shade. Like, that was shots fired like in a spread. Like, good lord.
I talk crap about COD, so he can have one. He can have one.
Yeah. Honestly, if you just would have let me show an ankle, guys, we have a surprise that I'm not allowed to talk about. And if we just could have shown one ankle, none of this hatred would be coming out. Kaplan, instead, though, we're talking Leviathan in a finals match against Low-Key W. Exciting stuff for the opener. For those that missed it, what did you learn about the new earn system?
Well, before I get to that, I just didn't want to show the ankle because I want to be introduced to this. So let's show it. Who is this ankle? No, okay.
I don't think production's ready.
No, I don't want them to be ready. No, hey, ooh, that is a fine
flexible host right there. 40 and nimble, ladies. Let's dive into this one. ZP, we've got our format ready, and we've of course just started the show, so we're here on EU. We're going to be diving into that Low-Key W Leviathan discussion, but first, can we zoom in? Chat called this out, and I think it's a very appropriate question. What the hell is the new Melee Creeps logo? Was it like someone drew a black finger like pointing and then decided to add like a cat on top of the thumb? No. Is it a cat in a suit? Is it a trooper with a gun? There's been a lot of discussion.
It is a cat in a suit, much like the old Melee Creeps logo, but stylized by longtime friend of the show, Milkbox, who creates incredible art.
Milkbox, we love Milkbox.
And the cat is carrying a bat because the cat is getting ready to just pummel the competition, presumably.
Understood. So we need to outline the bat a little bit to kind of differentiate it from the suit. When we put it on big screen, it makes way more sense. Milk Frog, thank you for all of your incredible artwork. Melee Creeps getting an upgrade. And of course, we're told they're going to stop losing for the 8th week in a row after winning DSI. Before we dive into that, though, we got to get to EU. Let's go back. Let's go all the way back. Kaplan, talk to me about this Leviathan theme. They are taking on the returning champions in Low-Key W. What do you think about our challengers tonight?
You know what? ZP, I had them counted out around like the 10-15 minute mark when we saw like the first urn just go the way of Abrahams. There was like 0 contests. Abrahams had a massive lead, but I have to give them credit, man. They stuck to it. Fremont looks so good on his Shiv. I think, honestly, if he wasn't on Shiv, I don't think they would have bounced back in that game, is what I'm going to put it down to. But this team, I mean, they've made some changes. They've swapped some things around when it comes to like roles, even though here they did go back to more of their normal style of having Fremont play more of a frontliner or having Sai on the Yamato as well. I think this team has shown they're willing to make changes. They're willing to play different things, but it's also fun to go back to your tried and tested lineups. Like, maybe OCs with Wraith isn't necessarily a good example, but Fremont on Shiv for sure is one of those examples that we could use. So this team, they're looking good. I think they haven't really cracked the equation, though. It's been such a long time since they won back in shift number 35, but they did have a streak here in the night shift between 28 and 31. And this team was always beating the likes of like Fearless Furies, but they would lose to Abrahams or they would lose to other teams. But ZP, you know, after seeing that match, I feel like we truly do have a 3-horse race here in EU now.
Ooh, return to the top of the new meta.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting, too, because, I mean, look, a lot of people are worried for Leviathan being like, I don't know, man, they're like one more bad match from disband. It's been a rough month for Leviathan, but they bounced back. Also, frankly, when I'm talking about Leviathan here, I'm just going to say they didn't make the mistake of picking the Mirage character. I am 100% on the Mirage haters club at the moment. If you count DSI since this weekend, he is 3-17. Objectively, he probably improved a bit by the fact that you can spread out the map more with the earn change that happened, but I still will argue pretty fiercely that I think Mirage has been like very, very heavily overvalued in the pro scene over the last few days. And, you know, the number one thing Leviathan did in that game, just don't pick Mirage. You've instantly upgraded your win percentage by an enormous amount.
We just saw OC's able to win a game on Wraith. Overseas was playing the Doorman. Does Doorman make it in after seeing all of the bans? Mr. ZP, you are watching quite a bit of DSI with our watch party live.
I mean, Doorman, it's kind of interesting. Like, he's more likely to make it in just because he's not public enemy number 1 anymore. Public enemy number 1 is Pocket, where no one really wants to play against Pocket. Also, when Pocket did get played, he was 100% win rate. Like, Pocket has just evolved into, oh yeah, if you play against this hero, you lose the new earn changes. definitely a part of that, even with the more spread out earn. But yeah, but anytime you have a new #1 banned hero, like Pocket basically took the place of where Doorman was in the bans. Like before, it always had to be the second team banning Doorman, otherwise first team would pick it. So as a result, Doorman is more freed up to be picked in these drafts.
That is a look at Leviathan. You just saw a sample of what they're bringing to the table, but I have no idea what to expect from our returning champions. Low-key W on a 2-week streak, make it 3. Openkim, Listic, Cosmetical, Vrake, Hoot, and Zergy. And you saw Cosmetical and Hoot all over the chat earlier. They're excited to play. Zergy's been playing Wraith before she was good. Now we see what she can do in a game. What's the expectation for Zergy tonight, Kaplan? We mentioned Seven is back in the mix and considered S tier if you're looking over on tracklog.gg.
You know, no hate to tracklog.gg, but, you know, it was slightly bolstered by the fact that you would have a fight mid lane every 5 minutes, and Stormcloud's kind of OP early on in the game, especially later on in the game as well, if you can just get the unstoppable. So I think it's definitely misleading, and I don't think necessarily going to be seeing Seven. I think Wraith could be a hotly contested pick, though, between these two teams, but also Zergy has the backup of playing Viper, and Zergy's been playing a pretty damn good Viper. I would say the best Viper in EU, actually, out of everyone we've seen, you know, using it, which has basically only been him, to be honest. I think the one tough part for Loki W, though, ZP, looking at the DSI event over the weekend, is that we did see on the finals day, I wasn't sure about the first day on Saturday, they had to play without Vrake, and they played with Hapex, which is quite a big change, I think, in terms of pool. I think Hapex was playing a lot of like Rem, for instance, in particular. So this team needs to kind of go back to what they know here with Vrake on the team, who's been playing a really good frontliner. Like his Apollo last few weeks, though we're probably not seeing Apollo today, has been really good.
You know, I will give credit to Hapex, though, in that regard. Like, Hapex came in and was kind of a demon on Rem. I think Hapex played Rem every single game. The problem was, and why Loki W probably wasn't at full strength in that day, is that, like, when you look to Vrake, you'd be like, okay, Vrake, you can play Lash. Especially against some of the comps that Melee Creeps was playing, and Vrake not being around just really hurt Loki W's ability to play certain heroes. So they're very, very thankful to have him back in the roster here today.
There's a look at the lineup. Hoot on a Gray Talon. True or false? We're going to see it in the best of 3, ZP.
Pretty likely. I mean, Hoot's been playing the hero more. I think the hero is actually, like, post-patch better than he was before. I mean, his mobility in the air is, like, a lot better. His actual uptime on Rain of Arrows is near 100%. And you still have all the benefits of Owl for being able to, you know, control tempo on the map. So, yeah, I think Hoot on GT is a distinct possibility, depending on the draft.
It could happen. Chat, who do you want to see in the new meta? Who have you been playing with, and who do you hate to lane against? I have banned the little guy, Rem, from as many games as I can. I think you called it the tag along, maybe the most annoying function in the game. Kaplan, though, we saw Billy and Pocket banned out by Leviathan in the previous round. What do you expect to see here as the opening 2 bans?
I wouldn't be surprised to see Billy once again. I think Loki W always do have the opportunity to play an Abrams if they wanted to, with Listic, one of the best in the business when it comes to Abrams in particular. But I think the interesting thing, though, with Victor being taken away, now it's...
What are we going to do for Shiv highlights?
Silver? Do you want to leave Doorman? Do you want to leave Pocket? Like, there's so many opportunities of different heroes they could, take away here. And they go for the Pocket. So, yeah, I don't think... Are we just not going to see a Pocket today, ZP? I feel like we're not.
No, probably not.
I mean, going Billy.
Yeah, I think if you're Leviathan, you pick Billy. Again, not to belabor the win rate stats too much, but Billy won a lot, and it makes for good reason. He got a gigaton buff to his HP pool, and you're more grouped together than you've ever been in your life. Instead, though, they're going to go Doorman, and this, I actually question this a little bit. Like, even though Doorman I still think is, like, really strong, puts out a ton of damage, Loki W, Billy was one of their favorite picks in this meta. They're almost certainly going to go Billy +1, and, you know, frankly, I would just go Billy Silv. No, you could go Shiv, I think, to deny free mock, but you also... okay, they go Paradox. That's interesting. It may be Paradox Billy, but...
To take it away from Taz? What's going on? Taz isn't here. I don't understand why you're going Paradox.
It's just stronger with the way Earn fights are going down right now. Like, Time Bomb is way, way better on top of, like, Paradox just being a stronger hero. And going Wraith, this is wild. Like, Zergy looks really good on Wraith, but you just gave up a lot in terms of frontline. Like, Leviathan, they could respond to this and just
Billy
go, like, Shiv Silver. Yeah.
Question, though, like, what else is in OC's bag? Because we knew Mina was his main. His Wraith seemed to be a backup. So what is OC's plan now?
He's played Warden, I believe, as well the last few weeks. I mean, the thing is, there's even your hated Lady Geist you could play, though I don't think we're going to see it. There's a lot of heroes he can't play.
She's been replaced by Mirage. I feel like Mirage is the new Lady Geist, right? ZP statistically.
Yeah,
And there is the great talent.
Geist right now, when you talk to pro players, I just don't think Geist does enough currently. Like that's basically where it begins and ends. Like people are just like not a fan of Geist. Even like pub win rate has been in the tank. GT though is interesting because okay, you've Loki W invest a lot to not go with the Billy in the beginning. Instead they go last. Like this is actually really wild given the amount that Billy was just straight up winning over the weekend and his current level of power. The not see either team pick Billy in this first round is like frankly blowing my mind a little bit.
The fact that Cosmetical has yet to pick Shiv. I told him he has a 7 TV emote on the line here if you pick Shiv and they win. Which
He's
is obviously
scared.
more important than the prize pool for sure than the 1250. Come on. Like having a 7
Yeah,
TV
it's
emote
game
on the
one.
channel.
This is the best of 3. You got plenty of time to earn your money.
Also, ZP said in the break he's willing to wax off his eyebrows if Cosmetical plays Shiv.
100%. He said it, guys. ZP will do just his left eyebrow.
Oh God, can you imagine that? That just wouldn't be good. That would be
imagine
good for everyone else's entertainment. It'd be less
It
good
looks
for
good
me.
for Lash, bro. I love Paradox being meta, says Tobel99. I don't know if I agree with that. Paradox is kind of annoying.
I mean, she dropped out of the meta for what felt like quite a long time, considering she was 100% the meta up until that point, up until like a few months ago. So it was nice to see a drought of Paradox. Thing is, the swaps out of Paradox, they play out differently than they used to in the past, but it still is a
At Tully BMW of Nashua, we're proud to be your dealership. As a local business, we work hard every day to create the best experience for our customers. We have a great selection of new and pre-owned BMWs to choose from, and we're here to help before, during, and after your purchase, making sure you enjoy the full value of your investment. Call us today or visit us online at tullybmwnashua.com and drive happy.
Image on top of it. Like I may actually hate the latter half of the Leviathan draft right now. I mean, on the upside, they got Doorman Mo combos, but Loki W, they got Billy, Celeste. They didn't get punished at all for the higher priority on like Paradox and Wraith. Like, I'm looking at Loki W drafted thinking that they are going to run away with this one, frankly.
Now, I had to allow the word testicle because somebody put their left one on Leviathan to win, despite the chat saying this is a terrible draft for Leviathan. They walked away with the W in game number 1. Kaplan, would you put a body part on Leviathan's comp right now, or do you feel it for Loki W after our first 11 picks?
I mean, I've been trying to put ZP's eyebrows up for the last 2 years, and I can't even get that to happen. There ain't no way I'm putting my own body part up for grabs here. I don't know, man. Like ZP, you said you don't like the latter half of Leviathan's draft. Neither do I, honestly.
Yeah, Venator used to be good, right?
Imagine a world where Grey Talon gets up to like plus 100 less than 10 minutes in because of owling these combos. And that's it. That's the only like win condition I'm seeing right now.
I mean, I think Ven is quite good at the moment. I think some of the changes have been to his benefit. I think we saw Ven like have a lot of good performances, but I mean the supporting cast here, no, like given that they're going against Loki W, like Leviathan cannot win an even team fight in this comp. Like they have to be significantly far ahead. I think also Celeste going this late into the draft may be criminal. I mean, maybe I'm a little bit biased because of seeing what Do was able to do in melee creeps, where it was some of the best Celeste play I think we've seen maybe ever. But I'm looking at this draft, it just feels like a complete mismatch to me.
Do isn't here. Celeste is, though. ZP, can we talk a little bit about your expectations? As the chat is breaking it down, they don't have a lot of high hopes for Leviathan. Is this supposed to be a Loki W clean game number 1? And does a mid-boss get taken by 10 minutes was a question. I don't think that's happening, right?
Probably not. I mean, the mid-boss now spawns at minute 0. Short of pub games a few minutes after the patch, it's a pretty hard prospect to simply grab mid-boss that early. It's kind of neat that there's a possibility. I mean, maybe if you get a hero that's more like Ursa in terms of like higher damage output, like technically Haze has fixation, but something that does even more damage early on. I don't think you're seeing mid-boss pre-10 on a regular basis, but you never know.
Understood. All right, final thoughts here on our drafts. Who won, Kaplan, and how big of a difference is the comp? Who do you like?
Loki W, and I'd say pretty damn big. I think you have a better team fight overall. You have a better earn fight. You have a better mid-boss fight as well. I don't. The only stage Leviathan I think beats Loki W is in these jungle ganks with the Mo and Krill to look for kills. Other than that, they can't really contest earn well because they don't have like they have a Mo as a frontline and a Silver slightly, but Billy can pull you away, Lash can pull you away. I don't know, like ZP, I'm struggling to be in favor of Leviathan just based off draft alone.
Yeah, I mean that pretty much hits all the points. I'm like thinking through the scenarios, and I think for Leviathan, they just have to like mechanically diff Loki W in the lane phase, get a lead, and then strike terror into their heart with Doorman Moganks. But the actual mechanics of these team fights just seem like running an obstacle course from hell for Leviathan. Like I am not bullish at all.
I think they're going to win. Why? I have no idea. Chat, we're going to be jumping into this game. Somebody asked, where is DDK? DDK just launched a new product today. It's metal. Go check it out at DDK Esports over on Twitter. We are here in your EU Finals matchup. Some big money on the line with a brand new patch. Yoshi and friends are watching from the headquarters. What will Loki W teach us against Leviathan? On the mic, it's Jason Kaplan with ZP. Go ahead, ZP.
I think you forgot my name there for a second, ZP.
He's like, it's Jake Cap. It's like, wait, no, he's not here today.
He's like, it's J Cap. Oh no, that's not the cool J Cap. That's a COD player. That's my boy.
Or the game developer, or apparently, like for no reason, like the combination of Jay and Kaplan is just everywhere, especially in the gaming space. It's unbelievable. But all right, it's gonna be Leviathan against Loki W in a draft that look, we'll just set the stakes now. Not favored. We'll see if they can put it in their favor. And the early poke on the Viscous coming out from Hoot, already not the most ideal of starts.
I have confirmation, by the way. Cosmetical did drop by in chat and say he had no choice in their picks. So he gets out of this one, not picking the Shiv.
Are we not calling him out as a coward?
He had no say in the draft. So, I'll respect that.
None? Come on, Cosmetical. Speak up for yourself, young man.
Only one player does the draft. Like, I think, I don't know if Metacrypt still does it this way, but Saya does the draft completely himself and then tells people on his team what they're playing. So you don't really have a say sometimes based on who's in draft. Lightbringer, maybe the same thing. Maybe told him what to draft and told him what to play.
Also, I think Leviathan have a little bit of a pinch hero pool wise, where I think for Silver, they're kind of locked in the Freemok playing it no matter what, which is probably why they didn't go the Shiv at all. Like, that's my best explanation for why Leviathan, like, neither team picked Shiv, which
it makes sense.
Is pretty rare. It happened like once this weekend in DSI that you didn't see any team pick Shiv, but in this current meta, it's still a pretty rare occurrence given the hero's general strength.
Yeah, and I think at this stage in the game, you cannot be limited by hero pools anymore. I think if you're a player, like we've seen some players get removed from teams over in North America, I'm not going to say any names in particular, because their hero pool wasn't big enough and they weren't spending their free time working on expanding that hero pool. And I don't think you can even try to be a pro team right now to contest the likes of the top dogs if you are not working on your hero pools and you're not expanding them and you're not working around that together as a team to properly use and scrim those heroes as well. If you're right in that sense, CP, it's actually a major disappointment, I would say, on the Leviathan side, because I think we're almost 2 years into the game. You got to have bigger hero pools.
Well, the interesting thing too is that as the game goes on, it's going to be more of a stress point onto players where, well, yes, players are going to have like their favored, heroes overall. I mean, eventually you're going to have double the heroes that you have in the game. Eventually you're going to have triple the heroes that you have in the game. And, as a player, you bring it out long enough, probably, right? Like, I think if you look at games like, I don't know if Dota is quite as 4x the amount of hero count, but it's probably close.
It's a lot, and you're very right, especially when items get added in as well to the game. It changes things even more based on the amount of heroes that you do have. But excuse me, we're already seeing like Freemok trying to get aggressive here on this right hand side. Him and Rayek together have pushed up very deep to go for that early lane control, trying to punish Rayek early on into the game, as well as Zergy, who is over on the Wraith. But Hoot on Vindicta, I feel like we haven't necessarily talked too much about that. I know you pointed out earlier on talking about doing some good damage to Irazumi, but I know who, I think I've even seen his stream the last few days. He has been playing Vindicta quite a bit, but it's still going to be like supporty-esque. It's not really like a full-on damage build, I believe.
Lightbringer kind of broke down the value proposition for Vindicta as he was seeing it, and his coach is Loki W, probably relevant to this discussion. And what I'll say is, it's the shred. It's the fact that, especially when you're doing things like comeback earned, being able to apply additional amounts of shred is actually super beneficial, and Vindicta to this day is like one of the best sources of shred in the game with Crow. So yeah,
it's like the old reason of Vindicta, right? Was shred. That's how it was when Mikhail S was running Vindicta, I believe, back in like the VP days.
Yeah, I think the general consensus here is just like, okay, get more shred, and then if you do have to fight against comeback urn. You have a little bit more ability to actually kill people, especially now it's a 35 and not 50. 50 was probably a tough ask.
And I feel like maybe I'm overextending here in my thought process on this, but I feel like Shred can also be like a win more mechanic, because if you're already winning and the enemy team can't afford to buy resists, you're just putting them into negative resists, so you do even more damage, and you're making it even easier and more difficult for them to like itemize against you.
Yeah, I mean, Shred is, I think, one of those things that I think it's bought to a reasonable extent in pro games. There's even points where you can argue it would be beneficial for someone to just grab a Hunter's Aura or thereabouts, but probably something that across the game, like, maybe gets under itemized for its relative amount of power.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it has insane value, I would definitely say. So does the kill on a free mock here for just Herky initially into this lane, considering they were shoved back into their own garden for majority of the time, as the first buff to do spawn on in. It looks like we'll see a trade 1-for-1 with Vitality over to Listic, or Survival, I should say, and gun buff over to Ray.
Off in middle. Here once more, where I think, truthfully, lane phase is probably one of the bigger strengths for Leviathan here. It's not like a massive edge, but if they fall behind in lane phase, I don't think they're able to make the gap up in team fights with their team. So this is already, it's a little bit of a worrying start for me. And where you're at, Oop, goes for the mid-air parry. Is like, yeah, I think Ben's gonna go for the quick melee up there. Didn't happen. Iridamini gonna be skilled and might be pulled out here given the HP here on this Vin. We'll see, waiting. Crossbow gonna be brought out. One shot on the Vin. They're deep diving for it. Looking for one more. Do they get the line of sight though? Line of sight a little bit trickier. Had a small opportunity, but actually gets it on the final shot.
Was he even aiming for Hoot there, or did he just happen to shoot Listic and Hoot was behind him?
I actually think it may have been exactly as described. I'm not convinced that was the main target.
Hey, he'll take it. And you ask him any day of the week, be like, yeah, I knew Hoot was going to be there. I meant to shoot him. This Guardian's going to be on extremely quick here in Leviathan. Already get off to a very strong start here with that pressure that OC's been able to apply here on this left-hand side. I think the right lane is where the action is going to continue to kick off here. As in the mid lane, we see even kills coming in for Leviathan. And maybe we need to run it back a little bit, ZP. Leviathan are looking pretty damn good here off the bat.
I think they have to at this part of the game, because again, I don't think it gets any easier in team fights. Like, once you get out of the laning phase, it's going to be a lot on the overseas side, like keep up pressure and make Loki W just afraid to go about the map. And anything you can do to just keep them a bit off balance and avoid the actual bigger team fights, where, thankfully with the new urn, it's probably unlikely to be 6v6 fights, but you still have to come prepared to win as much as a 5v5.
I mean, I think that's where, I think Leviathan, if they want to win this game, they have to do it in like the early to mid game for sure, using these combos to their maximum effectiveness, get as many kills early on and build up that lead that you can snowball from there. But we can keep it in check, gets a kill on overseas, and Fremont's gonna take a Guardian as well on this right-hand side. So 2 Guardians to 1 in favor of Leviathan, as they're sitting on a 2k lead. Looks like Loki W is going to respond though with a kill into this middle Guardian, so really not much being gained here for either team, as they keep it pretty much net even between the two. And Hoot's being pressured here, extremely low on health, gets carted away into his death and overseas. You know what? We're normally used to seeing him play frontliners, but his Doorman's pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think for walks right into the bell on top of it. Overseas picking up the 2. And yeah, I mean, for overseas, you think about his hero pool historically, no stranger to running things more in the pick spectrum, and Doorman kind of slides a toe in there. So Doorman being in the hero pool, not too surprising. Even if it's not a meta, we'd say like go something like a Bebop.
Yeah,
by the way, Bebop just kind of fell out of the meta. Yeah. By the way, Bebop was like one of the most contested picks pre-patch into oftentimes not picked at all now.
Which is kind of interesting, considering I feel like he could be pretty viable on an urn turn-in. I mean, Hyper Beam's good if you go for a Hyper Beam build, but also the hook is good as well to pull people away from the melee on the urn. I think there definitely is still some value there, but I think they're mostly valuing a lot more like AoE, at least when it came to, I think it was like Deathy talking about AoE slop when it came to like the mid urn contests.
Yeah, and I mean, a few teams did go with Bebop, though. It was weird. Like, a lot of teams are still going Gun Bop, even though, in theory, Hyper Beam is more value. I think we saw, like, 1 Hyper Beam Bebop over the weekend that was on stream. But it wasn't the most contested pick when it was picked up, so that alone has been a pretty big shift in the gameplay. But, Jason, bit of a jump pad fumble. Listic, though. You're Billy. You have nearly 2,000 HP pre-10 minutes. You're fine.
I think OC is at 9.4 thousand souls. Like, he has a huge lead compared to anyone else in this game, making it pretty hard to 1v1 him at all. I think Loki W are going to have to respect this somewhat and maybe look for like a gank onto him at some point to keep him in check, because he's clearing like 2 to 3k over his opponents here. And when we get to the first Urn turn in, that's a lot of pressure you can put down with Iradomini, but again, like Urns should be won by Loki W.
I mean, part of the reason why Ven has also gone up in value beyond some of the buffs is that people are grouped up a little bit more. Like, you follow the AoE slop narrative, you throw out a bunch of grenades and fights as take a look towards mid. Irazumi ends up falling. So like Ven also benefits from the amount that people are going up together. Like the general goal of a Ven in the current meta is ideally land a few grenades on clumped up people, Irazumi to take down someone nearly outright if you're ahead of the game. But we got a combo in onto Vrake. Not sure there's a ton of follow up here just yet. Vrake working his way out, was slowed down by the Spirit Snare, but Lash mobility is enough to get away. The Owl, it hits, but it does not finish him off, Jason.
And that's, I think, quite big. I think Rake's going to need to depend on these stacks if they can get to this point. And with that aggression, looks like Lukadev is able to capitalize onto Fremont here off to the side as OCs gets another kill on Ballistic. This is for the Urn pickup here. I thought Lukadev would have been able to come out ahead in this one, but Leviathan winning on all fronts in mid and right lane with the Urn in their hands now. Also, Irazumi already pushing the lane on the left-hand side out a bit. Do have the opportunity to go for the turn, but I think one thing that's lacking here, ZP, going into this, look at these ultimates online for Loki W compared to Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean, Leviathan, the bank is effectively drained, which is not good for Urn fights and how they currently go down. I mean, missing Chain Gang is kind of rough, but yeah, it's not the most ideal for Leviathan here. Also, on the OC's build, OC's with the super early Fortitude, so gonna be maybe more of an active then who's still running for his life and down the Vrake. Did not help him escape there, but you know, generally if you go early Fortitude on an event, it does mean that you're going to be more actively seeking out picks. And I didn't catch a skill. I wonder if he's going quick level 3 on ult, which kind of makes sense.
I didn't catch on to that. I'm sure we'll have our time to see here when he respawns back on him. The Loki W with, I feeling like no pressure to contest this Urn turn in as Leviathan are holding it back. In fact, she rotated a lot of players in towards middle, still keeping quite a few players from this left-hand side to go for the contest if they need to, but ultimates are coming back online for Leviathan. More importantly, the combo, about 20 seconds of time for Psy. Psy's not gonna have a chance to use it, gets completely capitalized on and closed in on as Opican picks him off, as well as Ray going down to Zergy on the right-hand side. That was a 1v2, and Zergy now trying to fight up against Fremont here. And they're also keeping the Urn back. Loki W fighting on all fronts.
Also, the Urn is going all the way back to spawn. Like, that is one of the changes that got retained, where if it goes on reset, it will just go fully back before anyone else can pick it up again. So all the Urn hostaging for Leviathan is a pretty high amount of time spent on that without results. Now though, taking a look at Fremont, looking to get a piece of Rake. Quickly though decides not going to be the fight to chase down.
Yeah, it seems like Loki don't really care about the Urn pickup. They're more like worried about the Urn turn-in, keeping 3 players on this left-hand lane, as they're the ones actually to secure it for Vrake. And I would imagine Vrake isn't the one necessarily you want to carry this in the end. Keeping that Death Slam available and ready to go with the max level Flog behind this. Maybe we can swing along to OCs here to maybe get an answer to the question we had before ZP of what is he maxed out on his abilities. Looking for that Iradomini potentially. And
we did see a lot of Vens
towards mid.
Yeah, we did see a lot of Vens like go first max on Iradomini over the weekend. I know it's like part of John's build where, again, it's just going for picks relatively early. But here's the Urn turn in, and yeah, Leviathan, they've made the executive decision to not go for it at all.
Good side combo up, Zergy in sight. Wait, the combo's gone in on a Zergy, down to half HP, and he's gonna be exploded on. That could be a free walker on the right-hand lane as Zergy falls, and he does. The Urn has been turned in, though, for Loki W. They're down 2 players, as Leviathan is just trying to survive now. With Irazumi extremely low on health, Gooballing away from this one while they do continue to put pressure on this mid and right-hand side. And Loki W responding with a push on the left lane against OCs, who's on 15,000 souls. Not quite sure he can win a 1v2, even with the Death Slam being thrown on in. Boot and Vrake forced to back away, and OCs has defended here while the rest of the team continues to apply pressure around the map. Isn't no way he's gonna get a kill off this, is he?
I just might. Then no easy escape path. Hoot guesses wrong, while OC's guesses right. And in terms of trade value here, I think that was pretty good for Leviathan. I mean, they avoid the major team fight and instead, we're not playing your game, we're gonna go for Walker. I think if you're not equipped for Urn fights, it's basically how you have to handle it. You have to go for Walker trades and hope to get momentum from there.
Well, with a Walker in hand, I mean, we're keeping things at even Stevens here, and Honestly, as we were talking about before, ZP, I don't think Even Stevens is the way Leviathan want to be 14 minutes in by having a Mo on their team. Especially as we saw, they weren't too hot to turn in the urn. They gave up the dunk on it as well, trying to set up a play on the right-hand side of the map, which, you know what, I'm a fan of. It was the first urn. It's not a big deal in my eyes. But as we get to like the second, maybe third urn, and then when mid-boss is on the cards, I think Leviathan are just going to fall off in the game.
Cosmetical taking a trip inside the Baroness here. Mo's coming up. There's no combo, but got a little bit of Burrow burst is going to be enough to, and yeah, it's absolutely enough. Cosmetical just explodes on checkout.
That's another kill, another man advantage, but again, quickly turned on. Irezumi gets taken down by Hoot and Listic on the left-hand side, and I think like Leviathan, getting the kill's great, but then you need to be able to use that man advantage. Losing one at the same time you get one, you're not going to have a net positive from this. Especially, I mean, maybe if you kill Zergy, okay? If you kill Zergy, I think you keep him out of farming for a while because he's at 15,000 souls. OC's at 18, and Cosmetical's fallen uncharacteristically behind right now at 12,000 souls. Well, this urn, it's going to be contested on the get-go.
We'll see. I mean, if Loki W comes in here in force, I don't know if Leviathan is going to be a great area to contest, but combo is up. Listic, maybe on the menu here. Elsewhere, break, picks up the urn, immediately drops it. Wow. Does not want to be near Mo. That is the danger zone. SI looking for anyone. It may just be Celeste. Once more, Cosmetical put into the blender. And Leviathan able to get urn control and keep Loki W at bay.
And that Era Dominate, I think we got our answer just from the 1,000 damage that Vrayek took. That probably maxed that one out. I still haven't, I don't know if we've actually even seen him on camera, but I haven't noticed what he's maxed out. But man, taking 1K like that, Vrayek was not prepared.
No, I think it's at, if anything, it's the other way around. I didn't see her Dominic max, but telekinesis.
Well, cool. Whatever, we'll check it at some point.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Well, we got Death Slam in. Still a really, really tanky Venator. Another one, Break able to take down Rake.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. And also, again, you're running a 4-2 build here, so for OCs, you just have to be out of action for a little bit and can get right back into some of these skirmishes. Elsewhere, Listic again sent into the Baroness. A cube to try and protect Overseas under a bit of pressure. Cosmetical going down in the crossfire here, and I mean, the overall fight, it's scrappy, which works in Leviathan's favor.
I mean, Hoot and Obikim were not even there. So Leviathan catching Loki W out with the Baroness Hotel, with combos as well, not allowing them to go for the contest here, and to more importantly, turn it into a kill. They get a huge man advantage of 4 kills, only losing the 1. And they get the turn in, but they're going to lose a walk for this one. Obikim, smartly enough, continue to shove this left-hand lane. But even with that turn in and the 4 kills, it's only a 2K difference between the two teams here. And yeah, I don't know. Like, I still don't know if it's enough right now for Leviathan, though. I have to give them credit. They're performing much better than I expected with the combo that they have.
I mean, I think for Leviathan, you know, in no small part to the OCs just having a near immaculate laning phase on Ven. Like, they've been able to hold their own and, you know, kind of avoid getting dragged into the full clean team fight. But the problem is, Jason, it still hasn't turned into an actual clear advantage. And I think when you look at the scaling of the game, I do think you have to fear where Cosmetical and Zergy are going to go on Wraith and Celeste. I think the shining light for Leviathan, though, to an extent, is that it's been kind of a bad game for Cosmetical on Celeste. Like, Celeste is behind, even relative to his own team. So, you know, the terror of a late game Celeste isn't really manifesting. However, we saw a lot over the weekend, like what Wraith is doing right now in bigger fights when she gets farmed, and Zergy looks better on Wraith than he's looked at in a long time. Like, it kind of reminded me of vintage Zergy back in the Buff and Jors days.
Oh geez, that was a long time ago for sure. One thing that just popped in my head though, ZP, you remember when Leviathan finally took down Abrahams and had their own win streak? Do you remember what they ran in their team and what they were against?
Truthfully, I don't. If you told me, I'd remember as.
Okay, yeah, it was mostly a rhetorical question to be fair. But they ran Mo against Celeste. Abrahams ran Celeste, and we had no answer for Celeste. And they pulled out a Mo, and then everyone was like, "Oh yeah, Mo is still really good to counter Celeste." And you know, seeing it right here, I think Size are doing a great job on Mo. I think he's been able to get at least 2 confirmed kills on the Cosmetical with the help of the combos or being there with the Burrow. The thing is, they do have like 2 individual picks with the combo and with the Baroness Hotel, so you do have a lot of shutdown on individual targets for Loki W. It's more about if Leviathan can confirm those kills during those ults.
OCs picks up another mid-team fight. Vrayek gets a combo before he can get away. Sai, they're on the spot. Another 2 down for Low-Key W. You're off in middle, and yeah, this is full on mid-boss time. And also, I mean, OCs didn't even have to pull out the crossbow in the last fight, so gonna have it for any contest that comes in here. Low-Key W, we'll see if they go in. They're missing a lot of good ults to actually contest this though, Jason.
I mean, Arazumi's low in HP though, with the glue ball keeping Hoot out of the fight. Gonna get sniped on down, but still survive. And that's 3 Rejus right away, immediately taken out for Leviathan, which means Arazumi can die and get right back on up. Low-Key W, they've already lost on a cosmetical now. Continue to chase on through the door here. OC's looking for Listic, and the damage he's doing is pretty damn good as well with the gut shot. Connects him onto the wall as Sai finishes out.
Because the Rejus got brought down the 1, like, this game is not out of reach for Low-Key W yet, but yeah, it has been far closer than I expected. Low-Key W has not been able to get the team fights I've been looking for, you know, frankly, at all this game. You know, I think Leviathan's done a really good job of just splitting up a lot of these fights, and more than anything else, I mean, OC's on Ven has been an absolute maniac this entire game.
Yeah, 27k, that is disgusting. 5k ahead of Zergy. Who can contest him at all? I don't think in a 1v1 you can. Who? A little counterspell pickup does prevent that knockdown from coming on through. Also disarming hex, guardian barrier, or guardian ward, sorry. Even sharpshooter on top of that. They need to start getting some kills though. They take out Irazumi. They need to turn this into more though, but they're scared OCs. They see him out there and they immediately start to back away. Obican goes on back in with the help of the chain gang from Listic, pulls in multiple players. And he walks into a trap, and where's the damage to support this?
Well, for now, the damage is going to be going on the Silver. Vrake pulls up Freemok, not quite able to finish the rest. While this is going on, the Solar gets dunked by Overseas, who's been completely out of this fight. Low-Key W, they've just been going for kills here. I mean, they grabbed the pick off onto the Viscus, but the rest of it, they've been struggling. And once more, the Fist of Fury, this time in on the Obikim. Obikim, though, drops the wall. A quick retreat the other way. Hoot, though, gets caught in what has, again, been in a very, very messy fight here so far. And, okay, Listic is low in the tunnels, getting pursued here. The bell comes out, and Listic, deep dive, trying to do anything here. It's not going to be enough.
Oh, he's going to die as well. Another 2 kills coming on through. But to be fair, Low-Key W, they took down OCs. And I think even though they lose an additional player, I think that's kind of worth it, because right now he's not farming and Zergy is. And I think that's kind of a net win overall for Low-Key W, because they didn't lose any Walker from that. They didn't lose any jungle camps either. And they're still keeping the lead within 13k. I don't think it's like the worst world for them. I think I'm still worried more for Leviathan, because the longer this game goes on, if they can't finish off this map in the next, I want to say ZP like 5, maybe 10 minutes max, I think Low-Key W are going to start to bounce back and turn things around like we just saw with Leviathan up against Abrahams.
Well, it's interesting because the way these comps are going to interact is that even though Leviathan has been playing really well, especially on a micro level, and even though the last few fights have gone their favor, I feel like they only have a 1-fight buffer where if they lose a single fight, Low-Key W probably takes an advantage that's not going to be easily dealt with. So, you know, for Leviathan, you want to keep up the pressure. Ideally, you look to Sai, Overseas, you get another pick, and you prevent an actual 6-on-6 fight from actually occurring. Meanwhile, for Low-Key W, I mean, you just have to play in a way that you don't give up any picks here. Like, Low-Key W struggled this entire time to get an actual clean team fight because of how Leviathan has been engaging at inopportune times.
Well, speaking of, Murray's probably gonna die here. 200 HP. They might lose one though for this one. As Zergy, you hear Telekinesis go off onto Overseas. They do keep it 1-1, but it's Iradomini in close quarters can do an insane amount of damage. Trying to go for the chase on Oasis here. Listic leading the charge on through, but he has protection of Irazumi here as well. Freemox rotating on over, and eventually Leviathan are going to come out with the man advantage here. They just buy the time, and the time is being bought here. They can't close this distance against Oasis, and I think if you can't do that, if you can't maybe catch them with the chain gang, then I don't really think you have a winning condition here for Low-Key W with Vrake dead.
I think though, as time is going on, the relative difference in the game in terms of power, like OCs is not just outright giving people the way he was earlier in the game. Like, he's still ahead, but not ahead to the point that he's pulling off the heroics he was before. Like, you can actually see like a pretty noticeable power drop on Ven, you know, which, you know, not OCs. OCs have been playing great, but like This is just scaling in progress. Listic, though, gonna get the combo, the follow through looks to be there. Listic, though, wait. Listic, did he actually get away? Like, no, okay. OC's able to finish it off. That would have been unreal if Listic somehow managed the escape there.
Even out coming on through. Connects on to 2. It allows him to push this Walker on down. 10% HP left. You know it's going to fall here in just a few seconds. Death Slam is up here for Vrake, but again, you're down Listic. Which Chain Gang with the Death Slam would be massive for Loki W, but this wombo combo they have set up, I mean, you have Paradox, you have Billy, you have Lash as well, you have Celeste. Like, there is a lot of power in the team fights at Loki W that is possibly there. But the further they, I mean, I was gonna say the further they fall behind, but it's only 14k ZP. It's not like they've fallen further behind the last time we talked about it. They've still been keeping up here for the most part.
I think part of the problem for Loki W is that some of the heroes that you'd want to be richer just are not there. I think Listic is a bit underfarmed on the Billy. Like, yeah, Billy's incredibly tanky and got like great buffs, but your 20k Billy eating damage at times from a 32k Venator and a 27k Silver, it's not ideal. And I still think, and maybe it's in part because of the mode pressure, but it's been a pretty quiet game from Cosmetical on the Celeste so far. And, Zergy, your Wraith, you haven't really hit the come online point, though you're getting, somewhat close.
Hey, you're certainly getting closer. Ethereal Shift picked up for OCs. I think he realized I'm probably the big focus target of Loki W. If I can just survive these fights, there's really, I don't want to say no way Loki W can win, but definitely it's a better opportunity for Leviathan to take these fights and to take this map and potentially the series. You hear a combo go off, but it was interrupted, it seems, somehow. But OCs is still on the charge with the Iradomini, trying to get another connection onto Zergy. He's going to get it. Him and Fremont taking him down. That's the big damage to their Loki W. No longer in the fight. Baroness Hotel thrown on Obi-Kim and Vrake. He's in a position for a Death Slam, but are they even going to have the damage to follow up with this one because Listic's already dead?
Listic is dead. The urn is brought in. Zergy was just shot down in the middle of the lane. And OC's continuing to be a menace on the Venator. Cosmetical late to fight, picks up side, but that is it's not the best compensation for losing 4 people and the urn. And now the lead has started to hit the point where it's not really fightable. Yeah, that was potentially Loki W's last chance at a good team fight. And also, I don't love the split from Loki W there. In terms of team fighting, one of your best team fighters at this point in the game is Celeste, and Cosmetical is off in the left lane, and whether that be the shot call or not, I feel like you needed all 6 there at this point in the game.
You know what I think I need? I need to check in chat of who predicted Leviathan to win this game. It's not over just yet, but if I remember correctly, there was a huge difference in channel points being thrown into this one. It was like over 900k for Loki W.
I'm broke. I threw.
You're broke?
I kind of went bankrupt over the weekend anyways. I had like 5.4k channel points, but they're gone. If this holds up and Loki W doesn't do the miracle, yeah, they're gone. And I mean, I think you have to commend Leviathan here, where, look, we both looked at the draft, and this looked, from everything we saw recently, like a draft sweep from Loki W. And that wasn't the case. Leviathan,
wrong, though, in that ZP, honestly, I think Leviathan have done just a great job of playing out their comp, but I think Loki W also hasn't given respect necessarily to Leviathan's comp.
No, I agree. I mean, I think if you were putting these comps together again, I would still favor Loki W, but the execution difference that came in this game, particularly again, you can't really ask from a better Venator game out of OCs. And also, I think Psy and Overseas have done a phenomenal job just engaging fights well. Fremont has made plenty of space on the Silver, and look across the board, Loki W has never been able to get the fights that they actually want. As once more, okay, Psy in a little bit deep, loses a rejuve. Like an instant redeath here. He gets the cube from Irizumi. Looking at this happening across the map. Zergy though, online a bit, throwing some cards. Viscous about to be burning a rejuve himself. And now this is a little bit dangerous here for Leviathan. You're letting Loki W get pickoffs here, and Lovicum's able to get away. This Viscous may be going down soon. Vrake comes in over the top. Death Slam falls through. Anvil just barely saves GT. But the question is for how long? But guess what? He's home. OCs is here. Why do you hear boss music? The Iradomini has been pulled out, and OCs cleans up a quick 2.
I mean, Loki W, they threw everything they had into getting those 2 rejuve crystals dropped and weren't able to pick up the following kill after that. And somehow Leviathan buy time for OCs and Fremont to rotate on over. Overseas has been continuing to push this left-hand side by himself. And at the end of the day, it's 4 kills for 0 in favor of Leviathan. Extend that lead even further up. 42k now. I don't think there's coming back from this. I don't think LokiW have a chance at all unless there's a major throw to Leviathan. And with the way they're playing, I don't think that throw is going to happen, man. This has been insane gameplay so far to Leviathan and LokiW. I mean, the team that made it to the grand finals of DSI North American event are being shut down in this game.
Yeah, and I think you got to give credit to how Leviathan was able to do it. I mean, they went the game plan. Think about the first urn, Jason, where they didn't even take team fight on first urn. They let the urn actually reset because it was like, nope, we want smaller scale fights, all the while giving OCs time to farm and become a beast. And they knew their win conditions and executed very well. And again, I got to restate, these were narrow win conditions for Leviathan. They chose a very difficult comp to actually execute on. There were so many scenarios where OCs doesn't get this far ahead, where they just get drowned in AoE and team fights, and they don't get to this position. But now that they're here, LokiW has very few options to actually turn this back.
I mean, I think we maybe as casters slightly underestimated the Doorman Mo combos too. I mean, not even combos. They're not even necessarily comboing things into each other, but more so being able to shut down two players on LokiW's side for such an extended period of time is also really breaking up, not necessarily a wombo combo, but the amount of damage they can put out in these fights. And obviously, Sai's been able to do a lot of work shutting down Cosmetical early on. I think Overseas also had some really good Baroness Hotels thrown into this one too. As we go into an urn pickup here, a comeback urn pickup for Leviathan. On the other side of the map, it's going to be Rig to pick it up and run it across because the rest of Leviathan have been able to just force them out. LokiW, they're falling even further behind with Obi-Kim already dead. Cosmetical close to fall thereafter. And Fremont being rescue beam and cubed away to safety. They're just not able to confirm any of these kills for LokiW.
You know, we should have said that we should have seen this coming where, what was it in the news recently? Like the Pope declared war on AI. It's like, it actually buffed Venator somehow. It's just like, he's back. The first soldier is here in the Grand War. I don't know who's a bot on LokiW. I should have said that because now chat's gonna be like, oh, we have some answers. But, you know, hey. Leviathan, all they need to do here, Jason, not make a massive mistake, and game one's gonna be theirs, where, again, what a run for Leviathan so far. I mean, most people didn't really expect them to get through Abrahams today. They had a really rough time of it in DSI, but they've been cooking a little bit of magic here.
Cooking magic with a side deliciousness too. Like, they have been looking so clean and so well coordinated too. Another combo comes in on top of the chain gang, and Listic gets immediately dealt with a 6-man squad of Leviathan there. I mean, the thing is, you can't really be too harsh on Listic. They're trying to make a play happen. I mean, they're pretty much backs against the wall, throwing a Hail Mary play, being down 60,000 souls almost. I mean, statistically, not statistically, like a stat check territory, it's there should be no way LokiW wins this, even with a God Death Slam into the base. I think Leviathan can survive it for the most part. But OCs, I mean, he's got E-Shift. He's got the ability to bait in a lot of abilities and to bait in a lot of damage, and then the back of the team is going to be there.
There's just almost nothing LokiW can do here. I mean, if no one on Leviathan pushes their buttons and people get thrown in the fountain, maybe. But people push their buttons. Death Slam comes out. OCs takes a quick trip into the Nether. First stage patron, gonna be wheeled down with ease. And I mean, the last 5 minutes of the game, it's been a formality.
Yeah. Even Break, unfortunately, not able to get a Death Slam up due to, I think, a knockdown coming on through. And Leviathan backing away to maybe buy up here. It looks like a healing temple being picked up for OCs. They're returning back to the lane to maybe finish this one off. Break still dead for 30s. Are they? Okay. All right, fine. Go mid, boss. I can understand this one. You want to make sure to like dot your I's and cross your T's to make sure you for sure win this one, because it's still LokiW at the end of the day, and you don't want to give him a chance to get back into this game.
Yeah, you need to make sure you get all the rejuve crystals here, although, frankly, right now, more of a bait that's going on. I mean, you're Leviathan, you play the smart, because the only thing worse than losing this game is being the team that loses game with a gigantic advantage. Like, you don't want to go in that category, so you be smart, you bait it in. The first person to take a look at what's going on is Listic. Listic gets a full expense paid trip into the Baroness Hotel, a combo goes up above. Listic is going to have the roughest checkout of all time, as everyone from LokiW's just getting slaughtered up top.
And that's being nice too. Zorgi, he's trying to kite them away, but really nowhere you can go here. Especially with even an Enter Strike picked up from Fremont on 40,000 souls. Are they actually just going to finish off mid-boss here when they have 4 kills?
Why not?
Okay.
I mean, you can go back, you can kill mid boss while taking down second stage patron. Everyone low key W is dead. It's a free space, Jason. Do whatever you want. Leviathan though, they're gonna be taking map 1 away from low key W in a big resurgence, and mid boss gets to live another day.
Yeah, and technically low key W to live another day too. Being down 1-0 in the series, it's still a best of 3 anyways. A little bit of moonwalking from side to finish this one off, but man, I'm curious to see the post-match stats as well to see what the breakdown of damage was across the board. OCs has to be living like a king in the damage numbers able to put out in this game. He had to definitely have had like the lowest deaths on his team on top of this. But an unpredictable and unexpected win for Leviathan, and I cannot wait to see all the people crying about having no channel points left anymore.
The lizard people are in control of the Earn meta. They're up 1-0 and OC's leading the charge on the Priest. Let's take a look at some of the numbers as Aless Boss just got their name on screen for 100 bits. That is the best deal you're going to find here at the Night Shift. ZP, who do you think had the biggest rainbow today? I have a feeling OC's had some big numbers. Was there anyone else who led the way in healing or other categories?
I mean, I actually think OC is going to be up there in all of it. Also getting like a fair bit of healing just off virtue of life steal and fortitude. I mean, if anyone's capturing the rainbow this game, it's going to be OCs. But I mean, you think about how that was set up too. You got to give credit to Overseas, who's probably going to have a lot more damage than expected from the Doorman. Like Doorman pumps damage, and it's not going to be winning any stat awards, but I think Sai on the Mo was able to create a lot of opportunities. And the theme here for Leviathan was that create chaos, don't let Loki W get an even team fight ever, and they succeeded, which is not easy.
Freemock did not get his Shiv. Instead, he gets his silver, and he looks clean as well. But we take our screen back to the early Doorman damage. This was around the 7-minute 30 mark, and we're tied at 32K. But keep your eyes on OC's numbers. At this point, he's 7K in the lobby. 2 minutes later, ZP, he's up to 11K. Kaplan, how do you just steamroll this in your own games? Can I replicate what you witnessed from the Venator?
Hell no. I mean, though you're ranked up, Puckett, this takes a good level of coordination across the board for the team to be able to pull something like this off. You can't just load a Venator and expect to carry a game like this, because Sai, Freemock created even Overseas created so much space and so many kills across the map that Overseas was also allowed to continue to farm up quite a bit. But I have to point out something really quickly here, ZP, for you. 1.6 million channel points goes to D-Mov.
No way.
Oh,
He saw it coming. He saw the Viscous pick, and he's like, I'm riding with Rezumi on this.
Wait,
Lord.
Yeah, so I think it was like 1.6 million went total, but that means D-Mov was the top channel points person that went in. So D-Mov pulling a little bit of an AVG, except in this case, D-Mov's not the one playing. Instead, just looks at what's going on and is like, yep, I think Leviathan are going to win. And D-Mov, of all people, just getting a bounty of channel points. Unreal.
D-Mov, if you're looking to day trade, I got a guy named DDK for you. In the meantime, we take a look back. If OCs isn't your MVP, who else deserves some love, ZP? Is there a tough role on this squad that was fulfilled?
I think the other thing of note here, and just the hero's been remarkably solid in recent times and also carries a super high win rate, is that Freemock looks good on silver. Like, we talk a lot about Freemock Shiv, but there's really nothing you could complain about Freemock silver in this game. Freemock created plenty of space, and was also a key reason as why OC was able to sit in the back and just pump all sorts of damage. But yeah, there's a lot coming in there where also even 17K on healing. I mean, good lord, OCs was doing it all this game.
Looking like a Rubik's Cube. 23 assists coming in from Sai. You said he's also quite heavily involved in the picks. When it comes to the builds, anything standing out to you in the new Earn meta, Mr. Kaplan?
Have to give me a minute here to look through the build.
Right? It's like squint at all the tiny little boxes to see which ones we like more.
I don't think there's anything crazy, honestly. I don't think we've seen necessarily like big differences in builds over the course of like this last patch. Maybe like Veilwalker for Paradox. We saw Obikim have that earlier on. Things like great like expansion and Echo Shard for Hoot's pretty like normal. Disarming Hex as well, considering you need to throw that onto OCs. I mean, Spirit Burn we've seen quite a bit. Maybe like even Rapid Recharge picked up for him. So I don't think in terms of builds. Honestly, I feel like in general, maybe ZP can correct me if I'm wrong, that the builds have been generally figured out across most heroes in the game. I think there are some outliers. You see like people build things a little bit differently. Like when Doorman was changed, people started building more towards like Spirit Heavy and found like a good build. But in general, I feel like it's been mostly solved.
Yeah, I mean, within reason, every now and then you get some change-ups. I think the interesting thing for OCs, relative to even some of the vendor builds we saw in NA over the weekend is, you know, you get the bigger prevalence now of weakening headshot because it's also good for farming. Like, it's turned into a very good farming item. And for OCs, the idea to be like, okay, I'm just going to go early Fortitude, which you see more in EU for Vens rather than NA, but I think it's pretty good. I mean, Ven's a slow hero. He benefits from the speed. And OCs, it kept his uptime super high. I mean, OCs was never not in a position to either get farm or engage in battles. And I think if you don't go the early Fortitude on Ven, you actually have more downtime. Like, eventually you need to go back to base. So yeah, I mean, I kind of like the minor improvisations on the OCs build. And yeah, other than that, I didn't see any massive surprises. I guess the other thing is that in this patch, you get more Alk Fire. Alk Fire is just like a better item than it's ever been because of some of the AoE fights.
And I need to start running Scourge on my silver. Thank you, Freemock, for the lessons here. 39 kills to 15 kills. They get it done in 34 minutes, but this one could have wrapped up 4 minutes earlier. Well done to Leviathan. They strike first in the best of 3. We'll still have our MVP watch out on the other side. Was there anything you want to replicate from what you just witnessed for low-key W? Kaplan, is there any player, pick, hero that you liked in this game?
I think ZP9 said during the game that if they picked the exact same comp for Loki W, would still probably favor them in this game. I think that the Mo and Krill and the Dorman combo kind of ran away from them. The amount of impact they had early on with the lockdown and the kills they able to provide off the back of that. I think the only slight change I could imagine is maybe punish OCs earlier in the game. Maybe go for these like 2-3 man gangs to get him out of the equation so he can't continue to farm up and be this threat.
As YouTube chat pointed out, that Venator has sick moves. If you didn't check it out on YouTube yet, make sure you open up youtube.com/@deadlock night shift. We're there every single Wednesday, and they have the rewind function. In the meantime, for the rest of you, we're going to a break. When we come back, it's game number 2 with these two pretty faces. They're beautiful. Look how handsome they are.
there's a better way to make changes to the work schedule. Try When I Work.
Was the Venator cheating in the last game? No, he's just a priest and they fight dirty. We've got Jason Kaplan alongside ZP, and as you can see, we're zooming in on Kaplan's mustache as well as some of the best deadlock in the business. Kaplan, move that bad boy for me.
I don't know. I can
There
move my
it is.
ears and nose better than I can move my mustache, to be honest.
It's pretty impressive, though. Let's talk a little bit about what we just witnessed, because Leviathan was supposed to be the third place team this week. Instead, they came back against Abrahams after being down 20k spirits or souls, and now we see them routing in a game number 1 with a comp that everyone made fun of. D-Mob, though, one of the biggest brains in the game and one of the best hands to belong to a man, he had faith. And he went all in on this Leviathan roster. Do you think he rides with them again, Kaplan?
Yes. Yes, I think he's going. I think he's gonna. You know what? He's the type of guy who'll go to casino, put everything on black, double his money, double it again, double it again, double it one more time, and then lose it all. I think that he's that type of guy.
So he's Zoidberg. Got it.
Yeah, you got to play till you lose. Keep the endorphins running. ZP, let's keep the endorphins flowing as we try and bring this game as fast as possible. If I am chopping on your guys' end, I apologize. There are thunderstorms in Ohio. Z Pizzle, Low Key W has the stronger roster on paper. True or false?
I'd say true. And the stronger results over the last few weeks. They've been the team to beat in EU. I mean, it's a team so good that even with the sub, they were able to get pretty deep in the DSI, eventually following to Melee Creeps, who are actually an NA team playing on NA servers. I mean, Low-Key W, they've looked fantastic recently. And again, to me, execution error in the last game. I still like their draft. Even if they were run it again, I would still like it. But I think there's also this element in Deadlock where sometimes OCs is going to take over the game. And we ran into that for Leviathan, where OCs, there's many pro players, by the way, and you talk to them, or, you know, people that stream actively, used to be pro. Like, you ask someone like Vegas, he's got to respond like, yeah, OCs is the best player in the game. Like, OCs is creeping up into that level as just a player where if he's playing in a game, you cannot count him out.
Do you think he was purposely trying to hit Hoot, the Vindicto, or was he aiming at the Billy, missed the Billy, and hit Hoot with the Iridomini in the head, Kaplan? Because chat was arguing about it for about 3 minutes.
Nah, it was intended. It was completely intentional. He calculated the amount of time it would take for Hoot to be in the exact position and then nailed the shot. I mean, that's how good of a player
the trajectory, land the shot.
So you could tell where the wind was coming from and then nailed it.
Welcome to all of my Call of Duty friends. Learn like me. You cannot feed in this game. If you do, you're going to have a really bad first 2 weeks and everyone's going to hate you. But once you start to find a carry and you stay alive, you get all of that dopamine you've been searching for here on Deadlock. Who will be providing the dopamine? Well, our draft is just a few moments away. Billy has been banned out. We saw Pocket banned out. And then more recently, ZP, some surprise bans. Do you think we see the Doorman survive another game?
Oh,
It depends on the ban order. Like, I think if you're the team that is picking second, you have to ban Pocket. Like, I actually just don't think anyone's letting Pocket through. If you're the team that is picking first, however, you do have a little bit more flexibility in what to ban. That's where if Low-Key W is picking first, they could actually ban Doorman if they wanted to get him off the table. Like, that is, the first pick team has flexibility, the second pick team does not.
Kaplan, how do you see this playing out? What would you do?
I'm interested because it was a Victor ban by Leviathan last time, and that Victor ban seemed to have kind of worked out because it wasn't necessarily, I mean, it was obviously like a semi-targeted ban towards like Listic in particular, but it was also kind of at the same time like a throwaway ban because it left open so many heroes that they could potentially choose from. I think the really interesting thing is we saw Celeste go so deep into the picks. We saw like Wraith being snatched up in, was that top 2? Was that like Paradox Wraith? I think was the top 2 picks out of Low-Key W, which is something you don't really expect, but it didn't really seem to matter for OC. So I think Low-Key W were trying to pull something against Leviathan, but in the end, it still didn't work. Maybe, you know, obviously like slightly due to execution error, maybe some underestimation as well. But I don't know. Low-Key W did go for like a slightly different sort of like drafting phase compared to like the norm.
ZP, do you truly have to build a comp around the urn like my rank games believe?
It's less mandatory this patch than it was over the weekend. I still think being able to team fight over the urn is pretty beneficial. I think the only way to fight against is play how Leviathan did, where you go out of your way to get picks before the urn and do everything possible to avoid the actual 5v5 fight. It's a way more difficult path though, and look, Leviathan proved that you can still make it work. I still think it is more prudent to have a comp that has better team fighting options. Like again, I think if Low-Key W could get the same comp again, they'd probably be happy with it.
We have a Panda hater who just subscribed with an Amazon Prime, and we just see the Pocket and Doorman hate come out from both of our teams. Low-Key W saying we've seen enough overseas. What else can you flex onto? OCs has his pick of the litter for Leviathan, and we'll see if they prioritize his hero first.
Have we ever heard Pocket doing a woo?
I don't know. I've done one a few weeks ago, but I'm not proud of it. I'm not ready for it yet.
I don't think anyone's proud of it when they're doing that, honestly. You feel...
Cosmetical is. He does it in the bathroom, I'm told.
Okay. All right. So, well, the Leviathan, they banned Victor last time. This time they're picking Victor because of the Doorman takeaway. So
Do we
already
have the
kind of
names
taken
on the
away
right
a little bit from
sides?
Loki's side.
Are you sure, Solomon? Are these the right teams? I'm just kidding.
Solomon
Yeah,
would never
checks
mess
out.
up ever. Low two.
Shiv is in.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes sense. The reason why they're having the higher Shiv priority here is that Fremont
The best
would like to play
EU
the Silver.
Shiv.
Yeah, and he would like to play Silver, though, even over the Shiv, but Silver's taken away, and Fremont needs a hero. That hero is going to be Shiv. Loki W, though, it's probably good. Well, I was going to say Paradox Wraith. Maybe they're not valuing as highly. This side, we actually want to play the GT this time. We think GT is first half of draft worthy, but it does make you think that Paradox and Wraith would still potentially coming in after, but maybe they're going to rethink their entire draft. Who knows after last time?
Kaplan Hoot has shown us some great Talon work in the past. Is there a character that Great Talon shuts down? I've never played him.
Pocket really hard. Negative spirit resist, and the fact that he's so squishy as well. You connect one of those arrows and he drops like a third of his HP. So it's really easy to take a Pocket out, but also the distance you have away from the fight as well means he can't flick too easily. I think that's one of the best heroes for sure that a GT can take down. But then looking at Leviathan's pickup here of Wraith, I mean, are we going to see a Viper or are we going to see potentially a Venator come in for Zergy? I think
they're going to ban them.
Interesting.
I think Leviathan actually may ban Venator and target Zergy a little bit here, but no, instead they go for Vrake.
Is that a throwaway?
No, Vrake is quite good at Lash. It didn't pan out last game, but I think they don't want Vrake on the hero regardless. It does mean for Loki W, Zergy has, Ven lined up later. I don't think Leviathan is at any risk of like taking both Ven and Wraith. So for Loki W, they can save that towards the end of the draft if that's a hero they're even going to go for.
The sticky mat's gone.
Interesting. That I didn't really think Arizumi was like super impactful when it came to Viscus last game. I mean, he had some good cubes, he had some good rescue beams, but I don't think it was necessarily super ban worthy, and that does leave things open to the Rem. I'm excited to see some Ren ZP. I actually, the change they made to him, honestly, I think is a little bit too strong. The fact that you can now tag along to all your team members and heal them at this, heal them. But damn, I do like what Bren brings to the table here.
So
okay, Chad is asking why no Graves ZP. Paradox, we've seen it every game, but the character that's in everyone's ranked game is not in the pro game.
I actually think Graves is probably underpicked in pro right now. I think the problem is you can't pick Graves unless you have absolute last pick, because Graves is arguably the best Sinclair steal in the entire game. Like, it will be Tombstone for Tombstone if you actually go the Graves early in the draft. So I actually think you can pick it, but it has to be a gotcha towards the very, very end if you're going to make it work.
Maurice and I got your
Sinclair counter. Mo and Krill versus an Abrams. Who would you rather have, Kaplan?
I don't feel like there's any correct answer here after the last game with Bo and Krill, man. I feel like what they showed us is kind of hard to say. Abrams, I mean, thinking about this, Abrams is like decent to deal with Shiv if you can get a shoulder charge, decent to kind of cancel out Mo a little bit too. You cannot be too impacted by REM sleep if you max size like impact. I think maybe they're overcommitted though on the front line with Abrams and Billy together. I think that's the one standard I'm seeing is maybe you don't need both of them tied in this match.
Abrams, Billy, and Silver. Is it too much, chat? They add the Venator to the list. On the other side, OCs will be running the Wraith. We've got Fremont rocking the Shiv. Who's on the Victor, ZP?
In terms of the Victor, I think it could be a few. It probably won't be Fremont since Fremont's going to be on the Shiv. But one thing I just got to get out real quick on this draft.
Yeah, please.
And what you have here is that I think this is reverse the last game. I actually like the Leviathan draft a lot more. Even with the Mo like a little bit later on, like, yeah, you're going to have to deal with the Billy. But Leviathan, their scaling in this comp is actually ridiculous unless Zergy like kind of replicates what we saw from OCs and they have like really good mid-game brawling, with the Silver maybe. Like, I like the Leviathan comp so much more of the two right now.
Is there an individual that is most important on Leviathan for their success in this game?
I think Fremont probably. Fremont on Shiv or OC's on Wraith. I mean,
just being the distraction, soaking up damage, or
what we saw in game one out of Fremont, just buying time for OCs to come online, I think was super important. He was so impactful the entire game. I think that's like one of the major factors that allowed them to win. But you also do have like good coverage of Rem. You have coverage of Mo and Krill to keep you alive as well. But I'm still gonna be looking towards the Shiv. I think maybe the Victor one, I'm not 100% convinced it's actually being picked here, ZP, with like the lineup that they're currently rocking. But it's still gonna be massively impactful and still has a lot of denial when it comes to the earn turn-ins.
Yeah, I mean, for Victor, you're actually happy in some of these fights where just die unearned and it's way more effective than it actually should be. Again, am I convinced of Victor at first pick? Well, Loki W seemingly values it at that level. So for Leviathan, picking it that early as much as a meta pick as much as is a denied pick. So, but yeah, overall, I mean, even in terms of frontline, I mean, you got Victor, Shiv. I mean, Billy is still ridiculous, but I don't know. I like how Leviathan's comp is more likely to flow in this game.
Are you guys Victor mains at all? Could I potentially get 6 lives on the urn if I got rejuve and a refresher?
You only get 3 from that because you have your death. Well, I guess you have 4 lives. Can I do the math in my head?
5.
Your first life is alive. Your first life, you die.
Yep. Die,
Second
come back.
life, you refresher or rejuve. Third life, then you die and refresher or rejuve. So you have like 4 lives.
Chat, is Jason's math right or wrong? We're jumping into game number 2 of the EU finals as we theory craft how to play Victor as annoyingly as possible. It's Loki W fighting from behind. They need 2 in a row against Leviathan, the underdog. ZP, take it away.
All right, Jason, look, Leviathan, I think they're looking in their best shape possible to have the upset here today. And, what a signal it'd be before the night shift open this weekend, where even though it's NA servers, Leviathan is participating. One of our first teams signed up, and they'll be going up against first round against some of our open qualifier teams where, imagine that, where you sign up, some of the teams are a little bit lower in rank, and you're just like, who do I go against in the first round? Oh, it's Leviathan or Abraham's. It's just like, well,
they were one of the first teams to sign up. They must have been spamming that F5 button, man, waiting for that 12 p.m. Eastern time opening because it filled in 7 minutes like that. I don't think anyone expected to finish or to fill that quickly. And then we still had, what was it, like 40 waitlisted teams after that.
Yeah, there's a lot. We got through some of the inactive teams. Some of the waitlisted teams did get in. And what is going on here? Silver nearly gone in lane. That is a ton of damage for Silver to take. 2 seconds into the game.
I have to say, ZP. So I always watch the shows in mod view, which means I don't really get like channel points. So I'm sitting on 10k channel points after basically 40 night shifts, and I bet it all on Leviathan. And if I lose, I'm coming for you because you kind of put me onto this one. And Leviathan actually is favored to win right now in terms of the chat, 56 to 44%.
Jason, you just took channel points advice from the man that is self-admittedly bankrupt. I feel like that one's on you. Hey, that's what I'm saying.
If I go bankrupt from this, you're buying me a milkshake next event we do. As long as they're like the ones we had in Atlanta.
I mean, those are like half milkshake, half like monstrosity, but pretty good.
You're buying me a boss, if you remember one of those bad boys, $60.
Okay, I feel like buying like a $60 milkshake may be hazardous to your health when it comes in just a gigantic
but we can share it. We can have like 2 straws. You have one side, I have the other side. Yeah, good times. Good bonding experience. But speaking of bonding right now, Leviathan should be coming together, as you said, with NSO right around the corner in just a few days' time. A big shout out to Intel and Walmart for that, for putting up the $12,000 prize pool for the event. Leviathan have a very big weekend potentially ahead of them. Imagine taking the night shift title here on Wednesday and potentially taking the title of NSO and back-to-back. That would be a good way to start a potential legacy for Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, this has already been a huge confidence booster here today where, Leviathan was hurting in recent times, and who's not hurting is Irizumi. Some candle shots off here on the right, and I mean, Loki W, laning phase alone has been a little bit tough here so far. I mean, no one's died just yet, but Leviathan coming into this game with the same vigor that they had back in map 1.
I mean, yeah, they got to be hyped for sure. I think the thing is, it's still Loki W. I don't think you can really tilt them too easily with the backing of Lightbringer on the team to help, with the draft and help you fix your mistakes that you potentially made. I mean, to be fair, it did take a couple of weeks for Loki W to get onto the top here in EU with Zergy added to the team and Empty Dreams being dropped. But they eventually got there and they showed no signs of stopping, coming 2nd place in DSI over the weekend. Big shout out to Deathly and crew for putting that event on. Right now, Loki W are just trying to defend their title here on the night shift, and it's looking a little bit rocky, ZP.
Yeah, sometimes you wonder if there's a little bit of fatigue. It's been such a fun time for Deadlock with all the tournaments going on in May. Like, May has been our most packed month ever, if you account for like all the community tournaments that have been going on. But I was talking with Lightbringer, and Lightbringer just says like, yeah, it's been a grind. Like, Wednesday, then big tournament, Wednesday, then big tournament, and as we look,
it must be horrible having big tournaments with a lot of prize pool to play for every weekend. Oh, I feel so bad for them.
Hey, look, we're fatigued. We're used to the easier schedule.
I would used to it with Deadlock, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, if lands become a more common thing, like players, they're going to be hitting high status with airlines. That means they're going to be flying a lot. Also, speaking of flying right now, mid lane is just... Loki W is feeling awfully pushed back by a Wraith Mo lane. I mean, it's rare to see a silver lane struggle quite as much as it is in middle, but, you know, so far, Sai and OCs have been making it work.
Actually enough too, Vreg. I didn't know who necessarily would be on the Goat Man or would be on the Blue Man, but we got our answer with Vreg on Abrams and Listic on Billy. I mean, Vreg, I think it's been a decent addition to the team in terms of like being a frontline player for them. When it comes to Apollo, now Abrams here, even getting someone extremely low at HP. Overseas just gonna fall. Not quite able to get his ultimate online just yet, only at 3.2k souls. But Leviathan, either way, they still get both bridge buffs at the same time here. Gun buff for Rake and casting for OCs. And casting's gonna help quite a bit here up against Zergy, who's just gonna fall. There's really nothing Rake can do to help out on this one. Even the telekinesis is being thrown on in to keep him away. Even that Siphon Life from healing too much. Seismic Impact being used. Rake just trying to dodge away, but OCs closes that one down. Another kill for the man who carried last game. He's at 2.4k souls to spend, at 4.1k total. There's a fight even breaking out in middle.
Into the combo, which very nearly takes the life of GT. And man, oh man, I mean, that is a brutal exchange. I mean, you think about the impact of the right lane here and what's going on, you know, with OCs shuffling back in. You know, OCs is getting farmed and you have Zergy getting behind at the same time. I mean, both those things impactful as a Wolf or Owl. Chases downside, nearly takes him down. He's gonna go for a little bit of a smidgen of HP off the tier 1 camp, but not exactly the world's healthiest Mo right now.
He's I mean, he's looking for the Scorns obviously to heal up, and you can see right there almost 400 HP healed from the one Scorn alone. Definitely can live to fight another day in the mid lane, but Boot necessarily can't. Being chased back here by the Victor and the Mo all up in their face. I mean, that is also, as you pointed out before, it's interesting to see Silver struggling in the mid lane, but against this like double tanky mess that they have going on at the moment, it is going to be a little bit difficult.
Obafim wasn't able to make any clearance and maybe get even worse. Listic low HP. The chase down in here from Rayek, enough to take down Listic as well. And it just continues the dog pile against Loki W. I mean, it's only 4k on the total, but you look at the difference in these lanes right now and who's getting the farm. It's a little bit tough. Zergy, though, off the Irazumini, puts Irazumi back into spawn, something that certain Rem haters on broadcast like could clap for with glee.
How dare they? That's my Rat King right there. Overseas gets caught a little bit too deep there. And he does fall here to Hoot. So a little bit of respite coming in for Loki W, able to bounce back and close that 4k difference down to 1k and potentially even less than that.
Let's push Broadway.
So you can't count Loki W out. I think it's a strong comeback as Fremok currently getting chain ganged over on the left-hand side as the battle's breaking out up against Obafim and Listic together.
He's low for me
Fremok's
too.
not looking too healthy.
Fremok on the low end, though, I think was able to make a little bit of distance, and now you got Rake coming on in, looking for, again, another opportunistic pick, but decides to pull off for now. Instead, take a look at OCs. Feeling a little bit of the pressure, big old blue Rake behind, where, by the way, it's Listic on the Billy, not the Abrams. Always worth pointing out.
Yeah, I was talking before about interesting to see, you know, we didn't know who was going to be on who, but Rake, a good addition to the team here, being able to play like a front liner. Apparently, I'm being told in chat, Dimov has 240,000 channel points on Leviathan.
Okay, so wait, that means he probably went all in. So like, Dimov is either about to buy a channel point mansion or be in the poorhouse, along with me, because I put my 80 channel points on Leviathan. So
80 channel points. Ooh, ZP, calm down, man. That's too many.
You know?
Man, we need to like revamp our channel point rewards, honestly. Maybe get some ideas from the chat and over into our public Discord server. You can type ! Discord if you haven't joined it just yet. 'Cause we need to put something in there. Maybe at like a million channel points. You know, ZP has to shave his eyebrows or something. I don't know.
Why does it always come back to the eyebrows? It always just comes back to the eyebrows.
I just want to see someone do it, man. Like every time I've done this in my like last 6 years, no one ever actually commits to the bit.
I thought it was gonna be, like, yeah, you know, the last 15 years, my entire professional career. But we got a swap going down. Off and over, the dive from Fremok, able to take down Obafim. Swap, not really having too big of an impact there. And now Listic walks forward, just gets parried. Rake, no fear, hits the F key and sends Listic back to spawn. Now Fremok ends up falling with the rotation of Cosmetical back in the lane. Rake on the escape, but Owl's gonna be up soon. Is it gonna be soon enough though? Owl, does Cosmetical send it? He does! Rake dropped off the zipline.
Yeah, Yeah,
Don't think
survive.
the owl hit him, but he survives.
Got the shield up too. I think one thing that's scary as well is that we saw Fremont and how he itemized in the last game against Abrahams, going for like counterspell, dispel magic, unstoppable. Had a couple more in there as well, like radiant regen. Having a rem on top of that, the amount of healing you're going to be able to do to a Shiv, especially when you get low on HP, is going to be crazy, making his survivability even higher. But I don't know if Loki W is going to have the damage to finish off Fremont once he gets online with a couple of these big items. As I do see the first guard in the game going down the right, it's not the first one, another one going down for Leviathan, taking all 3 now. Maintain their left-hand side, and they have a 5k lead about to hit the buff, spawning him on back in here, and unfortunately Fremont, he can't get the vitality or the survival buff, which would desperately have been a strong choice for him.
Here's Zumi though, makes a little bit of room with the nap time. Creates opportunity for Leviathan to reassemble, get more focus fire on Listic, and Listic ends up falling off the rotation.
And the urn's in the hands of Sai. Mo's toes grasping that urn as he runs it across the map. There's no nap time. There's really not a lot of ultimates online here for Leviathan, and you do have to worry about seismic impact, chain gang here for Loki W. I'm not sure if it's going to be just a free and easy dunk.
Well, for now, Leviathan, they seem to think they have the advantage as 2 knife stacks in the Paradox. A quick little belly slide from Sai over into the urn turn in, and the clock is started. Leviathan with control of the urn, but immediately flipped by Loki W. It is a full-on burger box here. Here's Zumi, first one to go down. Melee's coming out. Leviathan regaining control. The parry's happening on all ends. Loki W swaps it once more. Big Owl coming in. Av Cosmetical hits the majority of Leviathan, and that's going to put the fight for Loki W.
Owl, man, that comes down to like 4 players preventing anyone Leviathan actually steal the urn away, and Loki W come out with it with 4 kills as well. And the quick swing in Souls, man, they're up now 4,000 themselves. That one urn fight, giving them not complete control of the game, but putting them completely back in the game and ahead in the game. I don't necessarily agree with Leviathan going for that dunk right away, considering they didn't have a lot of ultimates up and ready to go, a lot of key ultimates that they would have needed, but they tried to push the pressure and maybe capitalize on Loki W making a mistake, and extremely low, and he should die to OCs.
You'd think.
Actually, no.
But also, you got the Abrams factor, Infernal Resilience, keep you alive, and here comes the Calvary Cosmetical. Over the top decides, I can take a half HP OCs. Surely, nothing bad would happen here, but guess what? Rem joins the battle. At the same time, it creates enough clearance for OCs, likely to at least get into the teleporter. But while this is going on, up top, Cosmetical lets loose another Owl, takes down Overseas, and what stacks is Cosmetical at right now? It's felt like a pretty effective GT game.
Should be pretty decent. I mean, I think the Owl was meant initially for OCs, but Overseas just kind of showed up, and now there's Rem the Rat being thrown back in a spawn. Who decimates him, and this lead is now exploded to 7k for Loki W. And they're gonna take a guard on the left-hand side. What a spot, man. One bad urn play for Leviathan. Letting Loki W a 10k lead now, 12.5 minutes in. As Ray trying to be focused on here by Obi Kim, but again, it's Celeste. Most likely going to be escaping this one. Now, that's painful, man. Leviathan were in the driver's seat and just threw it away.
Yeah, I mean, they had the edge going into urn fight, but that edge quite literally blown away by Cosmetical with what was a fight-winning Owl. And now, up 10k, and it wouldn't be EU without a quick little pause. OC's dropping the pause at not high HP, but not really under pressure either.
Do we maybe have that urn fight in a replay somehow, or at least maybe seeing the Owl coming in like the very tail end of it, because that 4-man connection was pretty massive.
You know, while we're paused, I got a chance to see chat, and so they were on the Massive Fed, like, how is ZP seeing what's going on? Chat, I watched like 20 hours of urn burger boxing this weekend. I have experience. Every single game of DSI we were watching, and let me tell you, there was a lot of urns fought over. I just, you know, it was a watch party. I didn't have to do that during the watch party, but if you're casting, you did.
Another guided Owl coming on in. Oh,
okay.
Plus 40. Okay, now my 10k channel points, I'm a little bit sad because I don't think I'm gonna be getting any of those back anytime soon.
It's been a very good ramp for Cosmetical. Plus 40 Spirit is no joke, especially when it's not even 15 minutes into the game yet. And yeah, I mean, urn fights now, they're a little bit troublesome for Leviathan, where you have to worry about the fact that the people like basically committing for the burger going to get hit by a thermonuclear owl? And the answer is yes. Yes, they are. Unless you pick GT before the urn.
I mean, that's gonna be very difficult to do so, considering Cosmetical generally plays extremely safe in his positioning. Freemock, though, this would be a good kill to happen. It seems like the combos just really haven't been there to net into kills. Zokim's gonna fall from the serrated knives coming on through. There's another owl as well, connect on to Freemock, and well, Cosmetical adding some extra stacks towards his tally. This is yeah, this is starting to get out of hand, I would say, a little bit. 10k still, but Cosmetical, like, once he gets Boundless online, my lord, I would not want to fight against him.
Also, just we haven't checked in a little bit. I want two things here. I want a damage check, and then I want a golden statue check. Like, I want to see just how much damage Cosmetical has been doing. The answer is a lot. And then what about permanent buffs? Like, obviously he's at, I think, like plus 50 on spirit buff here, but okay, no golden statues. He's golden statue poor. Those are going to Zerg.
I see Celeste.
Yeah, I remember last week we had Listic on like 67. The next closest was around like 30, if not lower than that, in that game. And he did that like in back-to-back matches too. Kind of a little bit poor for him this time considering, but we do also, again, had double buffs picked up here for Loki W. Urn is a comeback urn for Leviathan. Overseas is gonna ferry down across the map, where Loki W are pretty much waiting, looking for some damage and pressure onto this walker in the meantime.
Okay, you trade. If you're Loki W, you go for trades here. Even getting the pick on the side, once the urn is here, you really don't want to fight, but okay, maybe you got Freemock. Like, before the urn was able to go here, Freemock bloodletting, no, he's just barely able to get away, but the aggression here to go for the walker before the urn comes over is like really paying off for Loki W.
This is a little bit brave here out of Overseas. He does have shock reanimation, but doesn't want to pop it right now. I mean, they're trying to keep the urn in this walker, in this location, by pushing out some of these other waves here. And Freemock's being healed up slowly over time. The urn, do not tell me they're just going to dunk this. Try to dunk this one. I think just defend for a little bit of time. Loki W actually backed away from this one. Okay, so they will get it. But that was, it felt a little bit risky. But again, you have 20 plus hours over me when it comes to these urn turn-ins on the new setup.
Look, the rule, even at 35%, if it's like, this wasn't this big of a gap in stats, you don't want to fight. Loki W did the smart thing by trying to fight right before the urn came over. They nearly got Freemock. I think they probably stayed a little bit too long at Walker when it looked like Freemock wasn't going to die and they weren't going to get another pick. But I think the tactics behind how Loki W handled the comeback urn were about as smart as you're going to get. You definitely don't go for the full team fight there, because that could have easily given Leviathan the lead in turn.
I mean, yeah, at least they closed the gap, though, from 10k down to about 5. There's the combo coming on through to look for the instant burst on the Vrake. He gets the shoulder charge away and use that movement tech. So clean here out of Vrake. If you can't use a combo to get a guaranteed kill, you're in a rough spot. Looks like he will fall either way finally, but it takes a lot of time here. Nap time coming on through to maybe lock down another kill as Obikim's been put to sleep. Melatonin injected directly into his veins. He's actually low on HP as well, but here comes Listic on in with the chain gang. Catches on quite a few here. Freemock trying to get around the corner to this Law. Just want to break these chains, but these cuffs are too strong. Cosmetical comes in once again, plus 70 on his Owl. Cosmetical is becoming unstoppable here, ZP.
Jason, this is not normally. Well, like, we've been dealing with the great Grey Talon drought, where I feel like every time we look at GT in games over the last few weeks, it's like, oh man, he's no stacks. Like, what's going on? We look at Cosmetical, and Cosmetical is just feasting at plus 70 spirit. And I mean, I think the setup for this has been pretty good too. You know, in that last instance, you just wait for Listic to set up on the chain gang, throw an Owl into a pile of 3, and surely someone's gonna fall, right? It's kind of the logic. And it also helps that at plus 70 spirit, these are not soft owls. Like, these are owls that are
hard
explosives. Like, yeah, they're the most brutal owls you can imagine, Jason.
ZP, how do the stacks work for us noobs out there?
10 spirit every time your owl is involved in a kill within 3 seconds of the person being hit. So it doesn't have to be the actual killing blow. If they die within a few seconds of the owl hitting them, it still counts. And it just ramps up his damage. Oh my god. They knew. They just knew.
Thank you, thank you.
If he didn't die to the Owl, it's going to be the punch out of Ray for sure right there. And Loki W again going on the push here. Trying to catch out Leviathan, who are trying to now back away. And again, Freemock, he's not being able to get away so much as he did in the first game against Abraham. You can see how low he is on health here. he had so much freedom in that first game. Constantly able to just slice and dice his way through. There wasn't enough damage to finish him off. Telekinesis being used by Osius, who's just trying to back away, gets pulled back in by the chain. The shield charge is going to miss, but it's not going to matter. The three-man gang squad at a LokiW nets him another kill. As I say, potentially a walker. But it looks like mid-boss potentially on the cards, or are they just trying to defend the right-hand side?
And we'll see. Leviathan, they need a walker pretty badly, not only for the trade, but also you just kind of want to flex a lot at this point. Zergy, though, looking to get his pound of flesh out of Sai, who is all sorts of low, has combo, but not the time to use it. Then gonna get his scalp instead. But, you know, to what you're asking, does this turn into mid-boss right now? Probably not the way people are set up. In fact, Freemok and Overseas on the prowl here, in on the left, backed up by OCs. Leviathan trying to make something happen, and they're looking at Listic, who is getting chunked down, and finally gets a card draw that's just not in his favor.
That's a lot of damage being done extremely quickly. They were thinking about going for the chase on of Ray, because actually Obikim's being chased down by Freemok here. I think he has enough serrated knives in him that it's probably going to be a dead Paradox. Oh, actually, not enough blades left to go here. He does escape here, but I mean, kind of look at the, was it Counterspell? I'll dispel magic, set Radiant Regen, go for Heal Bay next as well. I mean, Freemok's been controlled a bit, but the thing is, like, even the lead right now LokiW has, I wouldn't say the game's over. It's still within reach of Leviathan after you saw that first match coming back from being down almost 25k.
I'd say the biggest leading indicator that feels pretty good for LokiW right now is that OCs is one of us at the moment and not actually one of the elite with you know, infinite soul scaling. Like, OCs has been kept relatively in check this game. Hoot in control of the urn, bringing it over. Leviathan, see if they even go for the full urn fight right now. Just more the skirmish here on the right. Like, we're looking at silver at the urn, but all the action right now is by Secret Shop on the right. As Listic giving Mo a healthy dose of respect. The fists are ready to go. But as the skirmish ends, I mean, the urn drop looks to be just free.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what are they even trying to get off of this? Because there's no walker there. Maybe they're trying to bait LokiW into a fight, but they just get a completely free urn turn in with absolutely no contest and absolutely nothing being taken by Leviathan from that. I think that had to been a macro misstep.
I think Leviathan was just very invested in trying to get a pick off there. It was like, okay, run the urn. If we get a pick, it's worth it. It would have, right? Like, if they had killed Listic, Leviathan could have slammed mid-boss and evened up the game despite LokiW getting urn. I actually don't think the shot call for Leviathan was bad. It's just they weren't able to actually get the pick off they were looking for.
I mean, right now I'd be a little bit worried about Zergy. He's got a gun buff, and he has 29,000 souls. Obviously, you're really worried about cosmetical too, because the 21k he has is very misleading, and when Boundless comes online, if he doesn't already have it, the damage is going to be absolutely ridiculous. But Leviathan just don't have an answer for cosmetical or for Zergy at the moment. Even the lockdown that we've seen the combos out of Sai hasn't been able to really net too many kills. Counterspell comes on through. The bird can be connecting as well. He's going to survive this one at least.
Yeah, or at the very least, he's down after, but here's the upside. It was delayed enough. I don't think cosmetical got a stack. You got
Plus 10?
No plus 10. However, elsewhere, Sai under assault. Here's the GT movement. He's just, oh man, the new rain of arrows. A little bit of superior stamina, and you are flying through the air. Grandpa got some moves. Easy takedown on the Sai towards the end. Leviathan bleeding out too, and if you're LokiW, Jason, thinking about a little bit mid-boss right now.
I mean, mid-boss, I mean, they're gonna lose a walker from this, but again, I think they're gonna be kind of fine with that one. The question is, Leviathan, do they want to throw Overseas into this one to potentially go for contest? Probably not. When the owl coming on out, you're gonna have to get this one up. Even Ray gonna be shoving the right-hand side to look for some base guardians here. And the answer to LokiW, the response is just to shove middle. I mean, honestly, there's a real world that Leviathan could have taken some base guardians, but they don't want to lose much more after their mid-walker. As the charge comes on through, and Freemok just slicing his way through this one, trying to stay alive, but he doesn't have the survivability yet.
Zergy for a brief moment surrounded by enemies, but no fear whatsoever. Rest of LokiW moving in on support. Okay, as I say that, Zergy's gonna lose rejuve, so Leviathan still wanted that from the back. The combo comes out. Zergy, though, new lease on life. Telekinesis elsewise coming out from OCs just to get out of my face on some break. Leviathan, they've been able to burn down 2 rejuves here, Jason. So, I mean, the skirmish engage really isn't that bad. In fact, I would argue the last 30 seconds, probably a win for Leviathan overall.
Yeah, for sure. You lose one player and you get 2 rejuves, almost a third from Obikim, who's very low in health. and they keep their mid walker alive. I think that was actually a big win here for Leviathan. Keeping that lead only at 11k. Can we actually see the soul difference? Because I'm curious, has it just been steadily at 10k for the last 8 minutes of time, and it's been generally around there with some slight changes here or there. Kind of crazy to see that with how this game's been going, at least how it's felt, that LokiW hasn't really been able to extend their lead much further.
There's actually something worrying for LokiW here, Jason, too, as I look at, is that OC's, I think his proportion of farm has gone up considerably over the last 5 minutes relative to where he was. Like OC's was actually like kind of on the broke end, now at 27k. Is he the most farmed in the game? No. Is he more farmed than everyone other than Zergy? Yes. And the easy bar does that. I did it without the easy bar. And when I said it, Billy was not ahead of him. As now Sai is just getting business from multiple ends. A charge from Break. And this mode, Krill, the Owl, a little bit late to the party. Most survivability is unreal. Sai's still alive.
Yeah, I mean, the Scourge has been insane out of them. It looks like they might lose the mid walker, though. Oats is able to shove them on back, and Sai eventually does fall, but they take the last rejuve, and look how low Listic's going to be. There's actually a chance that we could see Leviathan turn this around if they can get a catcher, too. But Listic has enough support from the rest of his team to keep any aggression away from Leviathan, and the walker will fall. Maybe some more kills, too, because Freemok has been slightly caught out here. The shoulder charge coming through. The counterspell does get it, though, and the parry onto Vrake, and it's still going to cost him his life. Oh, actually takes Vrake down. He still gets the one kill.
I love what happened there is that Vrake throws in the melee off muscle memory, but the charge itself got counterspelled. So the counterspell into another parry. I mean, Freemok getting max value there. Earn elsewise picked up by Rayek. Leviathan scrapping for any advantage. Down 3. Earn in contest. Zergy this time around gonna pick it up, but the nap time comes out and Zergy's not clear here. Zergy getting mobbed by multiple ends. Throws the stake here into Rayek. Gets a kill right after. Cosmetical with the backup.
Another plus 10 added to Cosmetical's tally with the bird coming on through. I mean, that gut shot did so much damage to Rayek. I'm surprised to see they weren't able to capitalize on that kill into Zergy. If you can't take him down 1v3 like that, and he's able to take one of you with them, that's not a great sign for them. And they still just don't have an answer to Zergy, who's just a powerhouse. And he gets the gut shot onto OCs before the teleport can be used. And that's another kill going the way of LokiW. They are just running over this game. The combo has been used on the Listic, but Sai, where are you going to go from here? You have no backup. You have no help.
This is just... It's kind of throwing good money in the bad here from Leviathan. They're trying to get any form of value off of these kills, but is simply not happening. If they get Zergy, it'd be huge. Zergy at low HP, but right now the pressure all from LokiW, just able to swarm and protect Zergy out of the fire this time around. And there's another owl chasing around. Put on the map.
Production, can we cancel these predictions? Because I don't want to lose my 10k points. ZP sold me on a lie.
Yeah, again, man who just went bankrupt. That's on you.
Should have went over to Dan's new website to help with some trading here in my predictions and points, man. Might have worked a little bit better. But now this leaves bolstered up to almost 30k with this walker to fall here shortly. Rayek gets parried under the walker, but again, he has so much sustainability, so much survivability that they can't get these kills. Like LokiW are just out surviving Leviathan.
Well, it definitely helps when you're up nearly 30k souls. You know, the plays that would have been, yep, people die or it's a trade, end up being no one dies and people get away gracefully. But for Leviathan, at this point, Jason, they're kind of begging for a mistake out of LokiW. Also, can we get an owl stat check? We haven't looked at Cosmetical in a while. I don't think some of these recent kills have added much, but
it's 80 or 90 now.
That'd be my guess. Yeah, it's at 80.
And he has a boundless. Oh my god, that hurts, man. That hurts, ZP. I don't know what you do to Cosmetical anymore to kill him, because he has a front line with Listic, Hoot, and Vrayek.
Well, you have to find him. You have to find him. The problem is that he's calling in the owl usually from a distance, usually from a safe spot, and oftentimes in conjunction with things like Chain Gang or Vrake just setting up a team fight. So, you know, a lot of Cosmetical's damage is coming from a point where you actually just cannot be on him or know where he's at. So it's tough, to say the least.
Just something we haven't really talked about is that Freemok is poor. Like, he is dirt poor. 22,000 souls. He's got the least souls in the game. Obviously, least souls in his team as well. He's 18k behind Zergy. This isn't the same Freemok we saw versus Abrahams. He just doesn't have the sustain. He's constantly being caught out here. And he's just falling. Oh, no, the owl. You hear it coming on in.
Remog
There's the connection.
doesn't actually take that much damage. Shiv, the one person that may not be as much in fear, but should be in fear. Some of the other things in and around Leviathan. Collapsing though, onto the fight. See how much damage OCs can pump here, and nope, it's gonna be none because he's taken down. Zergy ends up finding him with the Air Domini. And now, still has more in the tank. Takes out Craig too. If you're fast, you're flying, you have escapes. Zergy's got the cure for what ails you and what has been a ridiculous series for Venator so far, regardless of who's been playing him.
Oh my god, is that like half HP from one arrow on Arazumi?
And you were telling me Cosmetical can play Shiv. Do Greytown and Shiv have any similarities in movements? Or is this just a random
I'd say
collection
no.
of heroes he plays?
I say there's very few heroes that have the same mobility as a Shiv because of the whole right-click mechanic that Shiv has. Because it provides you so much extra mobility that kind of goes unmatched by most
By the way,
heroes.
if Dimov went all in and that 240k channel points was all that he had, Dimov is also on the verge of being bankrupt. One of us pro players, not different.
He's a man of the people, you know? He took points and he can give it points.
Our wealth is what Dimov does to
I mean,
anyone
he's
who
clear about
went in
shadow
for
points.
Loki W.
He only cares about winning Night Shift.
Sure. And of course, you're going to be seeing Dimov later today in North America, where though he's the
What's he
Bulgarian
wearing?
beast. Well, how would I know what he's wearing? I mean, you know, gamer gear.
I mean,
What gaming
Dimov-
chair does he have? Who knows?
Dimov plays fully cosplayed up every time in Night Shift. We just don't have.
That's what I assumed, yeah.
I know
I
who
hope
he's
it's
cosplaying this
viscous.
time, Puckett? Lady Geist.
Geist may be dead right now, Jason. It's sad, but
Not in
Don't
Dimov,
want
though.
to say I paid Yoshi, but I paid Yoshi all my money.
well, look, if you could like utilize that pipeline Puckett and you know, channel your rem hate there.
Listen, he let me play with the urns this week. It's been fantastic. We're doing some new changes next week, ZP. What else did you want me
Okay.
to fix?
I know, just send Rem into the sun. Thank you. But Jason,
Rem, got it.
Whoa, whoa.
Loki W, looking for the urn here. This is comeback urn Leviathan. Okay, are they looking to take the fight? Yes, they are. They're in. They put the urn to their side. Already shocking reanimation is brought out, but the urn is dunked in. So all the resistances are gone. Loki W, this is the fight they want to take now, and they waste no time. You see Hoot deeper in, gets hit by the combo. They still have the rejuves backing them up. The owl in from afar, grounds Rayek. This Cosmetical finds OCs in the melee. Rain of arrows. He's going for Rem. He's on my wavelength right now. Looking for one more shot. Put him to bed. Down he goes.
Why are you such a Rem hater, ZP? What happened to you? How many Rems abused you, man?
I've been consistent. I have always just, you know, take out.
The night terrors, Jason. You've never had one until you had one. Oh, then you don't forget them.
You know, the first deadlock land, I'm just gonna like walk up to ZP randomly throughout the event, just hit him with a pillow. Just say, like, Rem told me to do this.
Honestly, would not be surprised. But otherwise, that may have been one of the last chances for Leviathan to get the game state in their favor. Loki W now take care of business wherever they need. Shrines going down for Leviathan. And now it's going to be first stage Patron 2 with still 2 rejuves in the tank. And at this point, Jason, I'd like to see them finish, but maybe they'll play it safe as Obakim right now. A little bit one-on-one versus Celeste, and Obakim happy to take the engage.
Yeah, I mean, oh, he wants the owl kill. He's pinging it for cosmetic.
Oh, wait, the owl's in the tunnels! The Death Star survived.
It would have been at plus 100 if he got that too. And that would have been, I think, the highest amount we've seen in Night Shift history.
Well, right now, Jason, we're looking towards a map 3, where Leviathan was able to surprise Abraham's able to surprise in map 1. Demov's about to be bankrupt, and map 3 is in the cards.
I'm not, honestly, with only like a 30k lead though, I'm not like 100% convinced this game's over. There's still a part of me that thinks there is a world that we could see a comeback. I mean, obviously it hasn't looked like that for the last, 10, 15 minutes of time. And Fremont getting got out here would definitely disprove what I was trying to go for, but... Oh no, another owl's coming out.
It's like, oh no, another owl's coming out. It's like the nuclear sirens have been sounded, you know, hiding under the desk. This is a, you know, grade A cosmetical owl alert, DEFCON 1. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm going through like various military terms right now. Whatever. Owl about to blow things up is the end of the story there. I don't know, Jason. We're making idle talk. This is Leviathan struggling against a very, very difficult situation to come back from here. And can we get a golden statue check? Just to see what isn't reflected by souls.
7 more Zergy. The Goonmaster Supreme. You know he's got to get it for the game ends, though he has probably no idea how many he has at the moment.
Unlikely.
By the way, Listic dying to Walker, pretty smart. Knew Ryuji was going to be over in 15 seconds. Took the death for full HP because he was already low. Obviously, at the end, it doesn't really matter too much. And wow, look at these kills. 14 for cosmetical. 9 of those netting from owl kills.
Can you imagine what GT's pick rate would be if he had the character model of Mina right now in the game? You'd be seeing him in every game. The only thing that keeps GT in check is that people don't find his model cool enough.
I mean, to be fair, his model does kind of suck. I thought GT was female for a long period of time until I realized GT was actually a man.
Well, yeah, you know, it's all the, hey, who picked grandma? But GT one day, I believe, will get the revamp. And then you'll probably just be seeing him in every game. You'll get the Mina effect where, you know, when Mina even has like a low win rate, she's high pick rate. It's real cool.
Yeah,
I think it's because she's a vampire. ZP, there is a special request. I know you do some comp breakdowns and build breakdowns. Can we get the GT build from Cosmetical?
Absolutely. May not come directly today, but we'll find a way of mixing it in.
No, if it's not done in the next 2 minutes, ZP, then you're letting whoever requests this down. I'm just saying.
Okay, we might have time the way it's going down.
7 minutes.
Also, that's a 4-man chain gang by Billy, setting up Cosmetical, just laying the power shots. Rake's doing a dance, but it's not a dance of death. It's, I don't know, dance of futility. It's not a more commonly known phrase, but what else do you want? 4 dead for Leviathan, Loki W. Should be able to wrap this one up. Bring us to a map 3.
Yeah. With the rat going down overseas, resin. Oh, are they gonna leave it for Cosmetical? Are we gonna see the plus 100? Plus 100. We did it, boys.
Honestly, it could have been way more plus souls. He was at like plus 70 before 15 minutes. Like the actual ramp up slowed down, but if you're at plus 70, you got nothing to complain about. Map 3, it's in the cards. Loki W not going down easily here in the money match.
Just like that, the best Shiv in EU goes down swinging. We're going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Loki W clutching up as the returning champions are expected to do. We're going to a game 3, and Kaplan, at the start of this one, what were your thoughts on Loki W's composition?
I mean, I don't think it was terrible, but I don't think the comp balance seems so imbalanced like the first game of the series. As CP and I were saying, like we had Loki W in the first game pitted to easily win that game based off comp alone, but it seems like the little bit of a change up in picks here really changed the way this game played out. I think the Mo and Krill just did not get enough work done. I feel like the combos they were pulling off, it was like onto Vrig, a lot of them, even a couple onto Listic, but they weren't able to convert those into kills, and they weren't able to convert that into more. Also, the fact that Fremog just got so heavily shut down in this game is really hard to see. He was at like 22k souls when everyone on the other team had at least a minimum of 30k. He was lowest in souls in the lobby for such a long time, and he didn't really get to create space and apply pressure like we saw in the first game versus Abrahams in the day. So I think it's kind of a different fronts netting a result for Loki W, and honestly, you can never doubt Cosmetical when he's playing GT. I mean, you saw the stacks there, Zipu pointed out. It's like 70 plus spirit power pre 15 minutes is just disgusting.
If we're all on a plane together and the pilot has a heart attack, Cosmetical is getting to fly. He's definitely got my trust. Watch these wings, ZP. This guy's owls were on point.
Yeah, I mean, GT was right place, right time, the entirety through. I think you got to give the assist to Listic for Chain Gang setting up a good amount of them in the early part and getting the snowball going. But man was relentless. Maybe my highlight of the match right there now as Irizumi goes to bed.
Dying. You know? Yeah. That's really good commentary, by the way. You should clip that for your reel. And then I distracted with comments while we saw more and more chain gangs being followed up with owls and just mass destruction. Plus 100 though, chat. What's your average when you play GT? And have you ever made it look this easy? Because I'm actually tempted to play the slowest looking character in the game. Is he actually slow? Jason, do you play GT much?
I haven't played him in a long time, honestly, because I'm just kind of bad at him and positioning in general. But I don't think he's necessarily that slow, especially with the rate of arrow changes that we've seen. Very mobile, especially the fact that you can like dash in the air when you have sub stam. I think mobility is definitely not a struggle for GT. It's more about your like lower health pool and position. And I guess more importantly about your team setting this up, because we saw multiple times that Loki W specifically didn't try to go for kills, so Cosmetical get the spirit power, and he finishes off 16-0 in 20.
Yes. So ZP, he was actually on fire at level 4, chat informed me. He was on fire until the end of the game. A ridiculous performance. Leviathan 45 kills to 14. When you're looking at the builds for those on a cell phone, what do you see, ZP? Anything standing out?
Well, you just asked about the GT build. Is pretty standard. I mean, you go Tank Buster early because it has huge synergy with both your Owl and your power shots. You get Boundless Spirit, which is increasing your overall spirit, including what you're getting from your stacks. I mean, just spirit number go up, big boom. Also,
big boom.
You get you get Dispel Magic and you know, Superior Stand. You move around. You remove any debuffs that would otherwise you know, limit your mobility. I mean, it's a simple build for Cosmetical. It's like actually a standard build that you would have seen like many patches ago, with the exception of
just hop on YouTube. It's already there. It's already there. What was the new one? Sorry?
Alkfire. Alkfire is like higher value this patch with the urn fights. But other than that, you know, all the rest of it's been around forever.
Shout out to everyone in chat, especially the gifters. Your donations have brought us within 115 subs of our 1,300 sub goal over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift. We're killing it over on YouTube at Deadlock Night Shift, and ZP is a wizard when it comes to builds. He gives me mine. I don't use them because I forget to put them in my queue and I'm lazy. But you can find them all during this break. In the meantime, Kaplan, thoughts on who is in the MVP race going into this game 3?
Cosmetical and OCs? No. Yes.
I agree.
Break time.
Chat, we'll be back after this. Maybe. Welcome back. We got turtle lovers on the show, as well as a man who eats salad with a spoon. Can you guess what country he's from, chat? It's not one of the three on your screen. Jason Kaplan, as we abuse those who work behind the scenes, we have to also shine a bright light on those who have entertained tonight. You called out two in particular, Cosmetical, who has showcased a great talent, and then OCs, who has showcased a Wraith and a very nasty Venator. What do you want to see more of?
Yes. More games. We're turning this into a best of 5. If we reach another 100, how many subs we need for our goal?
We need 113 more subs. It
3.
becomes a best of 5. And ZP solo cast the last 3 games.
None of what has been said is accurate. That is my disclaimer. My official disclaimer about the
more
teams.
subs. ZP said he's going to wax his eyebrows off. You heard it here first.
Yeah, we're going to create a bunch of new goals here on the stream. The next one is if you want to see ZP dressed as your favorite unicorn princess, aka Celeste. He already has the boots from Amazon being shipped to his house. He may or may not have ordered it, but when he sent the public email to all of our addresses, it became public knowledge. So let's jump into this next match. ZP, think of your high heels. Your size 10 and a half, right?
Size 13.
Good. Got those.
All right, calm down.
Let's take a look here at our bans. I don't think you're banning Celeste. The heels are getting in. Lady Geist ain't wearing any shoes around my cursed apple. So who is getting banned out? Who's getting picked early here, ZP? Pocket has been abused by the bans. Always the second team has to get the Pocket ban out, but who else is going early?
Well, okay, interesting enough, it's Leviathan as first pick, which is odd. Normally, you'd want to leave that open, and now for Loki W, you don't have to spend your ban on Pocket. Like, Loki W was going to ban a Pocket no matter what, so this is a little bit weird to me. I feel like for Leviathan, they've actually just, like, gave up their ban for free because we've not seen a team not ban Pocket with their pick. Leviathan could have kept Doorman open for themselves. Now, instead, I mean, they have first pick. We'll see what they go with here. History in this matchup would suggest it would be Victor.
Billy Bot gets through. Who picks him up? Silver? And then are you grabbing Billy early, or is it not a necessity?
Now listen. I put up a bet for Cosmetical.
Yeah.
They pick Silver. You know they're not going to pick Shiv.
Uh-huh.
We better see my boy Shiv. If not to win the game or lose the game, let's just prove ZP wrong. Saying Freemark's the best Shiv in EU.
How is that even proving it, though? It's not like a 1-to-1. It's not like they both have Shiv and there's a Shiv mirror. One person gets to play Shiv, the other one doesn't. Like, I don't know what we're going with here. But the GT coming in for Loki W makes a lot of sense, especially with its impact. They followed up with the Billies, so you get your front line. Cosmetical gets to drop owl bombs on the GT, but, you know, having that good of an opening is not always guaranteed. You know, for Leviathan, you kind of want to pull any lever possible to not have a GT have plus 70 at 13 minutes.
Kaplan, I showed a little ankle today, and now the chat is demanding I dress up as Mina in a skirt. It's not happening, chat, but Billy is in your game. Will Mina make it through, Kaplan? Is there a need for her in the current meta with the urn being so important?
In 112 more subs, you could get Pocket to do a Mina cosplay live here on stream. 112 to go. He confirmed it during the break. Jax Libido, where you at? Cristana 14. We didn't say it earlier on, but I saw the 10 gifted by you. Thank you again so much for returning.
Thank
but
you,
112 left to go, and he will dress up as Mina. We can make that happen.
I would wear a bob. I would just say that, and I would look damn good in it, ZP.
You do the lipstick as well?
No, don't need it.
No, I've worn lipstick once in my life.
I don't doubt it. This week?
Okay. I did Powder Puff, where I dressed up as a cheerleader, and the women play football.
Go on, please.
I look good in a skirt, I'm just saying. But I'm not dressed up as Mina. Pocket will.
We have a new Mina nomination. Victor is in, despite being banned out and then abused in the last game, ZP. They're going with the Undead Billy Gray Talon opening. I feel like I haven't seen this in 38 episodes.
Yeah, I mean, priority is on frontline and space for Cosmetical. It's kind of a mix of some priorities we've seen. Leviathan, though, okay, this is super interesting. So Loki W bans Viscus, maybe expecting, okay, Leviathan will pick Rem for Irizumi. Irizumi says, nah, not about that. Bans the Rem in turn. It almost makes me wonder here, is Leviathan angling to go for a Kelvin when their pick comes up? Loki W, they don't care. They add more beef to the lineup. 3 strong frontline characters backed by GT. That's Loki W plan. Leviathan. We'll see how they respond. I assume if they're going to take down the Rem that they're planning on something on the support event. The only thing I can imagine here would be a Kelvin, but we'll see. They may not go either.
Bebop is back in the building. I saw the chat saying, I've seen enough. Bebop needs to be nerfed. Bebop was not in any of the lobbies previously. Kaplan, there's been a lot of bomb haters, a lot of bomb abusers in the low ranks, but you were telling me you just got to buy Dispel Magic and he's worthless, right? Or why do I want a Bebop in my game?
I think it was ZP telling you that, to be honest.
Okay.
But I don't think, you don't really see, you get me and ZP confused quite a bit, but we look so different, I feel like. You know, I got the Italian mustache and he's got the American.
I don't look
dream
at
over
you
there.
guys ever. I just stare at my own face.
I mean, the thing is, Bebop, we don't really see him as bomb build. We don't see him as gun build anymore. It's just kind of a general. Oh no, we see it just as like a general kind of build. Oh, you see that bucket?
Oh,
Snuggles.
They're excited for you. They're
With 20
excited
gifted.
for. Now
92 subs to go, and Bucket for our 41st night shift. We'll dress up as Mina.
No, we got to get to at least 1,500 subs before so. Like 1,300 isn't really a milestone. I feel like
You
the
put
Twitch
the
mods
catsuit
just got
on
lazy
Jake
there.
for like, what was it, like 500 subs or something?
He
You gotta-
was
you gotta
happy
man
to
up.
dress up as Shoppy, bro. That guy will dress up at a heartbeat. McGinnis is in the game as well. An S tier character is breaking through. Or is she?
yeah. No, I think
CP,
McGinnis
is she good
quite-
at a pro level?
Yeah, she's quite good. I actually think she's been underpicked. When we saw her in DSI this weekend, she looked really good. In terms of earn fighting, she's one of the like best characters that you can have in that situation. It's also probably gonna be Irazumi's character here. Like I'm sitting here like racking my head thinking like, hey, who's Irazumi gonna play? Kelvin, people have been as hot on Kelvin. I actually think for Loki W's end too, the Ivy may be a little bit underrated also. I mean, Stone Form is a great way of breaking up Burger Box, especially if, you know, people actually going like even earlier Echo Shard to just like double Stone Form, which wasn't uncommon on Ivy before, but is even more prioritized for in control. The thing I don't love about the Loki W draft is that
Mirage
taking on Mirage. The curse of Mirage is real.
I knew you were gonna say it. Why do you hate Mirage the same way I hate Lady Guy ZP? Does he abuse you at your rank?
No, right now he's 3-17 in the last like 3 days, and well, I think this patch is better for Mirage. Yeah, it's stats. Like even though I think he's better on this patch than he was on the DSI weekend patch, Mirage has just not been performing in games here. So yeah, on one hand, Loki W, I like the first half of their draft. On the other hand, they got to find a way to win with Mirage.
It's doable. The 4th win in the last 3 days of competitive deadlock. It's gonna happen here. I'm digging Loki W. Got such a strong front line. Cosmetical's gonna tear things up yet again here with the Owls. But I'm real curious, man. The question for me is Leviathan, are they grasping at straws here with a Bebop and McGinnis, or is this something they've been secretly working on and hiding, man? Because obviously with the weekend coming up, Leviathan's in the open bracket, having to qualify for the main event on Saturday and Sunday on this Friday. To throw something like this into the mix here, if that's something you've been hiding, is going to be a little bit risky, but I think they want this game 3. They want their title back. I mean, to go into NSO with a night shift win would be huge, I think, for them.
I wish we could do crazy odds with this prediction. Will OCs lead the lobby in souls? I think I'd put it at just 2-1 odds, and I'm going with a yes, ZP. I think it's happening tonight. If he doesn't do it, who does?
I mean, if he doesn't do it, Zergy would be the next logical guess. I mean, they're both kind of position 1 for their respective teams. I think, though, it's a little bit hard. I mean, granted, it happened 2 games in a row. So, look, it could happen with the Ven, but I feel like if you're Loki W, you're going to be trying to put more pressure to shut down the Ven before OCs gets mega farmed. We'll see if they can do it, though.
Chat, does anyone want to see ZP dressed up as a priest? Come on over to his church every Sunday down in Minnesota. In the meantime, it's Game 3, Loki W versus Leviathan.
Well, Jason, as I say, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Look, I went through a good amount of Sunday school as a kid, you know, father's orders and all that. And, you know, I think if I'm not going to test it, but I may be able to do a full Our Father at some point. That's all I know.
I don't want to see you dressed up as a priest. I want to see you in that ballerina outfit, the tutu, the high heels, the unicorn horn. I feel like we can make this happen at some point.
You'd also have to put it, if you wanted to do a good Celeste cosplay, you'd also have to like do some good like fake tattoo work. Also, you know, there's a lot
We can make it happen.
Good Celeste cosplay.
In 92 more, no.
But Jason, taking a look at the lanes here, Bebop has made his return, and you know, while Bebop suffered some nerfs and isn't as favored in the current meta, he's still a lane demon, and I think Bebop himself is one of those heroes that I feel like regardless of whatever the meta is, whatever the game state is, Bebop has a factor of just win the game as Bebop.
I mean, it's overseas. For me, he was, I don't know anymore, the best Bebop in EU over Dmop, over Hoot, over Tass. It's just been a long time since we've seen him really play Bebop and to play it as a mainstay for him. Doesn't have Hook picked up just yet, obviously early on. But I mean, looking at things though, I think like one factor for Leviathan is just don't let Cosmetical get stacks early. As you pointed out, was it 70 extra spirit powers, 17 minutes in? You just can't let him have that. That's just too much free damage that you potentially could mitigate. But obviously the communication, the coordination, more important out of Loki W to make that work is definitely an important factor into this one. But I do wonder, like, who are you going to kill in mid lane with this Bebop though?
I mean, we'll see. I don't think either are the easiest kills. I mean, arguably you can get a kill on Victor before shocking reanimation, but also I'm just looking at the draft, and you know what shocks me? Wraith was fully available for Loki W. Like, Loki W decided, yep, we're just gonna put Zergia Mirage over the Wraith, and that seems weird to me.
I mean, I'm trying to think about it.
That was actual. The fact that did not hit from that angle. Maybe it was a last minute pivot on his screen and the observer went wild, but that felt like a parry that probably should have happened if the aim was a bit more on target.
The thing is, I can't really argue with the stats when it comes to Mirage, but I think, honestly, I think the fact that he was like, was it 3 and 14? You said.
Mirage was 3 and 17 if you count DSI and today.
Just DSI.
It was like 3 and 16.
3 and 16. I mean, I think it was specifically due to the fact that he doesn't really offer anything when it comes to the earn contested in the middle. But the fact they moved back to the sides, I still think Mirage is good. I think the stats have been really misleading when it comes to that. I think it was mostly just due to the fact of the way that Earn was in middle, to be honest. I think it still has like crazy impact later on in the game, especially with the macro plays you can pull off as Mirage.
It's level 5 tornado, and then you just relic it, right? You got like 4 tornadoes, ZP. Why is that not good?
Well, the way people play Mirage in a lot of these games, that, you know, even if you're late enough, you go Echo Shock Tornado, like, people are usually just sitting from the back, like, trying to pump damage is a lot of it. Like, for Mirage, he's a hero where you're only using, like, very minimal parts of your kit, but Cosmetical just goes deep, and OC's just basic tracking takes him down.
2-to-1 odds are now dropped down to 1.8.
Not a good start here for Cosmetical, and a very good start for OC. He's picking up 2 kills in lane. It's shoulder charged. Oh, did they actually swap lanes? They put they put Victor in towards the right lane now. So they swapped him from middle. So they put Hoot over there, and they put Obi-Kim over towards mid on the Ivy. So a little bit of a change up coming through to kind of balance out how these lanes have been played. But Maginnis Venator, that's not a lane we've really seen ever. But a wall plus gut shot is pretty damn deadly. Kind of hard to miss a gut shot when you have a wall.
It's very effective. Like, it makes landing good gut shots pretty easy. Like, I think it's easy to underestimate just how deadly that lane can be. And when Maginnis is good, like, yeah, Maginnis Venator are natural friends in lane. It's not a meme where it's like, oh, just do the wall on this. Like, nope, it legitimately works.
A little bit of Ryzen Ram bashdown action here. I don't think it really caught anyone though. As Gank had come through at Alistic, trying to make his presence on this middle lane, leaving Cosmetical to his own. Gets dislodged though. The buff spawn in 15 seconds time. Looks like both teams going to be retreating away to lock some of these in, even pushing Alistic out even further as Zergi rotates on in. It's a little bit of a 2-on-2 here towards the left-hand side, and looks like Obi-Kim's going to be picking up the right buff for free.
Up on top we go. Mobility buff over to Sai, and Listic getting hit with the Shining Wonder. 300 HP on Billy. Trying to use every movement trick in the book to get around. Chased down by Celeste. Double bash down. 150 HP. Listic desperately trying to break some ankles here, and it works out. He got support from Zergi, who came on in and at least pushed some of the people chasing him down back.
I think Ray got parried actually, because he dropped extremely low. I heard a parry stun go off on that tier 2 camp at the fish market. The Rake will fall. In the meantime, the Overseas did some really good damage to this middle Guardian, down below half HP. Survival buff for Obi-Kim, moving buff for Sai. The biggest of losses for Leviathan, or biggest of gains for Loki W. As now Sai's gonna be rotating towards the middle, looking for gank himself. No swap, only at 2.6k souls as OC's has at 4.1. Maybe a kill to be had here on a Zergi.
Zergy potentially some danger. Owl comes in, applies the stun, and okay, for Silver, how hungry are you? Not hungry enough. Goes back onto the Guardian, and I think that's a good call. The deeper dive likely will have resulted in death.
So a slight lead for Leviathan at this point in the game. You know, Dan and I were talking about the changes to boxes and the changes to the tier 2 camps being 5 minutes instead of 6. We didn't get to hear your thoughts, ZP, if you had any on those in particular.
Sorry, was the folks just the timers changing?
Yeah, the timer's changing on boxes, and then that was at the tier 2 camps from 6 down to 5 minutes.
I mean, it's probably healthy for the game. I think the overall, it's basically just adjusting like how much of the early economy do you want to come from one or the other, and incentivizing camps a little bit more, perhaps. It's probably the intent coming on in, but as I look towards the left here, we're 3 minutes away from first earn, and you got nearly 4 members of Low-Key W hanging out near the left at the moment. This is a pretty wide rotation.
On the right side, though, there's some action happening. Nairuzumi, Nosi's going head-to-head against the Bash brothers of Hoot and Vraic. Nosi's continuing to build up a lead. A good hook here under tower onto Cosmetical here overseas. Showing exactly why I said one of the best bebops, or at least was the best bebop for a time. Even rotation coming into the rest of the team. Leviathan have 4 players on this left-hand side looking for some kills and maybe a Guardian after, as Cosmetical's going to fall once again, having a much rougher time here, ZP, than he had in the last game.
He didn't die at all last game, and now he's like died, what, 2 times, 3 times? It's been drastically more difficult. Charge comes in, shocking reanimation. Gonna be popped out of here by Hoot. OC's getting caught in the melee. So Loki W still able to get a little bit here. Or chase down the McGinnis, and in fact, like, Iruzumi's caught. I thought Iruzumi was just gonna be able to back away, but no, that just escalated quickly. The movement just fell away.
I think that's plus 10 for Cosmetical too. Getting the assist on that one. Starting to build up his stacks, not quite the same extent from the last game, but the counter pressure had come on through. That Guardian's down on the right-hand side. Maybe a response, excuse me, as well, out of Low-Key W on the left-hand side. The reinforcement's going to be there with Rake rotating on in. The mid lane, though, has been kind of left open, and Cosmetical seems to be picking up the extra farm in that position to kind of catch him up in the early deaths he had. Means Zergy has to farm this left-hand side. Nobi Kim, oh my god, he's so low in health. He's going to fall. Leviathan pick up another kill to add to their tally. Only a 1k, well, even less than 1k difference between the two.
Pretty close so far, but overseas on the Bebop has been impressive. Even if Bebop is less of a priority right now, again, I think when FPS Lounge was doing well, remember FPS Lounge ever since making the change and going away from Erebus and going away from Bebop starting gameplay, they've yet to win. And it's like the power of a good Bebop player cannot be underestimated. As just a quick little airdrop on the side, take him down and away. Loki W able to even things up a little bit more. 50 seconds though, Jason, till first earn.
Yeah, on that note of Erebus, I mean, the power of like a one trick is a reason we saw like Paradox being banned against Michael S. There's a reason we see very specific heroes banned against certain players, considering how much they transcend the meta with them. There's an Owl coming on through, though it's not going to really help, as Drake's going to be the first to fall here. 3-man Owl connecting. The pressure's continuing to be applied on this left-hand side, fighting inside the fish market. I guess that's the nursery this time. Able to get themselves another kill. I mean, the thing is, the Urn's not spawned on that side of the map, so it's not like they're able to transition into anything off unless they teleport on over, but they could look for a Guardian on this left-hand side.
There's kind of a downside
control to Loki.
For Leviathan. They want this Urn to take a while to actually be a fight. Like, look what happened ult-wise. Heavy Barrage gets burned. Shining Wonder gets burned. Like, the ult bank actually just very depleted post that last fight. So there's a window here for Loki W. I mean, if they run Urn quickly, it's a lot more free than otherwise would be. As, okay, hook here on the Zergy. Wall comes up. Raj, of course, the upsides of the character is incredibly evasive in situations like this, and it's going a little bit deep. He's getting chased deeper right now, is Zergy. You got Freemok on the case as Silver. Doesn't take the jump pad, waits, now takes the jump pad. Good patience. Over and in comes Freemok. Dust Devil may still be on cooldown. Can you finish this off? Zergy's low. The Walker, though, is just torching Freemok.
Oh, Out coming on through, though. Freemok gets the heal from the minion, though, keeps him healthy enough as the Urn is looking to be turned on in here. Side coming in for the contest. Ern's still taken away, has been transferred over towards the Leviathan side. The combo comes back into Loki W as they transfer it to themselves yet again here. And it's just on break to defend against it. The Ern is taking away. We need to see Ray come on through as he turns it back to himself. The Burger Boxing has commenced with the Hyper Beam on top of this. It's not looking too bad for Leviathan, to be honest.
The beam just continues to beam. Overseas just sitting here in the back, uncontested, laying in the damage. Low-key W going for the Ern has created all sorts of pain. The Bebop of Overseas clears space and gives the Ern to Leviathan. Remember, Jason, this is a best of 3 in Leviathan. Now in a commanding spot, a great lead to potentially unseat Low-key W and be back on top.
This is looking a little familiar from the last game, isn't it, ZP? Loki W got like an Ern tournament plus 4 kills and they just exploded on through.
Yeah.
This is a little bit dangerous now. And Cosmetical only at plus 10 now as we're about to hit the 12-minute mark. This is some rough times.
Can we take a look at Overseas and the build Overseas went here? You know, a lot of the Bebop builds, whether you go Spirit or Gun, tend to be similar early on, but I wonder if Overseas spent a little bit more on the Spirit end. No, not really. Still more gun-centric. The one item that's been picked up a lot, depending on the character, is a lot of people loving Grit early on.
Yeah, I think it's such a strong item. The fact that it builds into so many different things, like so many different shielding things, is like super important. And especially considering what you're going against. Actually, that shield's gonna be, sorry, excuse me, super important.
You know, I gotta say, Jason, should Loki W lose this game, you know, puts Mirage at like 3-18 since the weekend. But okay, we got the replay here. Backs up, gets the bomb kill before the beam even comes out, and look, he just gets to sit back here, and no one's contesting him whatsoever. All sorts of damage being pumped in onto the Ern, and even Abrams just falling.
This is what we talked about, I think, with Dan in the first game. Of like, we were kind of surprised to see Bebop actually not being more prioritized, considering like a Hyper Beam build could give you such solid control over the Ern turn-ins that you can try to snowball a game from there.
I wonder if NA watches this and is like, wait a second, should we prioritize Bebop more? Because
NA doesn't watch EU games. You kidding me?
Honestly, fair.
They think they're better than EU. They almost lost to EU in an NA event. Come on. NA's washed.
Yeah, I saw Ido in chat earlier. Made an appearance.
Speaking of washed, not Ido.
Ido has redemption at this point. You know, it's been slump for melee creeps. Actually, since Night Shift, the end of Night Shift 32, is 33 was the beginning of a 7-streak loss for them. They were able to win this weekend, and you know they were waiting to unveil their branding for when they got a win. They're like, they held off on for like 4 weeks. Is like, well, we don't want to do it until we win. And you know, winning a 10K tournament, it's a pretty good
running their social media as well. It was so funny because they were like posting images of them like losing consistently when we had Shopify as a sponsor, and they continue to lose when we had Intel. It just seems like they couldn't win any of the sponsored shows. So we'll see. We'll see how they're gonna do this weekend.
We only win pure grassroots events. That's our thing. Well, I guess the tournament this last weekend was sponsored, but either way, Jason, Ivy just, you know, Obikin walks up. I'm just trying to, did we miss some context to that? I don't know. The Guardian wasn't low. There wasn't another. I actually, I'm at a loss for words here, Jason. Like, I'm just it's like, what obvious thing am I missing here? But either way, we got a fight starting up on the left.
I see Victor.
Oh man, Hyper Beam's ready, and Hyper Beam gets thrown on out here, trying to focus on Dahoot. The Owl's going to dislodge him though, so a good use out of Cosmetical. But again, with that Owl being used onto him, that means you're not going to be gaining stacks, and that wall almost locking Hoot in completely. He goes for the heavy melee to break it on down. The Shocker animation will be consumed. And Leviathan looking to back off here. You still have the heavy barrage available if I resume. The Ern has spawned on in. Changing being used by Listic to pull in a couple of players. It looks like he'll catch on to only one. And the fight's going to continue as Listic just tries to back off.
The swap connects over the top. Cosmetical about to be a victim here once more. Freemock though, gonna miss that last melee. Close to letting the Wolf out. Bola connecting from long range. GT though, able to use movement to get up top. Elsewhere, McGinnis, you got the wall, and this is the world's saddest Victor. Hoot in a lot of pain here. No reanimation in the cards. Finished off by Overseas as the wall doing some heavy work. Zergy able to pick up one off some of the skirmishing here. Listic went back to base, got a heal back in lane. Fremont, though, might want to take that fight. I mean, Fremont has survival buff. I don't think Fremont has any fear whatsoever of the GOAT.
Yeah, not at all. Okay, but the Urn's still being fought out. Obi-Kim up against Irizumi. Entangling Thorns up against the turrets. And will come out the victor of Obi-Kim here, able to hold it on towards his walker. There's still fights in multiple parts of the map here. You have a Silver up against Billy on the left-hand side. You have Zergy potentially up against Sai in the mid lane. And Leviathan don't want to let this one go for free, considering it kind of catapults them forward, though the lead's only 2k at this point.
I see Billy.
Off into yet another fight, this time on the right. Urn, right now, just being fought over. Where you turn in the Urn as the chase down on the Hoot, and a tough last 2 minutes for Hoot, where I feel like Hoot has been the sacrifice quite a bit here. Urn for Loki W still in their control, but not really something they want to immediately go into. The gap, though, between the two teams here, Jason, only 3k, despite how one-sided it feels like the last few minutes have been.
Yeah, but this is still going to be a walk or taken. I think it might cost Fremont his life. The survival buff's going to help out quite a bit if you can just buy some time for the regen. And Owl's coming on through, too, on top of this. They're throwing a lot into him. In the meantime, they're losing players on the right-hand side as it looks like Leviathan decided just to hold forward and go and fight. And you're tucked towards a closet here up against a Silver. It just transforms the Lycan Curse, forcing Zergy back. But somehow Fremont is keeping 3 players here, and there should be no world he escapes this. Do not tell me this Lycan gets away against 3 players from Loki W.
Pops the locket for a little bit of extra stamina, but no, it's a long chase down, but it's a time-wasting chase down. Like, yeah, you killed Fremont, but Fremont stun-locked you for an incredibly long period of time, and elsewhere on the map, you give up a walker. I mean, I think that was a super productive death for Fremont, all things considered.
Yeah, 2 walkers, and they lose a Guardian. And maybe they get more kills because Listic has fallen. A good charge comes in, though, blocking out on Overseas, and they actually turn it into 2 more kills themselves, as the Urn has been picked up and potentially turned in for Loki W. So this could be a huge switch around for them, which looked so good initially for Leviathan. I don't think you can contest this. I think you have to let this one go, and Loki W are going to close the gap.
Well, you say that, but I hear boss music. OC's in the area, and even if they don't flip the Urn, they're going to be looking for kills at the very least. They're stacking the Urn, stone forms, ready to go, but okay, the Shining Wonder out there dealing damage. So yeah, you get the Urn, Ray goes down. And OC's, okay, maybe a bit off more they can chew here. Half HP on the Venator. Leviathan members streaming in. And again, for Leviathan, you're happy if you get some kills here. Rake just gets all sorts of caught on terrain. Ends up falling. Fremont rejoining the fight, but it kind of comes at a cost here, Jason. They lose OC's. We had to extend a little bit more. Fremont looking for scraps, but again, they have overdive. Like, look at the map. Who's here to help Fremont? And now Fremont, maybe in danger here. Listic, Rising Ram, bashed down and gone.
Another Owl, another stack as well here for Cosmetical. It's at least at plus 20, though. I don't know where he's after that. I was about to say, Sai getting focused in on this. Actually teleported across the map where Obi-Kim is already waiting. What's Cosmetical stacks at? He's got to be... I want to guess like plus 30.
Yeah, I would guess in the realm of 30, 40. It actually could be as low as 20.
Oh. Oh my gosh. I thought Sai would have had that.
I mean, it's a little bit of a clunching on the teleporter moment there, but you take that as far as being able to escape with your life. Yeah, we haven't really talked about the game in terms of scaling here, and I think it's kind of interesting. Part of it, I think, does depend on like how many stacks Cosmetical gets, but you can make the argument that even with the Bebop, the scaling for Leviathan is quite good. I mean, you got the Ven and the Celeste.
I see Billy.
In theory, Mirage is potential man towards the end of the game. It just hasn't been the case. Like, OCs was losing games for Leviathan when they had like 70k souls in some of the DSI games, as a reference. So.
OCs was losing games, you said?
Yeah.
When he had 70k souls?
Yes.
Damn. It's kind of crazy. It's going to come down to this next Urn fight, though. And Hyper Beam's ready to go, which was one of the reasons of success for Leviathan from before. But again, Loki W have 5 ultimates ready to go. And Cosmetical, if he plays his cards right, and just once again hits Overseas out of the Hyper Beam, then that's going to be a relatively easy fight for them. Though in the meantime, Leviathan are pushing the right-hand side, trying to go for a catch onto Hoot.
I mean, Hoot has been the target multiple times here. In this case, not going to be the dive. But I think as far as Overseas goes, if you trade out Hyper Beam for an Owl, you're ecstatic. I mean, between the two, Owl, generally, you'd much rather Owl like after a chain gang and get damage on the 3 people. The fact that the duty of Cosmetical now may be to interrupt the Hyper Beam guy, that's a win for Leviathan. I was gonna say maybe a loss for Zergy, but gets a little bit of help in the skirmish.
Leviathan could just turn in the urn though. It's just rigged to defend against this, and Fremont could pretty much push him out of the lane here. So the urn does get put in. Gonna get the parries to prevent anything from or anyone from actually stealing it away, and Vegas gonna probably even has a chance. Zergy comes on in as well, but the urn's still gonna be dunked in for Leviathan. So that lead now to 10k here. The Owl might be enough to catch out OCs though. The stun comes on through, so no plus 10 happening. But the rest of Loki W are gonna be there, and he's so low in health.
Jason, you got rescue hooked. Overseas hooked him out of the danger. Oh my goodness, the power shot nearly clips his wings. But Overseas, the saving hook on the OCs, frees him from certain death and stops what could have been a mid-boss pivot from Loki W. I think if Loki W kill OCs there, they slam mid-boss, Jason.
And the hook came on through to connect onto Hoot. Being chased down by Rayek now. But it's Hoot. I mean, he's got the best move. He probably has like top 3 movement in the game worldwide. And there's like one contender in there that we have. Okay, Iradomini taking down Hoot midair. Second connection landing as well, and the third. Look how low Hoot is going to be. There's one player we haven't seen when it comes to movement, because unfortunately he plays over in Oceania, but like Disco Virtuoso has been crowned, at least in that region, as the best movement player by far. Even a lot of North American players talk about him and how good he is at movement.
You mean Australian Zergy, as everyone?
Okay, you can't say that.
No, that's literally like when he was on the watch party this weekend, people just walk in and be like, yo, is that Zergy? Zergy's here. And, oh, look at the saving hook. It's unreal. And the uppercut. I mean,
you don't do that in your games?
I don't play Bebop. I have standards.
Okay, Warden spammer. What, a holiday spammer?
It's more of a Venator spam. Was the Lady Guy spam, but hey, we'll let that slide.
The guy who played only like, was it Widowmaker in Overwatch?
No, it was more Tracer and Cassidy. And Widow.
Okay, no. I'm talking when I was casting Overwatch. It was definitely Widowmaker. I remember Hex and I making fun of you for that many times.
Yeah, well, I won games, Jason. What do you want from me?
And Jake did it on Junkrat. We all have a way to the top.
Zergy died, by the way, at the start of this, as Hoot, looking for Megas, is going to get iced out at the last moment. Irizumi, though, still desperate for any form of health, just hanging out near Secret Shot. Fremont also pretty low, but I mean, Loki W, they're not securing the kills. Like, does Leviathan actually walk away here? OC's also super low. I mean, Leviathan, it's an entire team at 1 HP, it feels like, and yet no finish from Loki W just yet.
Special delivery of the Goat Man, who it feels like he does not ever have shocking animation up. It feels like it's always being used. It's hooked back on in with the wall on top of this. I mean, he's soaking up a lot of damage, to be fair, down to half HP. He's able to push on forward to take down OC with the help of his team, and somehow escapes with the help of the Warp Stone. Working out pretty well here for Loki W. They did lose 2 overall, but they took down OCs, which alleviates a lot of pressure, because OCs are starting to run away with this game. He's on 29,000 souls as they get a catch on to Sai as well. Loki W, even though they're like down quite a bit of souls, they're keeping this relatively equal.
2 for 2 after what was a very long fight. It started out with Zergy getting picked, half of Leviathan at no HP. I mean, it's actually unreal that didn't turn into a rout for Loki W. Credit to the movement of Leviathan to keep that even. And we end up in a situation where Leviathan still with a small lead, but neither team in enough an advantage to go mid boss immediately thereafter. Also, I want 2 things here. Can we get a look at Cosmetical on the Owl stacks and also a golden statue check? It's about time. It's 25 minutes in.
I'm gonna guess plus 30. Yep, there's a plus 30. And probably about, I'm guessing, let me close my eyes, 12-ish golden statue buffs for Cosmetical.
By the way, ZP Goober called you out for playing Lady Geist.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with playing Lady Geist. I don't know what to tell you. But also, Fremont is getting the business. Stoneform into the full attack. The healing field, though, out from Irizumi, buys Fremont a decent amount of time. Nowhere close to bring out the Lycanchris, but may not need it here just yet. Goes to a much more favorable part of the fight, in and around Sai's time wall. But Ivy dropping down, Obikin a little bit hungry. But all the while, Fremont's able to survive because the top end of the fight not going out anywhere near as well. The Hyper Beam comes out. Zergy is gone. They'll see a Hoot who does have shocking reanimation up this time to make the difference, but the walls continue to divide and conquer.
It saved OCs for sure there, at least bottom time for them to turn it into a kills. Cosmetical eventually closed this one out. A Phantom Strike was being used by Ballistic to force Rake down to the ground. Now Cosmetical looking for an escape here, somehow hits the bounce pad without being stunned up. So Wave Crasher on the right-hand Walker though. LokiW might get some good damage, potentially even the Walker from this one, but they're going to lose so many players and most likely mid-boss from this, and even potentially a third Walker of the game. 10k lead is going to expand into 15k at a minimum here off the back of this. And they're also going for an earn turn at the same time here. This is tough times for LokiW, and I don't really think there's a world you can contest this.
No, most likely not. Also, that last fight felt like a masterclass out of Irozumi. Multiple very impactful walls coming out to save people at low HP. I mean, Fremok got the full team triage where Fremok was at risk of getting picked off early. Everyone came in, created distance for Fremok. He was able to buy enough time to get like in curse up, get back into the fight. And now 3 rejuves and what should be an uncontested earn. Leviathan could be on the verge of a new champion here on the night shift. It's been a long time for Leviathan. And what a night it would be, where it started, Jason, with the arguable upset onto Abrahams.
Yeah, a comeback upset too. I mean, Abrahams had a fairly strong lead for a good portion of that game. They threw it away around that mid-boss contest at a Leviathan. I mean, game 1 didn't look too close here in the series. Game 2 didn't look close either. Game 3 definitely proven to be a lot closer as they kept Cosmetical in check for the most part. Zergy as well hasn't really exploded with his lead as OC's at 32,000 souls, the richest in the game, in the server. And also, let's just keep production busy. Let's take a look at Souls breakdown from everyone.
Also, we talk about the Souls breakdown. I just got a note. Wait, we got the Gamba fight here. Who trying to defend the Gamba? Instead, though, dealing with a quite angry wolf in turn. 400 HP. Does have shocking reanimation up if need be. Zergy out there at the same time. Fremok's wolf form. Maybe about to fade, but getting good damage. Fighting Solar close quarters. Dangerous at best. And this turned into a massive fight over the double sinners. Rejuve gonna get burned on Irozumi, but the cavalry arriving. Leviathan pushing LokiW back. I mean, for LokiW, you got Rejuve out, but if you lose Hoot, you're a little more dangerous. Shocking reanimation, though, still up. Damage being pumped into the Walker all the while. So Leviathan still reasonably healthy. Gonna get the Walker. Maybe burn a Rejuve on the Rag.
The triple stun on Fremok with the Walker eventually does fall though, and so does Hoot. I'm really digging these Scourge pickups, by the way. We didn't talk about it too much last game, but considering how beefy LokiW are with Billy, Victor, and an Abrams, it does so much damage. The value you get off of that is insane. That's why Base Garden's going down.
I was gonna say, in terms of stats, here's a stat for you. If Mirage loses this game, he's 3-18 since this weekend in competitive play. Adding up another 2 losses here on the EU portion of Night Shift.
Yeah, that's tough.
Some say he looks like Lady Geist with a beard.
The sum is Chris Bucket.
I'm sure there can be, you know, like the bearded woman at like the circus, the bearded lady. Do some sort of like skin for Geist, where you have the Mirage goatee or like full on beard.
Geist and Mirage cosplay, but yeah, as I look at it now, and
you just split it 50-50 down your face, you know, like Two-Face. Left side's Geist, right side's Mirage.
Either way, you're losing.
Abrams cosplay. We can do it, ZP.
Okay, well, 30k advantage for Leviathan, and you know, LokiW, the win conditions have just shortened massively. I mean, once again, you're hoping for a mistake out of Leviathan, but you think about how these fights have broken down, Jason. You've had far more adaptive play and, you know, just picking up fights from the brink of doom from Leviathan, whether it be Overseas or Irozumi, who have had ridiculous support. But we got Fremok. The wolf is out here on the urn. Urn picked up here by Leviathan mid-fight. Chain Gang about to come out here for Billy, and absolutely no one is brought in. Oh, we can pick up the urn in the melee. See how the rest of this goes. Does Zergy get... Nope. No Hyperline's had. No one's in position to shoot, but for Leviathan, they're going to decide, yeah, we'll fight this more to the left.
I mean, they surely not trying to go for the cap on this, right? They're just trying to wait for the Reju to fall away, which is going to be in 1 second time, so at least the Rejus won't be there anymore.
They have the resilience. They actually want this fight. If you're Leviathan, You want to let them turn in and then you jump them. That is the play here. It's going to turn in really quickly, and once it turns in, the resistances are gone. Wait. Resistance is gone. Now you can fight. Low-key W, they're just a team that's down 30k now. Yeah, you got the urn, but this is where Leviathan wants to take the fight. However, OC's getting run at by Hoot. Hoot, decent job of like keeping OC's damage a little bit lower at that point, but the stats favor Leviathan here, Jason. It's going place all over the map. Zergy, first to fall again.
Kind of insane to think about when you're Mirage and you have Dust Devil to get away. That's the impact and the charge being used. Again, just for Vrake to escape, he gets hooked right back in towards his Death Return Fire being popped, but it's not going to buy any time for Vrake as him and Hoot both fall. And it's all left to Cosmetical and Listic. Reju's not going to be there, but the 22k soul lead will be. And so are these shrines here in the next few seconds.
This was the lesson learned at the end of DSI that Melee Creeps was able to use really effectively, is that you let the other team turn in the urn. Like, in theory, it's supposed to be an advantage that the favorite team urn turns in super quickly. The problem is that once the urn turns in, you instantly lose the resistances. So Leviathan just made the call there, being like, turn in the urn. We don't care. We're going for the fight as soon as the urn is turned in. And that was a fight that Low-key W was not equipped for at all.
Turn in, you won't. You won't. And they do. And then they die. And now they get the first stage patron done. Leviathan, 30k lead now. And I would almost bet the next point of action, it has to be mid-boss. It has to be probably a bait out of Leviathan to force Low-key W to fight you. Make him scream, then turn for the fight. Don't try to commit onto it. And that's like the winning condition. And if you're Low-key W, you have to contest it. The thing is, if Leviathan force a mid-boss, Low-key has to go for the contest, or they're just going to lose the game. There's no way you're going to stop Leviathan pushing down your patron, a stage 2 patron with 3 Rejus as well.
I see great talent.
No, and I mean, for Leviathan, you're ahead. You're not so far ahead that you recklessly do a push. You just get the lanes in a good state. You go for a pick if you can find it, and otherwise you prepare for a mid boss. That's going to be very difficult for Low-key W to deal with if you approach it properly. Also on top of it, I mean, lane management is going to be a pain with shrines being gone. And once more, overseas, the wall comes up, it blocks Vrake's escape. You get the owl for a little bit of covering fire, but oh my word, the hook nearly hits. I don't know if the hook was needed. It wasn't. OCs pulls out the big gun. Off on the other side, Chain Gang out from Listic, takes half his HP and damage. The Ur-Domini through the time wall. Nasty stuff out from Leviathan, and with 2 picked off, they could either end the game, they could go mid-boss and end the game. They got options, but either way, Jason, we're about to get a new champion. Here on the night shift, Leviathan, they have made their grand return, and they are so close to completing the match.
Such a crazy time to do it, too. This makes you get more hype for what's coming up this weekend. If you guys missed out, the Night Shift Open with $12,000 to be won for North American event where EU teams are allowed to play, but it's all going to be on the NA servers. There are already some big dogs. What is it? Melee Creeps, Low-key W, FPS Lounge, and Floorman all being invited into the main event. 60-14 qualifier, which sold out, or filled up, I should say, in 7 minutes with over 40 plus waitlisted teams. Action all kicks off on Friday, I believe at 1. Actually, I don't know the time on Friday, but Saturday and Sunday at 1 p.m. EDT.
Qualifier is 4:30 p.m. EDT. Weekend is 1 p.m. EDT. But Jason, we are on the verge of a new champion. Low-key W, final opportunity to defend. They need a miracle and then some. But Leviathan, weeks and weeks trying to find their identity and their groove back again. The new patch breathing life into them, even after a rough weekend. They find what they need against Low-key W. They're going to be taking the prize here on the night shift. Break goes down, and just a little bit left here on the second stage patron, and Leviathan will be your new champions here in Europe.
Don't stop.
Just need a little bit more. Yeah. Do you have it? Do you have it? You got 4 left. Yep, they've done it. Leviathan, officially champions of EU.
It's locked in. OC's on Venator. Did he get the top souls in the lobby? It looked like 45k to me, family. Well done to Leviathan. After 5 weeks, they returned to the throne, and that is going to earn them some serious cash. And more importantly, as ZP just mentioned, a lot of confidence going into a big event this weekend. Let's talk about what we just witnessed, though, Kaplan, because the chat, they said, I'm never trusting the casters ever again. Did you get this prediction correct?
Well, first of all, you should never trust the casters and their predictions. I think even Jake baited people in one time to create his own generational wealth. I
No,
think,
he's
like,
broke. He's also broke.
Well,
Just to be
he's broke
clear.
now.
On the surface,
Before he
our
won
shell
quite a
company,
bit,
though,
but-
is flush.
Yeah, for
Sorry,
sure.
keep going.
I mean, I think Leviathan, they showed today such like different compositions with the norm. I mean, we were kind of like not laughing, but we were so confused by like the Mo Doorman we saw in game number 1, but they pulled it off in such a one-sided victory up against Low Key W. But they've shown, as ZP was saying, like their identity is back a bit. They're showing some new heroes like Bebop and McGinnis coming through in this game, unpicked throughout the entire day so far today until this match, and they ended up closing it out, shutting Hoot down quite heavily. But I think the major adaptation from like game 2 to game 3, Cosmetical did not have an easy early game. He was constantly pressured. He died so many more times. I mean, infinitely more times because he had 0 deaths in game 2, but they didn't allow him to free farm. They didn't allow him to get these stacks built up, and they just really punished him early on. I think the walls of Irazumi, as well as you can see here in a specific place, were really well put down. It really like separated the teams. It bought time for his teammates to escape and kind of turn the tail of how these fights break out. Even in the laning phase, it was able to pull off a couple of kills with OCs with these gut shots into these walls.
ZP, in almost every clip, I'm seeing Overseas start it with a hook. We have a Bebop fan on production in the edit room, and for good reasons. How good was the robot? Because honestly, I'm kind of inspired to go play him after this.
I mean, Overseas was great, and not just in the ways you'd expect to Bebop. People like, oh, you know, get hook, get a kill. There were multiple saving hooks that we were seeing, and use of Hyper Beam was generally on point the entire match. I mean, look, Overseas played every aspect of Bebop to perfection. I think Irazumi, in terms of saving plays, was also right up there with a lot of walls. And I mean, not a single part of Leviathan looked bad in this match. Also, I am honor bound to say, I'm duty bound to mention, Loki W picked the Mirage character, and the Mirage character has lost again. I mean, look, normally I realize for some of this stuff, it's just like, you know, it ebbs and flows. You got to look by team basis. But a 3-18 stat line over the last 4 days from Mirage is just damning. This character, take whatever you will in terms of the analysis of it. The character is not winning games at the moment.
I think it's worse than the 1-8 run that we saw from Lady Geist on our live broadcast. Incredible job, Mirage. You have taken the throne as the worst character to perform at a pro level. Why don't we see Drifter? There's been a lot of Drifter ban requests in the chat. What other characters do you guys hate right now? Who are you loving with all of the earn changes? My rank games have been a mess. Kaplan, as we take a look at the rainbow, though, it belongs to OC's. Freemock steals the player damage at 55k, though.
Yeah, Freemock, again, it's so night and day between game 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 for him. When he's not super far behind in farm, his survivability in these fights and the annoyance he's able to be in these fights just completely changed. On his Shiv, he was the poorest on the team, poorest in the lobby, and he would get shut down so easily. Here on Silver, he was able to constantly apply pressure to like Cosmetical and multiple other players. He had the freedom to use his movement. I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of. How good he is at movement to really shut down a lot of low-key players and keep his distance and get in and out of these fights. And for me, you know, ZP, I don't know if you're voting the same way, but Freemock has to be the MVP of this series over the course of this best of 3.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting is that, like, I don't think Freemock was the MVP of game 1 or game 2, but if you go by the totality of his performance over the course of the series, I completely agree. I think Freemock was incredibly consistent and a key part for Leviathan. Game 1, if you did it by that, would be OC's. Game 3 would probably be Overseas, but you're going for the aggregate? I think it's got to be Freemock.
Why not the rainbow twice with an OCs? They only need 2 games to win, and OCs leads the way. I'm not angry at this pick. Freemock flexing into the silver. 19 assists, 6 kills, 2 deaths, and he played bully against the Victor. Let's talk about some of the key plays from the silver as we start with some of the highlights here. Kaplan, why did you love Freemock, and do I need to run Scourge with my Berserker?
I think, well, the Scourge against this comp for sure just has like double value with 3 tanky heroes on the other side. We also did have requests from him to be called Fridge, or I'm gonna call him Fridge Mock. Apparently in his language it means something else. It's a name. It's, I guess, not a refrigerator like I would think, but the thing is, the work he did, I mean, over the course of the entire day, I think really showed off how good he is as a player. Again, I still wouldn't necessarily say best Shiv in EU, but he's definitely got some of the best movement in you by far. And I think understanding of his limits in these fights, constantly dancing in and out of them, using Silver to are playing her to a T, honestly. And I think the impact, if you talk about like, you know, OCs, why don't we give the MVP to OCs? I don't think OCs has games like this without Freemok creating space and creating pressure in the early to mid game for OCs to really come online.
Makes sense. Here are some of the reasons why he earns your MVP on the night. It is kill after kill, assist after assist, and of course, getting out with his life is the most impressive part. ZP, Leviathan retaking the top spot after 5 weeks of struggle. It's getting spicy here in EU, and we still have the NA half of the show to go.
Yeah, and I mean, who knows where we're going to see an NA. Smart money looking at it would be like, this is going to be the return of Melee Creeps. You think back to history. Melee Creeps, they were struggling in the weekly tournaments, come through and Trolley end up winning courtesy of John going wild on the Bebop. New lease on life, come back in and tear off what ends up being an incredible streak in Night Shift history. So Melee Creeps are trying to channel that same storyline again and be like, we just won the weekend tournament, and now we're going to reclaim our throne in the Night Shift every Wednesday. Now, are they going to be able to do it? We'll have to see. FPS Lounge, though, they've had stronger days. They're coming in with 2 subs today. Braden and Lord NM filling in for Rokane and Lomain. Rokane actually is off the team entirely. I think he left the team on his own will. And Lomain is vacationing in Mexico. So we'll see if Lord NM and Braden can fill some pretty big shoes.
Guaranteed loss.
Is he going to be back in time for this $12,000 prize pool this weekend?
Yes, that is the full FPS Lounge through the weekend. Lomain was not canceling his trip.
Send the private jet. Lomain needs to get back for good reasons. We got some serious money. Leviathan scoring the first part of our pot tonight here for EU. And as you can see, they did it quite a few weeks ago, way back at episode 35. They have returned to the throne at episode 40, and we'll get to see them again in just 3 days. Captain, what did you learn about the team? What's their greatest strength right now?
Freemok.
I thought they were out in Challengers match. They were down big against Abrams.
I mean, we've always talked about OCs, and I've been saying for months now that we need to see someone else step up to be able to carry games like OCs does. And I thought it would have been Ray coming into the team, but honestly, Freemok, Silver and Shiv, man, he's been playing fantastic and definitely worthy of being called one of the best players in the EU.
ZP, final thoughts before we send it to North America's finest.
I just love the volatility. We get some of the best deadlock around after a patch. Things change up. And I got to give respect to Leviathan. This is a team where quite literally on the graveyard shift yesterday, you know, Lightbreaker was kind of looking at it and said what me and Calc agreed with at the time, being like, look, this could be a team on its last leg. You know, the morale has to be down in the gutter. And what do? They come out here on Wednesday, they defy the odds, and now they're our EU champion again. All props in the world to Leviathan for defying expectations and playing brilliantly here tonight.
My only note so far is by rebuttal. Guys, keep your notes coming in the chat. We're going to a break. When we come back, we're switching gears to North America. Congrats again to the returning champs, Leviathan. We'll see you in a minute. I blacked out. Welcome back to the night shift, where we just learned in the staff room that ZP has children's baseball in his algorithm. We welcome DDK back to the show. DDK, thoughts on this new topic?
That we should put it in the bin immediately.
He's out. We were talking about an umpire who is going viral. In the meantime, ZP, let's talk about Deadlock, because that's what we're paying ourselves to do, because you're our CEO and you run this company. So talk me through our business plan for tonight. What are we doing in North America?
Well, you know, titles, I'm not sure they're entirely accurate, but we're doing here in North America, well, we got the return of Melee Creeps, and they're taking on FPS Lounge. Melee Creeps, the rising force going on here in North America. They won DSI this weekend, and they're taking on FPS Lounge. Of course, FPS Lounge, they were up against them last week, where it was a little bit unfortunate. The game was close, and Snakes decided, you know what, I'm gonna get caught behind a doorman door for 40 seconds, and there's nothing I can do, and it was a little bit rough. Even if Melee Creeps may have won that fight, it was tough. We're just like, FPS Lounge, come back next week. But FPS Lounge, they're coming in, and they're down 2 players of their normal squad, which, honestly, in Deadlock history, it could be bad, or it could be great. Like, it actually has helped sometimes, so you never know.
Yeah, you just go back to the basics, the raw fundamentals, DDK, and you forget the fact that this is a meta that requires ultimate team fighting and earn control. We're going to be diving into NA here in just a moment. Let's talk about our teams and, of course, the new MLC logo. Every time I look at it, it kind of reminds me of MLG. It takes me back to the fine days of 2004 when Saya was nearly born.
True. Let's not think about that, shall we? Let's move on. Because we all failed. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. You know, Melee Creeps, obviously, they won 3-0 against Loki W in the DSI. Obviously, now the meta is going to be different. The way that you play the game is going to be different. So we'll see if Melee Creeps can kind of continue in that form. And interestingly, in that big tournament, I believe Melee Creeps actually dodged playing FPS Lounge pretty much entirely. So it'll be interesting to see how FPS Lounge will fare up against them. I feel like, you know, pending no issues on Ido's end. I don't know why it's always Ido where the issues are, like whether it's like the door closing or the internet like cutting out or like whatever it might be. I don't know why the storylines are so centered around Ido. Do you guys know?
I think he's a very popular streamer, but ZP, is it true that Ido is still running on dial-up?
Who knows? I know Ido has taken multiple steps to enhance the durability of his internet at multiple levels, where not only has he gotten the full refurb from his ISP, he also has a cataclysmic backup plan where he will drive to his brother's house 15 minutes away in the event of a massive internet outage. So he has a backup plan here. So ideally, we don't have the tragic Ido disconnection that we had a few weeks prior.
And if we do, we have now extended the player time to 16 minutes of pause length to allow for that 15-minute commute. Saya, John, Fishcake, Ido, Dew, and Ranger make up the Melee Creeps on the other side of this challenger fight. It's your boxed roster number 2. You know him as the FPS Lounge, Snakes, Hydration, Leffel, and Lomain. Poppers, Lord NM, and Braden tonight. So Rokane is off the roster permanently. Lord NM could be showcasing some Lash. Who the hell is Braden, ZP?
Braden has been around some of the teams that have been out of the top 3. I mean, most notably, I think he was doing tour duty on No Earnings. He was with Chubby Bunnies most recently, and Chubby Bunnies took down FPS Lounge in the recent Deathy Invitational tournament. So, you know, Braden has been in comp for quite a while, and now FPS Lounge, you have the sub coming in. Where, by the way, I think here, if you're Lomain, part of you have to be a little bit worried. Like, Lomain is an incredible player and probably has a spot when he gets back, but there's always a spot part here where imagine if FPS Lounge wins versus Melee Creeps tonight, takes down Floormen, and then wins Night Shift Open with Lord NM and Braden as subs.
Oh, no.
They're not going to be subs anymore. They're going to be full-time rostered players. So this is always a scary thing where, on one hand, you want your team to win when you're not playing, but do you really want them to win? It's
no, you want them to win. You want to enjoy Cancun and just imagine that this is not going to impact your career at all. Will it? We'll find out. But first, you got to win if you're the FPS Lounge, and they've had a rocky few weeks. We take a look at the Challenger battle in DDK. Did you learn anything from the EU kids that you think NA will replicate?
You know what? Like, so many times I've watched the EU broadcast, and I mean, NA does not care. NA will do whatever it wants. Like, there's very limited lessons that might be coming from that. I do think that over time, you know, more stuff has been adopted, but generally speaking, strategically, I don't think it's often the case that you see like copying or parity really. And according to EU, NA is always like a week or two behind, which I think kind of does generally kind of make sense. But right now, you know, I think everything's up in the air. I mean, do you agree, ZP? Kind of feels like everything's in the air to me, at least.
It's in the air, and also it got synced up because you had both EU and NA playing in the same tournament this last weekend. Admittedly, EU was at a disadvantage. Like, ping is never easy to play on. Like, you had a lot of mini interactions. Like, you couldn't even play things like Sinclair if you were low key W because the character just breaks on high ping. And I mean, it's a performance lowering event regardless. But in terms of meta, you got to see like what EU was picking, what NA was picking, and they're intermixing. So it's after a tournament like that, and also the Night Shift Open this weekend, where the metas kind of converge a bit between the regions.
ZP, is it possible to redo the Mo 1v1 to have Lord NM face off against Ido? The chat is requesting a specific 1v1, or maybe we could arrange like a meetup on Blue Lane. How should this show up, and what's the history between these two?
Look, here's all you have to know, Puckett, is that Ido goes up to play a pub game, and then, you know, something happens in the pub game, and Lord NM has a account army of like 50 different Smurf accounts that all commend Ido with various messages like, good job, Ido, after Ido dies in a game. Ido dies again. You know, nice feed, Ido. And effectively, Lord NM is just figure out new ways to mentally terrorize Ido on a regular basis. So there's a bit of a rivalry between these two players.
Do you think he owns all of these accounts, or like he's got a Discord army of like amigos ready to just attack and commend people?
He probably has all the accounts. Like Lord NM seems pretty dedicated to the grief, and yeah, so there's mental warfare between these two.
Some people still have BlackBerry cell phones. Lord NM might be one of them. DDK, we got our Mo 1v1 on the left. It is Lord NM on the right. It's gonna be Yodi wearing the blue trunks.
What? Damn, that's the manager. There's no. Is this accurate?
I don't think he's allowed to play. Yodi's not allowed to play, but he did it.
Wait, this is generational aura loss for Lord NM if he loses this.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he's about to lose it though. Yodi is getting the fist. Wait, Lord NM is just.
I guess this is better than just forfeiting Yodi, but maybe not.
He's showing the back. Why is he giving him the back?
Oh boy.
That's disrespect from Lord NM. But I guess you guys have basically set it up. Lord NM seems like kind of a villain, but at the same time, I feel like Lord NM's trolling.
Wait,
he's making everybody else stronger,
like,
right?
Oh no.
You gotta respect it.
I'm surprised he didn't go for the bags after. Like that was a prime bag moment, and he let that one slip. If you're going for the villain and you're already just trying to aura farm the other Mo and Krill, you know, just go all the way, man.
I don't know,
Lord NM is my new favorite player in this lobby. Chat, tell me why you love Braden more. In the meantime, we're expecting to see a pocket band. Will it be a Billy, a doorman? What does NA think will be a threat tonight? ZP, you have some numbers from the DSI. Who were the big scary creatures in the most recent fight? I know they had the urn back on the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, Pocket. Like, you just didn't get to play Pocket at all if you were first pick. FPS Lounge have banned Paradox, and for Melee Creeps, I don't know entirely where they're going to go in terms of their picks, but with their ban, they better ban Pocket. Like, letting Pocket through in a BO1 would be a tragic mistake, and it's not one that they make.
I think one dangerous pick I've noted as well from Melee Creeps is Celeste. If Dude gets to play Celeste, seems pretty amazing, honestly. It's like some of the carry that I saw DSI with that was really amazing. But honestly, I was going to make mention of the Billy for FPS Lounge because earlier in the show I was talking about how like Snakes was the player that was really showing that Billy was still very good, and Snakes is kind of a Billy specialist. And so the very fact that Billy is buffed in this way, I'm super excited to see what Snakes can do with it.
Well, Venator and his first pick is like pretty interesting for Melee Creeps. I mean, Ven has been looking good this entire patch, but to be that good, somewhere John John's making the call saying, lock me in the Ven. I don't care what else you do, get me Venator. And it's backed up by Celeste, so, you know, for Melee Creeps, they're securing their end game. But the key that you have to keep in mind here is that Celeste is good, but Do on Celeste is fantastic and maybe the best player in the game from what we saw at DSI. Like, Do Celeste is next level. And for Melee Creeps, especially if you are looking to win in a best of one, you want Do on no other character than Celeste.
Billy Silver seems to be a pretty strong starting lineup. DDK, what do you layer with it?
Let me see. I mean, there's a lot of options, honestly. I feel like okay. Well, oh no, ZP. You know
ZP's
what?
favorite.
Go ahead, ZP.
I mean, FPS Lounge wants a fast night, man. Like, they're just like, no, we don't want to have potentially 4 maps. Like, get us out of map 1. Yeah, I mean, all I know is like anyone that puts channel points against Mirage has gone rich today. I don't know if that's going to change.
Lashin on the other side was not prioritized previously. He's going 6th.
Yeah, I just think that the D Celeste is really the biggest problem. So I'm kind of curious how that's going to get shut down. I'm honestly surprised that Paradox got banned over the Celeste. Again, just a form check recently from doing that has just been ridiculous. So I mean, we'll get to see that at least.
There's a reason. I mean, Saya has been very dependent on playing both Paradox and Abrams. I was wondering, okay, maybe you come with an Abrams ban, but Saya is deadly on Paradox. I think giving Saya Paradox can be a mistake. Arguably, giving Do Celeste is an even bigger mistake. And I think if you're FPS Lounge, I don't know if they'll have the opportunity, because like melee creeps will usually pick Abrams at 4. In this case, they pick Victor, so there's still maybe a chance to take the Abrams away. The problem is though, is like, even though those are the heroes Saya has been playing, Saya isn't necessarily dependent on that. He has a deeper hero pool, but I don't know. We'll see.
All right, so Victor comes in. Victor's been seeing a lot of like really good games lately, but I am surprised that it was over Shiv. Shiv has been pretty insane as well. Still very good, even despite getting left a little bit. Shiv has been one of those heroes that just gets nerfed again and again and again and again, and it just doesn't matter. It's kind of like Pocket, still extremely good.
Is there a Viper coming in, ZP? There's
Probably not.
enjoyers in the chat.
I don't think so. Not with Mirage on one end and Venator Celeste on the other. There's just no room in the team comp to play Viper unless you're just doing absolutely wacky things. Vindicta, though, definitely a thing that you're going to mix in. And again, it's just because people realize Vindicta is actually pretty good for some of the earn fights. The Shred is beneficial. And like as a later stage pick, it's really not bad the way the game is currently being played. Like Vindicta gets way more open shots than she previously has. But okay, the Graves comes in.
Here's sneaky Graves you talked about. Can you counter it this late?
Yeah, you can grab a Sinclair. Like FPS Lounge, I kind of feel like you need to grab Sinclair or you're just going to get Tombstone Mog the entire game.
I mean, Viscous you can counter with the melee, but I don't know if that's gonna be a build. But I like Talon here too. Yeah, because Talon is so nice because of like a lot of the aerial characters. Lash included, Celeste, Grace, Vindicta. I think they're all going to be susceptible to the power shots and the birds. I think Talon's just a very good option to try to like deal with those very mobile heroes. So I like the Talon. I'm a fan.
I hate the skulls. But the pros deal with them way better than my rank. ZP, why is Graves a threat, if at all? And is really the buff of giving her 2 zombies coming out of her 2 the big difference?
Yeah, I mean, her grasping hands are way better than they were before as far as like the zombie buff goes. The AI on her Jar of Dead is vastly improved. And the way Earn goes down right now, her ult is just a much better ability. Like Graves is probably been the most like underpicked hero this patch relative to her likely theoretical strength, and Mirage seemingly the most overpicked relative to his like magnificent loss record now, where he's 3-18, potentially about to go like 3-19. So yeah, I mean, look at this draft, and Mirage on one end, melee creeps able to get Celeste for Do on the other, and otherwise solid draft. I'm feeling melee creeps all the way.
No Mirage for ZP. He's been wrong 2 of the last 3 games, though. So chat, do what you will with your channel points. DDK, do you have a strong take on this matchup?
So it's interesting, actually, because I actually do like FPS Lounge's draft. I kind of see the vision that they're going for. The Mirage is a question mark for me, but otherwise, I love all the other picks. I do think that Do on Celeste is kind of an X factor, though, right now. I don't know.
That's a difference maker.
I don't know if he's deniable. That's the thing. I don't think you can shut him down. I mean, Talon, I think, is one of the better bets to do it, and I think having Shiv as well. You know, Silver with the bow. There are definitely options, but Du's just being able to be so consistent. So I'm excited though, because Graves is really nice. I mean, I would definitely lean melee creeps. They're coming off the DSI win and stuff. Like they got some momentum, for whatever that's worth, you know.
ZP for FPS Lounge, if you're looking for a hard carry, who is the Mirage player that wants to get out ahead of the rest of the lobby?
Well, historically, it would have been Rocane. Like, Rocane was who they had getting farmed, especially on heroes like Venator or Mirage. I assume, it kind of depends on who they want playing what here.
Lord NM, right? It's going to be Lord NM, big boss, man.
It also could be Brayden between it, but I think it will be one of the two, unless it also could be Leffa. Like the upside here is that Leffa used to play hard position 1 in the past, so they could use the opportunity to be like, okay, Leffa, you're gonna get like super farmed. And I think Leffa has picked Mirage in the past when they ran comps like Mirage Ven, so it very well could be Leffa too.
Big thank you to Twill FGC for another 5 gifted to the channel. Guys, we are closing in on our sub goals. Big shout out to all of the new residents over on YouTube. And for the Patreons, I'm told I'm not allowed to tease something, but you guys should still just keep supporting the channel, because I can't talk about it yet because I missed the meeting yesterday, DDK.
Yeah, you got to stop missing those meetings, Pocket. I mean, there's going to be consequences, man. You don't even know.
See,
what you guys prepared for you.
The announcement of an announcement, though, the old classic.
But it's NA. Supposed to move.
It's NA, so we're waiting for the players to get into lobby. Like we try to whip them, we try to do all sorts of.
We got a manager to dress up as a Mo and fight for you. That's the distance our production team has gone to entertain you, while these guys get their nervous bladders under control. They've been streaming all morning. They don't got time for this match to start on time. ZP, in the meantime, we should talk about how they're going to make $12,000 for being unprofessional.
Well, that's right. $12,000 up for grabs to our top 4. It's $6,000 to first place, $3,000 the second, and $1.5 apiece for third and fourth. It's all going down this weekend. The open qualifiers are on Friday. We may not be doing a co-stream. We might. It kind of depends. I'm going to be stuck making sure the teams do things properly on the back end. But on Saturday and Sunday, all the action will be going down right here on this channel. Similar format to what we did in Trolley, GSL-style groups on day 1, which is, basically a form of double elimination, group split into 4, and then single elimination for the final 4 teams on Sunday. And the winners are going to be coming out with some pretty big prizes.
It's going to be a great show. Can't wait for you guys to all join us. Saturday and Sunday is the main event. Intel and Walmart, your main sponsors, and $12,000 going on top of the 10 grand that the community dished out with the DSI event this past weekend. The fam is eating good here in NA. Speaking of NA, I'm told our players are almost ready. So as we break down the lobby, you've highlighted kind of the key characters. Are there 2 key players to zoom in on in this lobby? I know the chat is really hyper-focused on Lord NM and Ido right now. DDK, do you have any favorites in this matchup?
I have to say Snakes. Snakes is Billy. I gotta say that. That's a given for me. I have to say Do on the other end, on the Celeste. I think that's the 2 obvious picks for me. I think there's some others I could maybe shout out, but that's where I'm going.
Zeeps?
Yeah, I mean, my number 1 answer is Do, and frankly, my number 2 answer may have been Do, but I'll save a little bit of the Do glaze and say I think from what we saw in EU earlier today, it's probably a good time to be a Venator. I mean, John looked really good on Ven over the course of the weekend, and it's been one of the highest impact heroes, so much so that Melee Creeps took it in their first round of picks around with Celeste. So they're banking on it having high factor. They're rating him very highly. And I mean, John in general has probably been the most consistent player from Melee Creeps. It's rare to see John have a bad game. You'll see everything fall apart around John, but rarely do you be like, oh man, John just threw that game away. It doesn't happen. He is the rock that Melee Creeps depend on.
John, I know you got a big brain. You're an engineer. You work all day, you play all night. I respect the grind. But my question is, can you show off the same movement we just saw from OCs? Because I played Venator. Mine does not move like your guys does. So is John a movement king, ZP? Or is he just the macro man in charge? What makes him separate amongst the best?
I mean, John is more the I shoot good king, more than anything else. I mean, look, you have to have movement of a certain level in Deadlock to actually be capable. Like, he's not running around on like broken knees or anything, but you don't necessarily look at John and be like, damn, John's movement god. It's more so, hey, John, you made good decisions, you got farmed, and you're hitting a lot of your shots. And what's that? Your hero Domini just killed 2 people at the start of this fight. That's pretty good. That's more the John meme. Also, he just like keeps playing like the most basic heroes of like, I will walk forward and shoot. It's like, if it's not Warden, it's gonna be Venator. You know, John kind of has a classic hero type here.
I just checked chat, and we've got absolutely 0 updates from Low2 in production. Low2 in production, who is in charge of getting the players in the lobby. Can we get an update on Ido's status? Is his internet out? Is it a restroom break? Is it Ido at all? I'm putting the blame on one of 12 players just based on previous history here, but it could be anyone, you know?
True. Yeah.
It's FPSL right now. Ido is off the hook at the moment. I'm looking at the player chat here. So Pure Content has updated and said 2 minutes for FPS Lounge. Quote, NA bathroom break. So it is bathroom yet again here in North America. And Saya is also bragging that Ido now has 2 routers, noob, in all caps, and OOB.
Hydration, never mind 1 pissing, 2 pissing, 3 pissing. With that said, Hydration, we are going to take a quick bathroom break for production. When you're ready, we will remove $50 from your prize pool and begin the match.
Wait, they just said we're ready.
All right,
maybe we don't go to break.
All right, let's not go to break. I believe ZP. Do you believe ZP?
I believe mostly. I think we're about to go in. Lord NM is dropping gifts of the deep from the boys for whatever reason. In NA speak, this probably means we're about to go in game. I think. Nice. I hope.
I don't believe you. Can we slowly zoom in on Commissioner ZP's face until this game kicks off, Solomon? I've done all the filling I can do. We've won awards for our fill jobs in the past, DDK. But I don't think we're getting one tonight. Why? This guy is so handsome. Is he Abrams? Is he Marvel Abrams? He could be. Let your favorite talent agent know he's available. Melee Creeps versus FPS Lounge on the mic. It's Daniel, Capadia, and ZPnius. I mean, ZPtrius. I mean, Tempo ZP. ZP, what's your real name?
Andrew or Andy. Either of the one works. But
what's the ZP stand for?
At this point, nothing. It is just ZP. That's it. Huh. The Z never stood for anything in the first place. I'll tell you that. But Dan, we're in. Like, it was a long period of fill. The bathrooms have been done. As Low2 said, production, they had to dig some latrines before they could go, but we're finally in it. Melee Creeps versus FPS Lounge.
I was hoping Bucket would start like whispering in the VO when it zoomed in on your face, but maybe next time. I think as we're on Rem, this is a good Rem game, I think, ZP. You know, if you look at all of the buffs to tag along, I mean, it got buffed significantly. You're going to be able to jump between Shiv, Billy, and Silver like pretty happily in a lot of these fights. So, and I think that's obviously going to be pretty big value. So, I'm looking forward to seeing, if that's going to actually play out well, because correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we've seen Rem really do much, at least during the EU games.
No, Rem, I think, is actually quite strong this patch. Like, all memes aside, where I think it's important to clarify, the hate on Rem is contrived. I do not actually hate the character. I just think it's funny when he gets smashed. But, look, I think the buffs to Rem are pretty significant. I think you could make the argument he's been a little bit underpicked overall. And when you're picking a lineup that has, like, obvious tanky targets like a Shiv and a Billy, I mean, it definitely makes for both good lanes and good comebacks in the middle of a fight. But for FPS Lounge, I think this game is going to be a bit of an uphill battle on their comp, especially when it comes down to how some of their infights may shake out.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I do think, again, I actually do think they've got a pretty nice draft here. I like it. Again, I think a lot of we're going to need to see a lot out of Lord NM and Snakes, I think, in particular, in these objective fights. Leffa on Silver is interesting. I'm going to be curious to see how that performance goes for Leffa. I don't know, CP. I actually am believing. I'm cautiously believing in FPS Lounge here, because obviously they have stand-ins as well. But just like you said, just as much as it could go wrong in Deadlock history with stand-ins, it could also go extremely well. So, you know, maybe it's gonna be one of those games. We're gonna find out. But and this is best of one. It's a challenger match, so you can't really afford to make any mistakes here.
Yeah, I mean, subs have a proud history of things going well. However, they also have Mirage, and like, look, I'll be as happy as anyone when Mirage finally rips off another win, but it's been a bad losing streak for Mirage as of late.
Yeah.
And also, we were kind of speculating who's going to play one draft. Is going to be Braden, basically filling in 1-for-1 for Ocane.
Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, I would certainly prefer to Wraith over the Mirage here, probably.
I agree. I think Wraith would make this draft feel a lot better for FPS Lounge, especially that they got GT at a bit of a bargain sale at the end of the draft for what he's been able to do in recent games.
Yeah. I think also, you know, where we had Melee Crease rounding out the draft with the Graves and Vindictor especially, kind of adding in some more of these really squishy heroes. It's kind of what GT is kind of specialized to deal with, some of these more squishy heroes. And again, as I mentioned, I think Lash's mobility, especially how people have been building him, it's pretty disgusting. But with that said too, ZP, haven't we seen like a more of a shift away from Gun Lash in this recent updates, and we're kind of back to more of a Spirit Lash?
Kind of, sort of. I mean, people are still building QSR and like doing a lot of the same early build. I think if there is variation, the build it comes a little bit later, but like the build for Lash in the early mid game, I don't think has changed too much for how people are going about it. Now, there is this idea that a harder Spirit Lash, if you pull it out of nowhere, can actually catch people off guard because it's been so much Gun Lash. But yeah, I mean, you look at the build for Ido right now, headshot booster in the QSR. So this is still a more gun heavy build, at least for now.
Yeah, we'll see the recharging rush, and I guess I feel like recharging rush is just so high value anyway that you probably would see it no matter like what kind of Lash you're doing. But either way, again, for me, I'm just this is Snake's time. It really is with the buff Billy.
Billy quite good on this patch as okay, Side just able to walk forward in the left and may not be done eating yet. Super low HP on poppers, and chase down may just be there. It's Graves. Never a great feeling at this moment, but also nope, does not break containment. I think it was just a hit of Jar dead that ended up getting it. I think a skull just like snuck its way over there, Dan.
That's so weird. I gotta say, I died in exactly the same way in my last game, where I had like a skull on me and I just didn't realize, and it just actually killed me. And I was like, what?
I mean, if you could zoom in, the skulls actually have brains now. Their AI is vastly improved this patch. They're doing things they never did before, which is why even with like a small DPS nerf, their real world DPS is vastly higher at the moment.
Yeah, they put what are they called, like Raspberry Pis? Stuck some Raspberry Pis in there. Are those even a thing anymore?
I don't know. I think you've hit me with like British things, and I just have no frame of reference for.
Oh no, it's a technology thing. It's like a thing that you can.
Oh, okay.
You know,
it's like a Neuralink for your anus.
Okay, now I understand. Yes. I know the Raspberry Pi for that, but you said I was just thinking food is like what snack item? Like what is going on here? But those are pretty useful. People done cool like mini Roblox things, but Jengang off here in the side lane, one way the ground due for a moment. But all it is a moment. The Shining Wonder already out and about. And it's a quick engage with no one falling here just yet. Ido, though, able to walk away at good HP. Do maybe going for a quick bath in the spawn.
Yeah, no, he's got the Mystic Burst next. So like, it's still like really standard Lash stuff, for sure. I've seen some people going like trying to like get the stomp up more quickly because it can catch people off guard because you just always go flog first. But I also feel with how the lanes are sped up, or in theory are sped up with the changes to the Guardians and so on. I don't think that matters as much to get as much pressure, like invest as much into pressure versus just a good overall selection of skills or build order for the skills.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of Guardian stuff, the one thing that you feels bad is if like for first earn turn in, if you still have your left lane Guardian, like trying to turn in against that feels pretty awful. So like for FPS Lounge, there's actually a reasonable edge for first earn if they're able to maintain it. but it's still small. It's not as big as it was when the Urn was in middle over the weekend and you had Middle Guardian versus no Middle Guardian, which was actually near impossible to fight the way those broke out. Like, you can tell who would win mid-Urn just on status of mid-Guardian half the time at 10 minutes.
Another quick build check. Is Poppers going gun, actually? But hang on, I suppose we've got a bit of a fight. Breaking down his snakes. The snakes rem combo, the Billy Rem, is looking like kind of nasty, actually.
Not as much lockdown as you need. Elsewhere on the map, Leffa is able to take down Fish Cake. So the early skirmishing for FPS Lounge, not too bad. The question is, are they going to be able to bring that into team fights soon? It's 8 minutes. Sinners are up. Let's see if we get a bit of an invade here on the left. Instead, it's looking like Saya trying to defend and gets the parry on top. Goes down, though. Shocking reanimation, not yet off cooldown. So all the while, there might be a bit of a Sinner steal coming in for Poppers. It's there. It's available. I don't know if
Going
Graves can get there in time. Yeah.
Although Mystic Shot, it got a buff, actually. I believe the scaling on the spirit damage got better, by like quite significantly better, maybe.
Mystic Shot is a lot better now.
Increase or something.
Yeah, it's also like one of the items that people have been building more on Lash too. Like, you know, thing was like Headhunter, Mystic Shot, Lash. John having to run for the hills here in the middle. I mean, the one thing about Mirage that no one can take away from him is that even if his win rate has been bad recently and his team fighting is less than great, early laning still pretty good. No fear of Dude. Dude at half HP. Okay, Dude just like made an appearance in middle, up the like through the top, 8 shots of Mirage and died. Like, I don't know what Dude's plan there was, actually.
That is another thing that Mirage is good at. The Scarabs actually do surprisingly a lot of work here early on. Nice catch from Poppers. And I mean, this is like a pretty good start for FPS Lounge. They're tempoing out quite nicely here. We're going towards that 10-minute mark. Guardian's now starting to get taken down, and okay, this Mirage is he's really there's some aura there. ZP, I think he's heard the call from you. He's heard the doubts, and looking to have a generational performance.
He's trying to channel the Spirit Bomb Goku style from all 73 people that currently reside in Wyoming. We're getting right now, Dan. But the Lord, NM. All right, chill, Lord, chill. Is able to get another kill, and yeah, I mean, Melee Creeps, you know, for winning the tournament this weekend, they're losing on lanes at every stage of the game right before Urn, and surely this is as like, it's not deep enough to have comeback Urn yet. Just to be clear, but closer than perhaps one would have expected from the beginning.
And I mean, right now, I mean, this is looking like it could be a very strong turn-in for FPS Lounge. Again, I feel like they've got a great comfort of all the front line. And the chase down coming in here as well from Raiden is looking actually really annoying. Shocking reanimation. Would have been nice to get rid of that cooldown, but not going to be happening this time around. But in the same token, as you said, Control is well and truly with FPS Lounge. And the question is, can they actually make the turn and happen? Because, you know, you were talking about Graves' power with the ult, especially on the Urn.
Well, the interesting thing is that despite that being, 2 or 3 minutes, that was mostly in favor of Melee, or rather FPS Lounge, it hasn't amounted to a serious advantage in the game here, really. I mean, it's still 2K aggregate between the teams. I think the scariest thing is that you have this gun GT at 11K that's kind of frying at the moment. But, you know, short of that, wait, Lord? But okay, I'm just looking at the mini map. Did Lord dive in the 4 people and just die? Like that, I'm so confused as to how that went down. Exactly. But like now, FPS Lounge has the hostage the Urn back at Walker. If we get a replay on that, I'd love to see how that happened, because what in the world?
It's definitely slowed down the game a little bit, but it looks like it will be the Urn getting placed in its deposit position, and Melee Creep's going to try to dive onto this. They do have a lot of ults here, Death Slam included, and just basically the Burger Box begins, and there's the chain gang. You got the grasping hands as well. Another reason why Graves is quite nice for this objective, and he gets switched back over to FPS
Ranger's
Lounge.
Destroying! Ranger is getting so much damage on the back. Assassinate after assassinate, like Ranger pounding from afar, and Leffa trying to equalize a little bit on the silver, takes down the Graves. The Urn back in favor of FPS Lounge. Melee Creeps may have to back out now, but Ranger got some damage done in the middle of the fight. Urn, though, turned in by FPS Lounge, and, you know, for Melee Creeps, a bit of a disappointment.
Dude, the new Urn fights are just so insane. It just really does commit you into so much more than the previous Urn fights, with how invested everybody gets into it and the position of it and everything. And I gotta say, one thing I noticed on Snakes, early, he got a Cold Front pretty early on CP, and I do wonder with the change to Arctic Blast how that got buffed. I wonder if he's gonna get an early Arctic Blast on Billy. That could be maybe a new thing that we could see.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny you mentioned Arctic Blast too. That's an item that got dramatically better as we go for a pause. Internet spiking. Wait, Cold Front not working.
Oh, wow. Like, that's a caster cuss, perhaps. I don't know.
Okay, they're saying ready. So it's a quick one. No one has DC'd. We don't have Ido driving to his brother's house. You know, by our standards, yeah, that's a quick pause. That's a EU standard pause, if anything.
Yeah, and Ido does have the Headhunter as well, which is usually part of those gun builds. Mystic Expansion making an appearance. This is all looking pretty normal, I guess, for what we were to expect. I think Recharging Rush should be coming in soon as well, if it's to stay, kind of somewhat regular. Item's still very good. Get the extra grapple, so you can like just stay but like just in the air like just forever, and you also get the extra stamina as well when it's level 3, I believe. Oh my god, getting caught by Billy here is not good. There's the chain gang as well, ZP. This is not what Ido wanted.
Ido perhaps caught napping here for a second. Doesn't have much in the locket either. Here is Ido just get hit from all ends. Swarm for a quick pick from FPS Lounge. The rest of this now going directly on the walker. It's gonna be Saya against the world here on the right. Backup seems to be pretty far away here too, Dan, looking at the map. There's no shocking reanimation either. It just gets run down by Snakes.
Yeah, this is a crazy powerful position for FPS Lounge, chasing down. Oh, another pause. Chasing Fishcake down. Okay, I've got a mouse out.
Oh, okay, can we get a PSA for players? Charge your peripherals. Like, mouse died. Yeah. Headset died.
I do always wonder about that because that happens so rarely for me, and I'm not playing in a tournament. Like if I was playing in a tournament, when I have played in tournaments, I just everything is I don't know, ZP. What can we really make of this?
I mean, oh wait. Can we zoom in on Fishcake here? That is not where you want to be. That's just straight up not where you want to be at the end of a boss.
Ooh. Drop the 500 bag too, so this just does not look remotely good for melee Graves. Like it looks so bad right now.
Dan, the Mirage Nation, they need this. Yeah. They need this game and where we're at. This is the best hope of a Mirage win we have had all day. 12K lead now for FPS Lounge, and in no small part, the GT build is interesting, by the way, where it starts out like more gun focus and then like shifts more to a spirit focus later on. Like you look at the itemization, the poppers is gone, start gun shifted more heavy spirit, you pick up tank busters, so it's just trying to maximize power spikes on the hero, it seems.
Yeah, it's really nice too. I mean, I wonder if Indomitable will make an appearance with a reactive barrier picked up. That's going to be nice insurance against potential death slams and then these potential things that are problematic for GT. But yeah, I do like it. Tank Bus is too good value to not get it as well. And
Saya finding his ult on cooldown immediately. Puts Rem to a quick little sleep while this is happening. Urn picked up by Ranger. Ido on the death slam, gets sent on the Dust Devil ride. Eating arrows from above, courtesy of GT, but all this goes on. Saya is able to run down onto Leffa, and the damage not too significant for melee creep, so they get one pick. They get control of the Urn, and if they're able to get Urn here, Dan, we're right back to even.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a very important moment. We'll see what FPS Lounge can do, though. Still a lot of presence in mid, so they are at the moment outnumbered, outpositioned for the Urn offense. And chasing down Saya, and he does not have recharging, or rather the reanimation, shocking reanimation.
He's buying time, though,
Dan. Would be nice, but in going for this pick, they won't have numbers on the Urn.
Wait, they're using the Urn to push with resistances. Yeah. I'm pretty sure if this was comeback Urn, then yeah, they're just like, we're gonna bring the Urn over I don't know if it's come back or not. I may have just they wanted to keep it secure while they did earn or Walker and brought it back. Based on the timing here, I actually don't think it was come back earn.
No, I don't think so.
Well, actually, no. That was 5 seconds. I
think
think
so?
it actually was. I think they used it to push Walker with resistances and then brought it back. I may be wrong. I did not like take stats, and the UI doesn't actively update you, but yeah.
Either way, it was a trade in terms of the walkers, so relatively even. I mean, melee creeps. Again, we can't forget how horrendous the start was, and I have seen games where they come back because of just Do really playing really amazingly, and he has been able to keep himself like very healthy on the souls, 18k, which is on par with the other like healthy heroes for FPS Lounge 2. So it does feel like the game state has reset somewhat after that earn and Walker.
The thing you have to be worried about as the game goes on is, what Do is going to be able to do in Celeste as Celeste gets farmed. Do was a maniac this weekend. It was like Do is probably the hardest to deal with player in the entirety of DSI. And I mean, we know Do is good, but like Celeste has felt like the ultimate comfort hero for Do. So, the later you get into the game, I think the uglier this may get for FPS Lounges. Ido is just getting ripped to shreds here, man. This is unreal. Here comes Snakes. Movement being brought to a crawl. Courtesy of Chain Gang throwing a bird. I mean, you talk about Ido hate watching. That just, they entered the game here, Dan.
Yeah. I mean, there's been numerous times when he's been completely mugged. The previous time where he got knocked off the zip, kind of felt like he just didn't have that info or wasn't aware. That was unlucky timing. But that was just. This is just showing the strength of FPS Lounge, moving as a pack here. Really, really strong burst damage. Also, Popper's doing a lot with the gun damage on the Talon. I'm super curious how his build will develop, as you noted previously. He kind of switched from gun into more spirit, so somewhat of a balanced build from the last look. And in the meantime, in terms of the macro, it does feel like FPS Lounge are trying to pressure pretty heavily. You still got Snakes, in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I mean, FPS Lounge is still nursing a bit of a lead for now. Luffa just grabbing his side doubles. But I can't help but feel like FPS Lounge is on a bit of a timer. Now, 1 minute away from next earn, and I mean, next earn could be pivotal, Dan. I feel like, the way this game is playing out, it's going to be a big fight, and it's going to be something where the winner likely gets to go mid-boss thereafter. So, next earn, depending how the teams play it, could be it.
All right, well, in middle right now, the priority is being fought for by both teams. It looks like FPS Lounge are going to maintain more position in mids, but now looking to try to get that high ground towards the buffs, especially the earn-sided buff on this right part of the map. And Do is potentially going to get in some trouble, but he is playing Celeste, so the movement is always going to give you a lot of options.
I see Billy.
15 seconds before earn. Also, I think about the way this game's gone down. This has been a tough game for Ido on Lash. I feel like Ido has been the recipient of solo Chain Gang more than anyone else in the game by like a factor of, well, much. And maybe another one coming up here. Wouldn't be solo though this time around. Everything taking place right near the buff. Buff gets spawned. And Saya walks away with his first life. Shocking reanimation, not procced here just yet, but earn control is going to go the way of FPS Lounge.
Yeah, they definitely seem to have just a better comp to get the priority, at least, in how it's playing out. And it's funny also on the Ido note that you mentioned him just getting singled out with Chain Gang, etc. His most recent item that he bought was Counterspell, so, he's got some more tools to deal with that now.
Ido getting shot from afar. Brayden, relatively safe spot. Both teams a little bit of a slower engage here so far, but okay, the signal has been set. Melee creeps going in. Saya gonna pop the shocking reanimation early into the fight. It's kind of low to begin with. Second life now active, and FPS Lounge kind of back away, but as they back, earn control taken in by melee creeps, and we'll see how they play the next part.
Again, positioning looking really nice for FPS Lounge into the earn turn in. Melee Creeps looking to pick the right time, though. There's the zombies, the Greystone. They get unleashed, and speaking of being unleashed, Chain Gang coming out here into the fight. As Snakes gets hit in the side by the Iradomini. That does a lot of damage.
It was the chain minus the gang. Like, the gang did not show up in this instance, but back other, Braden getting run down. Mirage gonna be first to fall. Naptime being done on John John at the same time, so it may be M1 for M1. Can anyone save John John right now? He is absolutely hurting and yet still alive. Saya making space in the urn. The urn has been turned in. Melee Creeps currently in control. Do dancing around at good HP. Saya finally falls. Urn flipped back over the FPS Lounge. Perry's coming in. Gonna get the punch here in from the graves. Turned back here by the Shiv. Melee Creeps are more on the urn, more in control as FPS Lounge. Only poppers and hydration remain.
Yeah, very nice secure, and they get a lot of kills there as well of just good initiation in the fight. I think, you know, if the fight's just a straight up brawl, as it kind of has been previous to this one, it's not gone well for them, and they're going to be able to, if Melee Creeps, pick up this mid boss also off at the back of that fight. And there's not really many tools here. There's no players, there's no nap time available from hydration. That's down, and so this is going to be a desperate challenge if they try to go for a steal of a crystal, and it's not going to be even really truly attempted. FPS Lounge forced to give that one up, and up until this moment, CP, up until that urn, FPS Lounge have essentially been, I think, dictating the game to different degrees, but finally the flip happens.
Yeah, and off the flip, things are pretty bad now for FPS Lounge. I mean, already they're up against a team that likely scales better than them. Melee Creeps have kind of cracked the code for diving in onto the Mirage, and so, you know, Do, who didn't have the greatest opening on Celeste, now plenty of farm to work with, on top of the advantages having 3 rejuves for the next 3 minutes. So FPS Lounge has to hope that this is a lower efficiency rejuve for Melee Creeps.
Man, Rem's perspective just reminds me of people who play like Odd Job in GoldenEye. You know, just like there's really a scummy thing if you guys know about that game.
Yeah, I mean, as someone that may have played Odd Job, yeah, he had half the hitbox. Like, why wouldn't I pick him? He's just available. Like,
yeah, and you have to like, if you're against him, like you have to like adjust your aim in a way you don't have to for any other play. You have to like pull the stick down. I don't know. It's just
yeah, it was great. You know, you go to someone's place, you know, you ask their mom to order pizza, and you play Odd Job, and then you never get invited back again, and it's just like it wasn't fun to play against you. Like, that was a GoldenEye 64 experience. For those who remember, as I've now just dated myself horrifically.
Yeah, man. Well, yeah, I feel like maybe I got to like cap the age of some of the references at this point. I don't know. So I feel like it's probably not helping us, which was just alienating the audience.
I don't know. There's a handful of people who's like, no, I got that. And I probably lost fans by saying I played Odd Job, but you know, that's where we're at. Either way, 30 seconds till next urn. It's been a relatively quiet Rejuvenator here so far, which is probably why we got dragged down the rabbit hole of GoldenEye 64. But I believe the action is going to be kicking back up again here in a moment, Dan. There's still time for Melee Creeps to do another urn and go from that urn into one of the FPS Lounge walkers. So we'll see how things are played in the next minute 40.
Yeah, and Do is becoming extremely dangerous as well. He's been dangerous, but there's that level. There's a threshold of unstoppableness which we may soon find ourselves in as the urn gets claimed by Melee Creeps. But this might help actually FPS Lounge to some extent. The only issue is that there's these rejuves that are online, so FPS Lounge have to be really cautious as to how they deal with this. Do they try to like pick off somebody on the extremity, get rid of a crystal, or do they try to challenge directly? Well, they're going to find Ido. He's been a pretty reliable target.
Yeah, Ido has been, again, #1 recipient of Chain Gang this entire time. FPS Lounge, though, forced back a bit. Urn going to be turned in, and it's being contested. I think maybe a 1-on-1 on Urn. Meanwhile, Ido, Death Slam on the one. It's on the GT. Low HP in the process. Not done just yet. First rejuve going to be targeted as Ido goes down. FPS Lounge, by the way, it's a 1-on-1, or was, for the Urn. It's Saya versus Shiv. Like, what in the burger is going on over here, Dan?
I actually like Shiv's chances so much on this one, but at the same time, Ido's come in to play spoiler.
Ido's come in to get parried. but it's now 2-on-1. And surely Lord M finally gonna fall in what was a ridiculous side battle going on as Mid Walker has been pushed, but is still being defended by FPS Lounge.
Sometimes the music gives me kind of Zelda vibes. I don't know why. I didn't even really play Zelda very much.
Sometimes the Earn music blocks out all other game sound. You don't realize you're getting hit by a 7-orb. That's my story with the Earn music. It's loud. Shrine though, going on down. Melee Creeps making the most of the end of the Rejuvenator. They do get the Earn over on the end. Graves likely about to be going down, but you know, as Graves goes down, you got a Shrine, you got Walker. Melee Creeps is adding on to their advantage now, Dan. Just about, or just over 30,000. Exactly 30,000, where after Soul Diff, can we get the golden statue count?
And then let's get the damage whilst we're at it afterwards. Let's get a buffet of statistics.
It's funny, I was thinking the same thing. It's like, yeah, we're just at a restaurant. It's like, yes, I'll have the golden statue, and my friend Daniel, he'll be having the damage done, please.
Okay. Melee Creep's kind of dominating on the statues. Is that what you expected?
Yeah, it's also been very balanced overall. Also, Mirage of all people just not getting any. Also, the damage being put out by Poppers is unreal relative to the rest of FPS Lounge.
GT, man. GT's a hell of a character. Oh, Ido Hate Club is back.
The Ido Hate Club.
That's not what you called it earlier?
Like, yeah, no, like, pretty hate watchers. But I don't know, dozens of them in Twitch chat. Melee Creeps though, trying to take advantage. FPS Lounge technically have a 6-on-5 opportunity. Fishcake isn't back yet. The stat difference though, pretty significant. Poppers, you've been pumping out the damage, just superior stamining all the way up the top. Down in close quarters, John pulls out the Ur Domini, and it's enough to take down Lord NM as the fight gets a little bit messy now for FPS Lounge, especially with Fishcake about to rejoin.
Actually, I love the positioning from FPS Lounge in this particular fight. It actually was quite nice. Unable to really close the distance, though, to confirm any of these kills. But yeah, great work from Melee Creeps in that previous, I suppose, just string of plays that where they kind of flipped the game at that point that we mentioned, into the mid boss. I mean, they cleaned up so much from the map and a shrine as well. So pretty significant advantage, but it doesn't feel like FPS Lounge are necessarily out of it just yet. They just need a really key pick or key engagement now around some of the objectives. And I mean, that's going to be tough to find, but they're not too far behind just yet, I wouldn't say, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. I think the problem that they run into is scaling. Also, if you go for a more meta reason, look, they're running with 2 substitutions here, and the longer you go into the game, the more the deficiencies from running subs like tend to go, and this is a mid boss that's just instantly dead. But the HP bar has just been, it got demolished. Here today, gone tomorrow. See if FPS Lounge can even get in, and 2 rejuves taken, 1 more crystal to go. Saya finishes off. All Poppers can do is pad the stats a little bit with an owl, as no one is actually getting there in time physically.
That is actually kind of crazy. I don't know that I've ever seen it get down that fast. That's poor Ido, man. You can't connect these ground strikes.
I think the only time mid boss has gone down that quickly in Night Shift has been like one of the rare Viper games. Like Viper shreds mid boss. But here we go. It's a comeback earn pickup that's currently being contested. Lord NM goes in, grabs the urn, immediately drops as Saya has reincarnation popped. 1 rejuve remaining here for Melee Creeps, just utilizing them in the middle of battle. FPS Lounge, I mean, doing a decent job to get rid of them, but surely there's no way Lord NM is able to escape putting that much pressure on trying to get urn control, and it's kind of for naught, because while this was going on, Dan, Ranger just sneaks away with the urn.
Yeah, doing great work there from Melee Creeps. Just not really giving any room for FPS Lounge to breathe.
Now the upside, it's comeback earn.
Yeah,
like you want to fight here, you get the 35% resistances. But actually, that's why Ranger's bringing away. Ranger's like, no, you guys don't get the 35% resistances. John, maximum damage go. As Leffa just explodes Saya, the reincarnation. All were witness there, Dan.
Oh no. Oh man, like a thermonuclear bomb just detonated on FPS Lounge there, and oh, goodbye to the shrine. That's gonna go away very soon, and I don't know. Yeah, definitely unrecoverable at this point. That instant mid boss take, that was kind of that was kind of the moment for me where I was like, okay, maybe there's no chance here for FPS Lounge to get back into this, because they don't even get any like counterplay opportunity there.
No, now defending the shrines, down 4, easier said than done. In fact, many would say it's impossible at this game state. Massive stat difference. Leffa not enjoying his experience, or maybe is, depending on. You have to get an interpreter for Mickey. What is it? Mickey Mouse Clubhouse is what he said. No.
Well, I guess I was gonna say, like, in the Mirage, I suppose, you know, it does lose again, but it actually looked kind of good, you know, up to a certain point in this game.
It looked good until you realize the Mirage is now 3-19 in the last 3 days. It's Melee Creeps. They won this weekend, and they're looking to take it again. They win the Challenger match, but do they have what it takes to take down Floormen? They've taken the first step.
Brayden, it's not your fault. It's the man bun. Saya, John, Fishcake, Ido, Do, and Ranger getting the job done for Melee Creeps this week. And DDK, if you're looking for some MVPs, you highlighted Do Celeste. She lived up to the hype. Who else did you enjoy watching in this game?
Who did I enjoy watching? Who did I watch? I enjoyed watching Ido. Getting mugged constantly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, was that because of Ido's player? Ido just like continually getting hit like with 3 people in chains like half the game.
The stun lock was fun to watch, of course.
Yeah.
ZP, same question for you. Were there any standouts? Because I know production's gonna want to have some MVPs.
You know, standouts for me, honestly, I think back to that Urn fight where Ranger just got to sit back and make Vindicta look good. Even though that was a fight they lost, it was like, damn, Ranger hitting shots. Ranger, you know, more known for his support play, still able to click some heads when necessary. But, you know, for Melee Creeps, it just felt like they just needed one good fight and things went their way. I think towards the end of the game, Sai was actually pretty fun to watch too, as Sai got his footing on Victor.
Ido with the lash, taking out Lord NM's Shiv. You see the Shiv down at the start of these Urn battles. That's where it seemed to spiral out of control. ZP, for anyone who is trying to understand the 35% resistance, can you explain that for Urn fights going forward?
Yeah, so when it's a comeback Urn, so when it spawns in your territory, you get 35% resistance in a 60-meter, which is a really large radius, of the Urn while it's carried on the ground or being deposited. But the one thing to keep in mind is that once it's fully deposited, the aura instantly goes away. So we've seen plays where you let the other team turn in the Urn and then you just jump on them. Or in this last game, we didn't get confirmation. Like, pretty sure it was comeback Urn. Melee Creeps took the comeback Urn and used it to take down a Walker because it was basically a gigantic amount of extra souls to their team during the play, which probably isn't the intent for here. I almost feel like you have to have Walkers have an aura that cancels out the Urn aura, which gets all sorts of complicated, but I can't imagine the goal was... Yeah, I can't imagine the goal of the system is like take the Urn to push Walkers, but you know, Melee Creeps did that at one point.
Could I do that tonight in my games afterwards? Just carry it around from Walker to Walker?
Yes, but you'd be in pub games and people are
yeah, that's not gonna work out.
Oh, people are terrible about playing around the Urn in pubs. Like, you would call the play, get it to the Walker, and there would be 4 people in middle for no reason, Bucket. Like, just know your audience. That's all.
Are we worried about FPS Lounge? I know Rocane is gone and Lo Mein will be back from Mexico, but there is a big money match coming up this weekend.
I mean, I think FPS Lounge is definitely a team that's very capable. It's never good to, you know, or fun when you're having some of these roster change situations, but at the same time, like the meta is, I think, more in flux at the moment. So I feel like it's not quite as damaging because things are not as straightforward, and people, you know, there's the capacity to be more flexible around players coming in. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of different ways you could go with it, but yeah, they're definitely going to be at a disadvantage for sure.
26 kills to 26 kills, but ZP, there is a 45k difference in score. What was that difference tonight? Is that all Urns? Is that playing for mid boss? How do I get my score to be the one on the right?
I mean, look, I think Melee Creeps, their team play is second to none. I think they picked a comp that actually just scaled really well into some of the later fights, and they made a good play with Comeback Earn. I mean, FPS Lounge, to their credit, really good early laning phase, picked up a lot of good kills. I think Poppers was just remarkable on the GT. They got this GT as the final pick in the draft, and it had first pick performance. So something to take notice of going later tonight, just the impact of GT both in EU and in NA. But, you know, for Melee Creeps, I think they understood their objective as far as team fights went, and while they got off to a rocky start, they were able to pull a rabbit out of their hat to get things going, and once they had an advantage, FPS Lounge didn't really have great ways back into the game. Also, finally, don't pick Mirage. He's 3-19 in the last few days.
It's real bad.
Yep.
Stop picking Mirage. He's like Lady Geist from 5 weeks ago. Ladies and gentlemen, with that said, we have to crown your MVP from the first match. DDK, did you select an official champion tonight for the opening battle?
I didn't. I could guess. At
DP, did you submit?
I did not submit either. I just saw the production was asking, but you know, screw it. Give it to Ranger. I enjoyed that one Vindicta battle, or Saya. Take your pick. Dealer's choice on production.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, knock, throw it up, whatever you like. We like tonight. Why? Because we still have 3 more games, because that's how tonight's episode is going to go. We're going to get an 8-game show here on the night shift with the new meta. ZP, Mirage has the worst win rate. True or false? Graves has the best win rate.
I don't know if Graves is at the best. Pocket is probably at the best or tied for best because he's 4-0 at 100%.
Okay, he's
but yeah, Mirage, in terms of the amount that he's been played to losses, like, has to be the overall worst for the amount of times he's been tried into just losing everything. But we're gonna give it to Saya.
Saya's flex over to the Victor. 11 assists. He was in every team fight possible. The refresher was out. He didn't get up to 6 lives, DDK. I was told that there's a way to do that. He got close to it though.
Well, yeah, I mean, Victor's still a really nice pick. You know, there's a lot of really good shutdowns around the objective and earn fights. You know, Victor's aura, man, it's pretty potent, and we saw a lot of multi kills here. Very difficult to take down. I was actually in general like impressed with just how few deaths Saya actually got, considering how many times like he was very, very close to dying off of a situation where he didn't have the ult left to use. So just like very nice frontlining and disruption, creating space here. Like, so insane with the creator expansion how far the aura actually goes.
Yeah, and for Saya, you know, sometimes I wonder what is Saya's role nowadays, where, you know, Saya went from support, then he went into more pick, where he'll always pick Paradox if it's available, then into Abrams for more pick, and now it's like, I just like being frontline. I like people dying from me just being remotely in the vicinity. Saya on the Victor arc right now, so, you know, Saya's like half pick, half frontline, but 100% success, or so it seems in recent memory.
As we go to break, question for the chat: true or false, you hate Rem as much as ZP? We'll be right back with your NA final. You would have to put a I mean, hey, welcome back. We got ZP, we got DDK. Lotu is telling stories that we can't tell on air. ZP, why do so many people hate so many different characters in this game that are not Rem, but you chose Rem?
Look, sometimes it's just annoying when he gets away, goes into a tunnel, heals someone up that's about to fall, and it's also the best feeling in the world. You pull out the Erdemini and just, stop him from doing any of that. So, yeah, that's my story.
Are you, happiest when you hit him on the third shot or the first shot and he dies?
I mean, first shot. More of a display of dominance in the game, because that means you're farmed. You're having a good game.
You're natural born hunter, ZP. Yes. DDK, we have to talk about these teams as I totally distract ZP as much as possible tonight. He asked to cast 8 games. We said you can do it if you truly believe in yourself, and I think we're going to get there. Let's take a look at our squads. We got Floormen versus Melee Creeps, a battle we've seen in the past, and we're going to see again average, not AVG, guys, because there was another 3-letter A word that isn't liked in this community, so he's average now. We got Rocker, League, DMB, Xeno, and Dimov, the Bulgarian businessman making money in North America. Are they the best in the world?
I don't know if they're the best in the world, but they're pretty almost there. Probably, maybe could be the best. I mean, it depends who you... Anyway, so this team is definitely a great team. They they actually beat Floormen 2-1. Sorry, Jesus Christ. This is Floormen. Okay, right. Okay, guys, I'm in the room, back in the room.
Guys,
so Floormen 2-1 Loki W, right? So they definitely have the source. The question is whether the source is being dispensed. Is that correct, CP?
It's close enough. What I'll say about Floormen is that if you were to build a team of the best 6 deadlock players in the world, Dimov would be on every iteration of the team. I mean, Dimov is simply, for Floormen, it was a piece that helped them rise above. They have been the team to beat in NA until this last weekend. And yeah, this last weekend was a little bit tough for Floormen, but they've also had some time now to adapt to the patch. And I feel like of all the teams we've seen today, they may be the most improved with time to kind of look back on DSI, what went well, what went badly, and now we'll see if they'll have what it takes to actually defend against what has been a surging Melee Creeps team.
Floormen, the favorites here on paper, but if you watched the tournament this past weekend, it was the Creeps walking away with the trophy. Let's take a look at MLC with the brand newly designed cat in a suit with a bat, but it kind of looks like a finger on a dark background. We got Saya, John, Fishcake, Ido, Do, and Ranger. We've seen Do on the Celeste. Will we ever see a Pocket, TDK?
Probably not. I mean, it's very unlikely, especially with the Pocket threats on both teams, in terms of who can play Pocket. It's just, I don't think it's coming out in a sane world. But yeah, definitely Melee Creeps a strong team. They 2-1 Floormen in the upper bracket of DSI. Again, there's the issue that the meta was a bit different with and everything like that. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter. I think these are 2 teams that can each beat one another, and they have each been at the top of Night Shift week in and week out. So I think this will be a great game. I think Melee Creeps, they kind of showed in the previous game that they can start in a pretty big disadvantage, but still just do very well on the team play in the macro and just good fundamentals, bring themselves back into the game and be dangerous. And so I'm super excited for this one. I think for me, Dimov is probably my favorite player, I think. So yeah. I'm always excited, especially when I get to see him.
Since the start of the game, it was Dimov and Hoot for me, and then Zergy and NA. But since Zergy started playing Wraith, I despise him.
Oh,
until he brings back out 7, my favorite character. I won't like him again. Zergy, you won't do it. In the meantime, we've got Floormen versus the Creeps ready to go toe-to-toe without a Pocket. First ban, ZP? Nope, it's Paradox in. What's up with this?
Well, for Melee Creeps, you want Floormen to ban Pocket. That's your free space at the moment where the second pick team needs to ban Pocket or Pocket will be first picked. Melee Creeps going with the first ban Paradox is interesting. It means that, Saya's like, okay, I guess I'm not going to get it. And if we were to leave it up, so we're just going to ban it out immediately. But absolutely no one's surprised. Pocket is the first hero banned. We'll see what Melee Creeps grabs. I mean, last time around, they prioritized the Venator. And also, just to note, Venator is the anti-Mirage. He is 100% win rate on the day. And also had a really good win rate in DSI. So, and he's going to be the first pick for Melee Creeps here once more.
Which is weird. Tracklock GG said the rest of the community is playing him at a C rate out of S tiers to D tiers. He was at a C, second to the bottom DDK. Pros are able to use him differently. Is it just the movement? What makes him useful at this level? As Doorman has lots of uses.
Many uses, especially checking you into a hotel. You're wanting me to do a cosplay actually of Doorman. I'm not quite sure why. Is it because you think I'm very polite and well-mannered and would do very well as a bellhop, or is it because you think
like
I've
the
got
British
beautiful blue
people are
eyes?
really good at servicing people who need elevators. We have Silver also in the lobby. She has a tail. ZP loves people with tails.
Hey, look, tails, they're functional. What more can you say? But I'm going to say this. Doorman Silver, I mean, it's a good one too, but you give up Celeste. And Celeste is immediately brought in. So I kind of would have liked the idea for Floormen to not let Dew get this hero, given how strong it is. I mean, yeah, you'd be giving up Doorman or Silver. We're both really good, but the problem that I'm looking at here is like Melee Creep's getting everything they want, and they're probably going to round it out with Victor. Like, Saya's been liking playing the Victor. He's still pretty strong, and okay, they go Lash. So they'll have the ability to at least deny the Victor. Ido gets the Lash once more. If I'm Floorman, I probably don't let Saya get what he wants. Like, you ban the Victor, he'll go Abrams, whatever.
Get Yamato. Just get the Yamato and you're fine.
About the Apollo ZP, because Chad is saying Apollo got dismembered, blended, and then formed into an Apollo nugget. Is he really that useless now?
Yeah, kinda. I mean, he's still like pretty good in the laning phase. The problem is that he was already having a weak mid to late game in the last patch, but he was like strong in the early phase, and then he would be like Mr. Unkillable. Now he's Mr. Very Killable. You cannot use Riposte to get a million miles away the way you could in the past. So it's just
no more escaping.
Yeah, he's not the hero that lives through everything anymore, and as a result, his stock tanked. I also think, arguably in this meta, you would have went down a little bit anyways, but that nerf really destroyed what he was quite good at.
They nerfed
no
his Victor, they nerfed his hitbox. It's easier to hit, so
no.
You got Rex, man. Yoshi's like, no more of this.
So Apollo's not getting seen. Victor's not getting seen. Wraith isn't getting seen. Who is going to be locked in?
I still think Yamato. I think. Oh, nice. I was talking about this in the EU as well. I think McGinnis is still pretty good right now. Especially if you go more of the gun-oriented build, ZP. Yeah.
No, I think McGinnis is solid. But to your point about Yamato was also like 1 in 10 on the weekend. Like the buffs in theory should have been good, but the way it was playing on team fights was not. And okay, this is something that we probably should have talked about earlier. That's
very true.
Usually is picked earlier. Is that, like, getting Billy this late into the draft is absurd value from melee creeps, like to a ridiculous extent. I do wonder what Saya's going to end up playing here, because most of the recent Saya picks are just straight up off the board. Ivy gonna get locked in, and like I'm just worried. Is there a world where like Saya comes in the Ivy? What used to be a hero he played all the time, and frankly, as far as his hero pool getting hit here, he could still play Ivy to disrupt and engage, even with Stone form right now. So
yeah, the rest of your comp looks pretty comfortable. There's the Yamato you called for DDK. So you got your favorite comp on the left side. True or false? You agree with this statement from Dead the Dead, who says Silver's tail should wag when she's on a kill streak.
Maybe that's something you'll be able to pay for. I don't know. In the Steam Workshop.
No, the answer is yes. Enthusiastic, yes. I'm here for Silver tail wagging.
Yes. Now, do you want the Viper tail to wag?
No. It already does, man.
No.
When you're slithering around, it's like the happy place, the Viper, no?
No, ZD? What about fall off when she's really scared?
Guys, last pick Dynamo. This is the only place you can pick Dynamo in the draft and not have to worry about the Sinclair threat.
Sinclair, good call.
The Dynamo comes in, and now, like, okay, it is going to be Ranger Ivy and Saya Dynamo. I'm like 90% sure in seeing that. Like,
there's also a Lash and a Viper in the same game. Chat, you know what to do. On the mics for this one, we got DDK and ZP. ZP, go ahead. Go talk about the real chat.
No, we're good. Do the intro. We're not even on the screen yet, though. I was like, I looked away for a second. I was like, oh, we're on the screen. We're not even on the screen. It's still us. I just
wanted to scare you. It's Dynamo. It's Viper. Who's got the better comp? DDK.
Floormen. Hands down. Floormen. They got Yamato. They got McGinnis. I mean, I got Viper. I mean, I'm happy.
ZP, you agree? Or are you going with the creeps?
I'm going with melee creeps. And again, it comes to the fact that like Yamato was like second to Mirage on worst hero and actual performance on this patch. And while I think McGinnis is good, I think Dynamo has probably been underpicked for his value, in part because you can only pick him at the point that melee creeps picked him in the draft. Melee creeps. They still got Dew on Celeste. They got John on Ven. They got Billy at an absolutely ridiculous value. I think Melee creeps, if, execution-wise, Floorman can still win. But on paper, I think Melee creeps have the edge going in.
I think Melee Creeps are crushing the draft with that Dynamo pick. Also, they got Graves as the last pick in the previous game. Getting this first pick is going pretty well for MLC tonight, DDK. What were your thoughts? Sorry.
No, I mean, I definitely would have liked to have seen the Billy instead of the Abrams, but I think you're underestimating Floorman's comp here, ZP. I do think, all things considered, Lash, Celeste, Venator, Billy, that's an insane top 4 right now, especially. But I do think there's answers, and the reason why I believe in Yamato. Well, okay, so firstly, I feel like DSI, I don't think you can take the results too seriously, because the mid burger box with that unlike, I think that just I just feel like it just changed the value of a lot of the heroes, because you couldn't really macro in the same way. You couldn't team fight in the same way. You're just winning and dying by the objectives. So the comps were completely different ultimately in terms of what was valuable. So I don't know. I feel like Yamato is going to go and be very valuable against Celeste, especially because, Flying Strike is one way to really help to chase down a Celeste. You do need to have some answers. I think Bola, if you make sure to hold onto Viper's Bola for the Dynamo ult or Celeste, for example, like provides some important lockdown. And also like the turret CP, maybe we'll see like a funny turret build. I don't know, it's going to shoot Celeste out of the sky. I don't know. I feel like there's creative options.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at it, the thing for me is, like, I feel like when Yamato looked bad, it wasn't even because of, like, the earn fights in DSI. Like, that didn't help, but Lightbringer was kind of, like, detailing why he thought Yamato was a bad pick. It was basically just other heroes have a lot more frequent uptime. Like, Yamato is, like, kind of put into use Shadow Transformation and go in. And even for earn, where you'd think it would be really, really effective, it wasn't panning out that way in actual fights. Now, counter argument here is that it's Floorman playing Yamato. They might actually put Xeno on it, where at one point Xeno was like arguably best Yamato in the game. It's a big, big comfort hero for them. I think McGinnis also is kind of a sleeper in that. McGinnis, when she's been played, she's looked really, really good. So I don't want to like underrate that. On the other hand, I think Ivy is like arguably sleeper OP at the current earn, especially if you get early Echo Shard. Like Stoneform gives you a ton of control. You still got Billy, where again they got it at a huge value, and Dynamo when you get late in the draft, I think it's just good.
Shout out to What Are You Doing Stepbro_Chris in the chat for a first time chatter. Floorman versus Melee Creeps. It's your NA Finals match number 40. Who's going to come out with the first and the best of 3? I got money on Floorman, just like DDK. Chat, you agree with us? On the mics for this one, we got ZP and DDK. Go ahead, Zeeps.
I was waiting for that, Dan. I knew he was holding back. I was like, I'm just gonna wait. We're gonna let that be a thing. Gave the chat the pause, and now we're in. And now we're in a Melee Creeps game. Hopefully, we don't get the pause from Melee Creeps. That's it. That's the message here, Dan. As we're into it.
Yeah, I genuinely am a believer. I'm a believer, man. One of the things about Sam McGinnis, especially right now too, that might be somewhat of an underrated strength is she is powerful in the early lane, and if you're trying to tempo, you're going to be able to take down the tower pretty quickly. Especially if you get monster rounds like first item, you're going to be able to take down the troopers very, very, very quickly. And so that I think is very helpful in helping to set a tempo. So something that's because I feel like taking down the walkers, the guardians very quickly is something you can do way more now, obviously with that change. And so I think there is value in trying to do that and trying to be the team that can snowball the guardians.
Also, wait, what do you mean 6? Hit tab.
6.
Okay, can we hit tab? Like, what's going on here? Is this secret tech? Quote, this just gotta be a J. Oh my!
Oh.
What? That is excellent play, and I have no. Yep, I did it. It was for the moment. Let's see where it goes.
Dignity.
Nope. To be fair, it wasn't pre-planned. That was just like split second. I'm going for it. I mean, it's 6 eggs. My brain broke down.
All right, I'll forgive it. To be fair, with casters, you can't quite. We have a disease where puns become extremely high value parts of our existence, and so if you grab onto one, you got to furnish the audience with it.
You casted with James for a long time. This is not the first pun you've heard in the middle of a broadcast.
No. I still flex the pun muscle all the time because I don't know why, but it holds some value as a caster to think of puns all the time, and I'd never shut it off. So we always got to keep the skill sharp, CP. So ultimately I respect it.
Also, shout out to
publicly, I
Average
don't respect it.
for calling that out and just being like, guys, why do you have 6 eggs? Like, we would have. Wait, they're gone. Did they just like 5 for the pause? And what am I seeing here?
Wait, can we get a?
No, that was on Floorman. That was on Floorman. They're not
Okay.
necessarily gone.
Wait, so how many eggs are in the game right now?
I think it's 6. I think it's all of melee creeps.
Still 6. Okay. That is interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how the overall souls will be affected. Like when they all pop it. I wonder if they all pop them at once. I would assume that probably they do.
You would think. Or
In unison,
can you imagine if you're stomping a team and you just hold the egg the entire game? Like, would people call that BM if you just win on without ever using the egg?
True.
Also, no 10% damage needed as Rocker's taking a bit of a beating on this Billy Dynamo lane where, also to the speculation, it is Saya on the Dynamo.
Do we have any egg spurts in the chat? Why do you buy 6 eggs as a team instead of opening items? I don't understand.
Well, it did get buffed. Like, the buff was pretty significant on paper. But I think the real thing and why you probably should be hating on melee creeps is that if 6 eggs is proven to work here, you're going to get eggs in all of your pub games. Just take that to the bank.
I mean, I'll be the one running eggs tonight, though, before anyone watches the YouTube tomorrow morning.
And then you're going to get flamed. They'll be like, why is Puckett running egg? This item's bad. It's like, no. Melee creeps. But the thing is, Dan, as we take a look at this, is that it is going to like limit the amount that melee creeps can do well in lane. You're down a significant portion of damage. Like, it comes at a penalty. It's not it doesn't add a lot of power to you at all. You get like a little bit of regen, that's it. And it nerfs you. Like, you're paying to downgrade effectively in the short term.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting if to see how that trade-off works out. Yeah, I buy eggs sometimes, depending on the build. Like OCs has like a haze build that's kind of like a hyper carry build where you like use it and pop it to get ricochet at 10 minutes or whatever. But other than that, yeah, 6 eggs. What we're gonna see? Ranger got, I think that's a rusted barrel. We've got pretty usual items otherwise.
I assume,
Decent amount of
by the
monster
way,
rounds, 1 per lane. That's important.
there's no way the eggs last past 10 minutes. I think it is a pop at 10 minutes or play because surely you wouldn't just nerf yourself that much for Earn. That would make no sense to me, but I mean, I'm curious to see the econ spike of like 6 eggs being popped in 5 minutes from now. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. Okay, well, buffs are coming up. Let's see who is going to be able to get those. Flying Strike. That's a quick way to get elevated up to the bridge, the buff bridge buff.
Words are hard.
Oh, we've all been there, Lash. We've all been there.
As I was just like, I am the movement god. But it's fine.
By the way, chat is saying the eggs are in an attempt to get the comeback earn. Are they big braining us?
Well, I mean, you don't lose income from having the egg per se. I mean, your lane performance is going to be worse. So I can't imagine the plan is like get the egg and then feed to comeback earn. Like that wouldn't make too much sense. I think in general,
Also,
it's just
you need 15% for the first one, right?
Yes.
That's pretty rough.
Like, I would not do my game plan planning around that level of ass kicking. Like, you can be behind with the egg and like not have that happen, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I'm still a huge believer in Demov on the Yamato. Now I'm excited. I'm extra excited. ZP. It's Demov.
True. I thought it may have been
Yamato
Xeno,
God.
but instead Xeno, he has been playing more Doorman on the team when they've played it, so they decided, okay, we'd rather just put Demov on it. And I mean, look, Demov can play any hero, and I'm generally not going to doubt it because it's Demov, and maybe Demov will break the Yamato curse because it hasn't been a hero that's been winning too much as of late. Now, in terms of souls, by the way, the egg is up to nearly 1,000. So think about the impact on the game.
Yeah.
If all melee creeps were the Poppy egg now, they would be in the lead.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's genuinely very interesting. I mean, and not, you know, you get the, we'll have to do the golden statue check as well, the statue buff, because obviously that's another thing that they get is the statue buffs. So that's also, and that also itself carries value that is not to be scoffed at.
You can tell though, I mean, just looking at the lane state and how Floormen play, I mean, Floormen have had the easiest laning phase of their lives up against 6 eggs.
Yeah.
But I guess the question is, how much does it matter if Floormen... Average got egg too. I did not realize that. So, and look at when he bought it there, Dan. He's like, well, if they're going to buy egg, I'm going to buy egg.
Yeah.
That's actually too funny. Also, W production for that.
Okay.
A little bit of lane freezing going on here.
Just likes the sound.
Soothing dings, as it were. League just gonna casually sidestep the ground strike out of Ido. I mean, this is so interesting, Dan, because, you know, technically speaking, you're gonna go to 10 minutes. Melee creeps will be ahead in souls, and they'll have a buff advantage. It's not gonna be like the most massive thing in the world, but it's gonna be like, what, like 13, 14 buffs, something like that? I'm bad at math at this point now. It's on interval 10, but we got a trip to the Baroness planned here from Xeno in the enemy doubles.
Disruptive, but where's the help? Okay, the help has arrived. And it's Ido first to die.
Different
Very
team,
cautious.
different team, same level. Ido focus into the parent. Wait, no, you gotta finish your plate. Wait, fish.
Fish case. He's like, what?
Fish case is like, no, you're honor bound to finish me off.
Yeah,
I feel like he could have gotten away.
Yeah, the line of sight was gone. It was well and truly gone.
Xeno saying Yoshi's vision as D-Mob takes down Ranger. Also, is this... I don't think Melee Creeps has gotten a kill yet, right? Like, can we hit tab? Or can we just get the kill report here so far?
Excuse me, we're very deep here. Excuse me, Average, we are very far in enemy territory. Might not be aware.
Average, you're also holding an egg. Like, you're playing by their rules. Also, wait, Average died. John actually wins, though, says Ido gets caught elsewhere on the map.
So the update from Kaita DL in the chat is they're playing for the 15-minute comeback urn. You pop the eggs after you grab the urn. You're equal on souls, and you have that 35% resist. That is the mental thought process through this.
Yeah, which is why League just went into... Wait, is this back and forth tactical feed? What in God's name is going on?
Tactical feeding. No. I've seen it all. I've seen it all, ZP. Look, it's working. We've got their data. We've got the graph.
What? This is a travesty.
It's working. It's working.
What is going on right now?
Honestly, EU is going to meme on NA forever.
Oh,
because of this.
Okay.
It's stuff like this.
Oh. We're back to even, boys.
And this is why they're doing it, so we don't do it during the $12,000 tournament. Thank you for doing it now, Melee Creeps.
No one gets a comeback earn after the tactical feeding.
Dude. I gotta love Deadlock, man.
You know, so I enjoy this trip into the Baroness. By the way, they haven't popped eggs yet. It's 10 minutes of the eggs have yet to be scrambled. Wait, Saya? Okay, camera's recovered.
I don't know where I am right now, ZP.
This has been a weird game, Dan. Urn, though, turned in by Floormen. We're looking to secure a real advantage. But also, like, do they just hold eggs until 15-minute urn?
Till 15-minute.
Is the feeding over? That's what I need to know.
No, you have 4 minutes of feeding left.
Okay, thanks.
I don't know, man. You know, I don't know what I expected, Dan. I guess I didn't expect, but also Melee Creeps didn't pull this out versus Floormen. Like they held this in reserve to the grand finals, and there's nothing exploity about this. This is not like breaking the rules. This isn't a bug abuse moment. but it was a pocket strategy that, you know, they're going to get the 15-minute comeback earn at this rate, which apparently is all part of the plan.
Okay, here we go.
Yoshi thought they were done after the long weekend. They did all this testing. They got all the data. And now they got to do another update. How do you fix it, ZP?
Well, you probably make the comeback earn adaptive on the resistances would be step one. The comeback earn is very strong at the moment. Also, egg maybe like egg is clearly part of this equation here. Like I actually don't think the strategy works without egg. It just still may not work like it is, you know, floormen are at an advantage. We have to see the point where melee creeps can turn as they hold on to their eggs delicately across the map. I mean, I think for melee creeps, you don't want to lose a ton of walkers and go from there. I mean, Sai throws out the singularity. They'll still be back up for next turn as DMB, wow, Lover's Quarrel over here. And actually, Viper wins these. Lethal Venom's gonna take down Ido. DMB escapes with his life.
She gets custody.
So earlier in the show on an EU in the challenger match, Jason was talking to me, or he kind of raised this conversation point of, hey, we got this massive tournament, the Open, this weekend, and will it be the case that some teams will be trying to hide tech? And I made the argument that they should probably test the tech because everything is so new at this point. You probably are not going to have enough time to find out if anything works. I feel like maybe this is we're testing the tech right now.
I mean, things are certainly being tested. By the way, the eggs are nearly at 2K a person. So again, melee creeps, if they were all pop it together here, Dan. Maybe from an A, but you know, math says it'd be about 12K as Ranger goes down. 12K added to what they have right now, they would have comeback earn and 12K, and then once they dunk the earn, they'd be right back in it. So in theory, the egg fish for comeback earn strategy, like it has some legs here. If you do the math.
I mean, I guess as well at a certain point, though, Floormen can also not care and just like run them over for objective advantages, because Floormen's objectives have been untouched. And they're going to get another walker here. There's just one left. I wonder if, I mean, do they go mid-boss, you know, like Floormen with the advantage that they have?
I mean, being down a bunch on walkers is kind of poisonous here. You're giving up all flex slots.
Yeah.
You're giving up a lot of map positioning. Like, I don't know. I just think for melee creeps now, like they're too deep to stop and like, no, hold. Like, I feel like you're watching a crypto trader like in the middle of a downswing, and you know everyone melee creeps is just yelling "hold" like the entire time. Like I don't even know, man. Wait, DMB this time goes down, keeps the gap a little bit closer.
Yeah.
And the comeback earn is here.
They got what they wanted. Okay. But finally, we can be relieved of the egg.
So you think? Wait, it's being popped. The eggs are being popped. Look at the net worth. All right.
Cracked.
Eggs have been consumed and they're still down 10K, but this is a full comeback
statue buffs now.
Yeah, actually, yes. We did the golden statue buff stat. Wait, what if they use this earn the push? They did it in the last game.
Yeah. Right now the tower is up still for the right
buy.
side.
Sai's also going to be taking damage from this soon. Production. Request for production or golden statue.
Golden
buffs.
statue buff.
Yes.
Graphic. Here we go.
Oh, that's what happens when you pop 6 eggs.
There you go. Yeah. Man. I mean, oh yeah, of course. Average also had an egg. That's why he's up there.
You know, there was a point in chat, quote, the counter to the strategy is trophy collector. I mean, not actually wrong. There'd be a lot of trophy collector stacks at this point.
It's true.
I see Viper. I'm surprised at how long it's taking for the earn to be brought over here. Again, this has been...
It hurts way more, right? 5% life tick.
Yeah, I mean, Sai's not looking particularly healthy here. It's a long time to hostage the urn in this moment. Wait. Dan, I just had a horrific thought.
Okay, tell me. Give it to me.
Urn doesn't reset if it's being held.
Okay.
What if...
35% resistance in base the entire game?
Oh, no.
Yes! What if the strategy here is just to use the urn as a permanent buff for the rest of the game?
I didn't want to give the players the idea, ZP, but I think we're catching on.
But doesn't it just hurt you at a certain point, and then
It hurts
you all-
Not with the updates, though, right?
Like Ranger is just going to be like this permanent resistance buff, where anytime Florman tries to push any objective, okay, it's running back right now. But like, I actually think if you keep it held through 20 minutes, I don't think it stats as a comebacker and changes. Like, you can use this as a resistance ward the entire game if you wanted to, so long as you hold it at 20 minutes.
Oh my god.
We are seeing resistance totem Ivy.
Yeah.
At the moment.
Back in the Warcraft roots.
I mean, they're not turning it in, so I actually do think this is
the play has come to fruition. This is what it's all about.
This is heinous. If wait, and they're doing. Oh no! Oh my God! Are they doing mid boss and bringing the resistance totem in the?
You can't hurt us.
You got to be shitting me. This is. Oh boy.
Okay.
Are you having a nerdgasm yet?
The fight?
My math brain is tickled.
Quickly, gentlemen, never leave the urn. Only fight around the urn.
But the thing is, though, is that Floormen have complete map control. So they just, I mean, this in the long term is absolutely hurting melee creeps more than it's going to help them. I would imagine, right?
But,
I mean,
yes, but if you're Floorman, how do you fight them with this being controlled? Again, we're going to see confirmation here in a moment, but almost certainly, I think they just hold through the respawn of it.
Can't you just run it up mid through the Walker ZP and just win the game?
I think in theory they want to get mid boss first. They want to use urn.
Right.
To like
do I need to mess with the left or right lane though? Can I just focus mid?
this is really smart, to be honest.
I mean, this is.
If it's all about getting this mid boss too, I mean, they can dunk because they can dunk it after getting. If they get mid boss, they can dunk it if they get the crystals.
Oh my God! Okay, Floorman, Floorman want no part of the terror of the urn.
Oh my goodness!
An uncontested.
Oh my goodness!
Dude, this is.
They can turn it in now if they want. Are they gonna do that?
No. The key is they need to be physically holding it through the turn-in if they want to keep the resistance ward.
At the 20-minute marker.
Yes, they have to be in position of it. So he's waiting. Don't mess this up. You do, it's going to reset. So they're going to hold it through the 20 minutes and maintain it. What? 19, 20. They're through the reset part. And it's still a 35% resist urn.
Someone at Valve is definitely paging Yoshi right now.
This is a debacle. Oh, God.
Melee creeps have been renamed Melee Cheese in the chat. Do we celebrate this nerdism? Chat, I kind of tip it. It's game 1. They're not doing it in a game 3. They're showing their hand early, saying there's a problem, guys.
The Church of Ido hate watching, by the way, is like it's converting so many converts today. I'm not saying it's right or wrong,
to this because it takes a level of nerdery to like come up with this stuff, but then at the same time, hopefully it's how the game becomes better. Also, right?
And to be honest, executing this must not be easy, and apparently they practiced it yesterday in a scrim, so they have wasted time to showcase this skill. Thank you, guys.
Also, I kind of feel like this is almost a protest against the current urn. It's like this is actual, like, the walkout being like, Yoshi, notice us.
Yeah,
for this being a viable tactic. And this is not bug abuse is the thing. Like, this is not an exploit. This is entirely within the rules of the game. Like,
you're watching the history of the alley-oop, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever.
Like, this is not something you can ban. Like, the teams could gentleman's agreement, but it is, by all rights, this is mechanics working as currently intended.
They're saving matchmaking for us, is what they're doing, chat.
Oh,
They got
matchmaking
us.
would never. Like you
Yeah,
couldn't
the
get
coordination.
3
required.
people to like do this.
Yeah,
Floormen
but
are
it's
just
good as well,
baffled. They're
because
just
this will
like
probably get patched. It's very easy to patch this before the tournament, I would imagine.
I mean, if you're Floormen, I feel like, okay, you get like a Shadow Weave or something in here, and someone needs to like roll up and knock the urn loose right before the reset. If the urn is on the ground right at 24:59, the urn will reset and the comeback urn will be over. That's all I got. Like that's actually all I got.
Oh my god, it's so easy to patch this. It will be patched. There's no way. The question is though, I mean, Floormen, they've obviously stayed in advantage. Souls-wise, they're still in a scenario where, okay, well, Walkers will be evened up now. The Floormen, I mean, what do they do here? They've been quite passive, and honestly, I respect it. They're in a situation which is hard to deal with as a team, especially in a game of 6v6, where you have to, as a team, come up on the fly with a solution for something you haven't seen before and have not practiced against. That's completely novel, and you can't make a mistake, because if they did have one bad team fight, the game would have flipped enormously. And so I kind of respect that Floormen have been very disciplined here, but at a certain point, you also, like, melee creeps are getting value out of this over time, and so
I mean,
Floormen have to do something at some point.
Again, you almost have to use stealth, get in, and make sure the urn is on the ground right before the reset. Other than that, you have to take a team fight that you're probably going to lose, because you cannot win against the 35% HP buff, which is, I assume, the point that Melee Creeps is trying to prove here. Like, this is, I feel like our tournament right now is a mere bystander to a larger philosophical discussion going on in the game right now. Like, we are just the venue of the protest that Melee Creeps is putting on right now of the urn. I got
100%.
That is most I can say right now. Because we're not talking about the gameplay flow or anything else. We're just watching one team and their love of the urn.
And I've been watching our numbers. We have climbed 3,000 viewers since they started holding the urn past the 15-minute marker.
This is quite interesting.
I feel like Lightbringer has to be losing his mind right now. I kind of want, like, I know this is getting podcasty because, like, we are also held hostage by this, but Zeno just saying 1 second.
So are they doing a tactical timeout here where they're just basically like, okay, guys, what do we do here?
I'm gonna be honest.
There it is.
Do we just end the game right now, ZP, and go to game 2?
From a comp perspective,
started
like
over.
While Melee Creeps can't be penalized for this, we definitely can ban this particular tactic for the future.
And it's an even Souls game. Ask all 12 players, do you really want to play this out?
That's might be the worst possible thing you could have done.
By the way, Ranger is telling our team to do this. All right, so
there you go.
Zeno thought of it as well. But we said no. Because Deathy would ban us or something.
They know we're weak. They know you're weak, ZP, because they know
we
you're
look
in charge of the bans.
ZP, do you need me to commission?
Look, here's the problem.
I'll be
with
assistant commissioner.
None of this is an exploit within the game in the sense that, like, it's something you can ban post facto, but like this is everything is working within the game rules. It's just the lamest strategy known to man.
All right, well,
like that's the unfortunate reality of this situation. Like none
ask
of
them
this
if they
is
want to start the
unintended.
best of 3 fresh. Because either way, there's an asterisk on this dub or L.
Oh, sorry, my
baby mama? Is that what I read?
Well, I don't know if Average is coming back, which is a problem.
Oh, actually,
Well, he said, "Oh, sorry, my internet."
oh, he's back. He's back.
He's alive. Faked you out, ZP.
Yeah, like
Real Big 7. Sadly, I don't think you guys should ban this. DQ MLC immediately after. The chat, they're split. They're split 50-50. Chat, what do you guys think so far?
the problem is none of this is unintentional. It's not like an econ exploit where it's like soul duplication is a thing.
Right. It's a thought out strategy, executed perfectly. Minus the eggs busting a little early, chat said. They could have held it longer if the whole plan was to not let it go.
And Dimov came from EU for this.
He came from EU for this. And his team that originated it isn't using it.
He's like this region, man.
I mean, truthfully, I am asking other groups like, if we can
Just do a
stop this.
remake.
Like, unfortunately, competitive wise, again, it's terrible because nothing is with it. Like, this is all how the game mechanics work. It is just discovering the lamest strategy known to man, which you
it's like,
can ban.
Point
after the
has
fact,
been
but-
proven.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't seem like a game exploit like the previous situation with duplicating souls and so on and so forth. But obviously, again, like this is a game that's in a closed alpha, so and also the mechanics are being messed with very actively by the developer to try to figure out like how this should best serve the gameplay of Deadlock, and they've made 2 enormous changes within the last week to the end. So
Also, chat, we were joking before the show. It was like, we're going to get an 8-game day unless we have some
we got
production
something.
delays with an Ido match. That was a quote from someone that is not on camera. A faceless wonder behind the scenes called this situation before it even occurred, ZP. We are getting 8 games, maybe 9.
yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're gonna have to ask Foreman to unpause. This is all you can ban after the fact, but literally everything is working within the intended game mechanics here. There is no exploit here. It's just a very frustrating strategy. So
Yeah, as chat says, it's not a bug. Play it out. You can always make decisions later. I would ask the team, though, that's doing it, do you guys want to start a fresh best of 3? Because that will save everyone 15 to 20 minutes. Here we go.
well, back we go.
really, we should just have a camera POV for this game that's on the urn and not the player, and just follow that the whole time.
Yeah, like, again, for those claiming ban, there is literally no exploit here. This is like the first person figuring out I'm thinking back to like age-old strategies in like Dota and League where you have these macro things where like one team can't win in theory, but the game's gonna take like 90 minutes to finish type of deal. Nothing illegal has been done here, despite the fact that, this is very much taking advantage of the fact that, this is just how the urn works. No.
Fun fact, there was a football coach who wanted to use the strategy of hiring a very small person that he would give the football to and then throw them over the offensive line. The rest of the team refused to execute that plan. Not all plans should be executed. Melee Creeps, thank you for showing us this.
Yeah, this is no more pause mode though. Like, I've instructed the teams to not pausing.
I mean, this is definitely going to be something that gets patched out, and I think obviously we can like deliberate on whether we think this should be included in the matches, and that's I think really the question, because there's no way that this stays in this form. There's like no chance.
Okay, Florman FF. Given the circumstances, we will accept the FF in this instance. Well, okay,
And
they're
we
saying they
will
don't have-
hand out a ban, and we go to a sudden death game 3 as everyone goes to bed by 11 p.m. Eastern.
So yeah, this is an interesting case, I gotta say. So Melee creeps up 1-0 by the book, but I am instructing the teams, while no rules were broken, we are officially outlawing that strategy into the next game because we don't have a functional tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to throw it a break while ZP does his business as the commissioner, the CEO, the COO, the travel agent, the man you need on your side if you ever want to fly Delta anywhere in the United States or around the globe. He's at Tempo ZP on Twitter, and he loves answering DMs. Hit him up with all of your questions during the break. We'll be right back. What is up, everybody? Thank you so much for your patience. I'll be honest, ZP is still on a call with our players and their team managers and then their marketing team and then their future employers. But in the meantime, we had a genius idea. DDK, there have been so many changes, from everyone crying over the urn being in mid lane to the urns going back to the sides to now new uses of the urn. But one thing will not change even after tonight's games. That is probably these new item tweaks. So what have you noticed so far, and what are you excited to read through as we scroll through this 45-page document?
I don't know. I could just read it.
Spirit
Opening
scaling?
rounds. Spirit power reduced from +7 to +4.
I have returned.
Oh.
All right, we're going to mute ourselves and talk to ZP while you guys look at this beautiful list and listen to music.
Read it all.
Alchemical fire.
When am I done reading?
Okay, I'm back, and we've talked with the teams, and this is probably the most anticlimactic end to the tournament possible. But here's what basically comes down to is that Melee, both teams acknowledge like Melee Creeps didn't break any rules. Like even Florman was saying that, but Florman was just like, we still don't want to play out the rest of the day. It's understandable to be tilted in dealing with this. From Melee Creeps' perspective, the Melee Creeps' perspective is just the strategy is really lame to play against, and they wanted to get out of the way before the tournament this weekend was effectively where they're at. They said is basically better to run it now versus running it, effectively when the stakes were higher is
Understood.
where it's all at.
All right,
so
we just got a GG in the chat. Bam. Salman, were our mics up earlier during ZP's speech, or do we need to reiterate what he just said? They were up. All right, so ZP, you just broke it down for us in the chat. Melee Creeps understandably wanted to get this out in the open before a big $12,000 tournament this weekend. On the other side, Foremen have said we have seen enough deadlock and earnlock for the night. So we're putting tonight's grand finals on a official pause lock. It's done. Melee Creeps are your unofficial episode 40 champion. Over in EU, we had a real best of 3. If you guys want to check that out, it's over on youtube.com/@Deadlock Night Shift. We're coming at you every single Wednesday at 7 p.m. But ZP, we've got some new things that we should share with the community. While you were on your call, we decided in the future, the big issue is we don't have ability to pause the game. We have to have a player pause the game. So we're going to get like a way to communicate with the players to instantly pause the game. Then we're going to go to a commercial break. We're going to make an official ruling. Then we'll come back and talk with you guys and hopefully avoid this issue in the future. Thank you for growing with us every single week. Thank you for your patience. Reminder, this game is still in closed alpha. We are far from release, but we're getting better with every show. In the meantime, we've got a great show coming for you guys on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And this one has one of the biggest prize pools for an NA only event. DDK, walk me through the Intel Walmart night shift open.
$12,000. You can all probably read that. It's a huge prize pool for a tournament like Deadlock, still in closed alpha. It's kind of crazy, but Intel and Walmart have come together to provide this opportunity for our Deadlock professional teams. It is an opportunity that is going to be played out on North American servers. That's really all the North American event really means, because this is an otherwise open event, and we've had teams that are able to sign up from pretty much anywhere, so, Europe as well as North America. So we're going to see a mixture of teams, and we'll start with the open qualifiers on May 29. We are not going to be broadcasting that in our typical way. We will be doing our broadcast on May 30th and 31st as well.
It's going to be lit. You're going to see the best players doing the best things on what could be argued the best characters. Is Mirage still an A or B tier character, ZP? Or do you him down in the C, D, E tier? Where do you got him?
I got Boardman in the it's game over if you pick him tier. That's just where it's at, unfortunately. And again, it kind of sucks where it's at. I understand Floormen being tilted, but just to reiterate, Floormen have forfeited. And I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's all within game mechanics, and to whatever extent a point has been made, I do apologize to the viewers that things kind of ended in this way tonight, but as Puckett mentioned, alpha game.
Yeah, we're not in charge. We're going to learn. We'll get better. We thank you all for your patience. Enjoy the games this weekend, and we'll catch you next Wednesday for episode 41 of the Night Shift. 41, that's crazy. See you then.